Have y'all ever seen Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol? Wad that shit up and throw it away. Have you ever read Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol? That is a demonic book. And the whole spirit of Christmas thing, shit's weird. And we are live on Armando's People's Corner chat. Armando versus everyone. Show 155, presenting King Richard.
Hello. Yes, King Richard has arrived once again. Hello, everyone.
And King of the Small Hill in Texas.
Hello, King Hank Hill.
And Richard and Hank Hill are getting along today. Not disagreeing on very much. I think it's because I haven't triggered them by speaking lies. And I'm not trying to trigger them. And I'll try not to lie.
It's only, the only thing that triggers me from you, Hank, is when you say, you know, I don't understand such, and you say you don't do it, so maybe you're just not aware of it, but it's when you say, I don't understand, you know, X, therefore Y is true, or might be true. Or when you say, is it possible, and then you make some crazy shit up, it kind of drives me crazy, because you can say anything's possible. I can say, well, isn't it possible that, you know, the moon is really an alien spaceship with a bunch of aliens living inside and we just don't know it? Yeah, that's possible, but there isn't a single fucking shred of evidence suggesting that that's what's actually going on. You know, I saw a video, I was going to tell Armando this the other day, this fucking lady is arguing with me in some financial channel about the dollar being worthless and all this kind of nonsense, right? The conspiracy theory of the American economy is going to collapse all of a sudden stuff. But anyway, I go to her channel. She has one video. And it starts off talking about humans being eaten by dinosaurs. And then about an hour later, it's got these two guys talking about the teleportation ring that they went through to other planets that were holographically built by the gray aliens for time travel. And I'm just like, what in the fuck, you know, kind of people, you know, if you're going to promote shit on your YouTube site, you'd think you would promote something more than two idiots claiming to jump through the teleportation device to see the Abraham Lincoln assassination 5 times, provided God knows why, courtesy of the gray aliens. You know, it's like, what in the fuck is wrong with people to believe shit like that? It just fucking drives me nuts, you know? It really does.
Well, according to mainstream, time travel is possible. I think it's ludicrous. But apparently you can indeed move forward through time under certain circumstances. I think it's ludicrous, though.
Such as?
There's a cosmonaut who has the record of the most time travel because he was on the ISS for so long that he came back a little bit younger. And we're talking, you know, split seconds, not really measurable. But they say that
no, what you're talking about is time dilation. That's not actual time travel. What that is that guy's time clock is just running slower than a time clock on Earth. A time clock 50 stories above Earth runs slightly differently than it does on the actual Earth. That's not time travel. That just means, like you said, when he comes back to Earth, he's younger than he would have been had he stayed on Earth. But he never actually traveled through forwards or backwards in time. It's just that as you get away from mass, the way the clock works changes, and when you come back, had you stayed, it would have been different. But you didn't stay, you left, so you're never really traveling forwards or backwards in time. It's the correct word is time dilation, not time travel.
Well, people have theorized about Einstein-Rosen bridges, and going backwards in time is even far more ludicrous. Let's face it. If you go back in time and you kill one of your ancestors, you would never be born. And if you were never born, how could you then kill your ancestors? So it just doesn't work with me. The whole Einstein-Rosen bridge and time dilation, it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Metaphysical paradoxes.
Einstein-Rosen bridge. I don't know why we're associating that with time travel, but the real Einstein-Rosen bridge is simply the quantum interconnectedness. What he wasn't talking about a black hole type wormhole. He was talking about something at the quantum level, and people extrapolated that into wormholes to nowhere in the middle of a black hole, which is a bunch of nonsense. But an Einstein-Rosen bridge is something we really still experiment on today. I can't. For some reason, the word that we're actually talking about escapes me for the moment. But
I'm surprised that you said there are no black holes. So you're on the train with the new "there are no black hole" movement.
I didn't actually say that. What I said is there are no wormholes inside of black holes. But no, I don't believe in the popular black hole model. What I believe is in what's called an eternally collapsing object. The main difference is that a singularity in the middle is never created, and it's extremely hot inside of an eternally collapsing object, and inside of a black hole, it's extremely cold. So there are obviously two much different things, but from the outside looking at it, they have the same basic effects. So I'm saying that those objects exist, but from the apparent horizon to the center is quite a bit different than the old Stephen Hawking model, for example. And I've mentioned this before, as far as I'm concerned, that guy is a complete fuck up. Pretty much everything that he's ever come up with has turned out to be wrong by his own accord. And it's great that he's willing to admit he's wrong. That's part of science, is learning new things. The problem is jumping to conclusions too quickly and being wrong makes for a crappy scientist, in my opinion. And so I believe Stephen Hawking is as wrong about the black hole model as he was wrong about everything else. And even he today, he tries to take credit for the eternally collapsing objects proof that the Stephen Hawking event horizon doesn't exist and there's only an apparent horizon, because he finally agrees now it's true. Well, that's a bunch of crap. People figured that out years and years ago. The fact that he's finally agreeing with it doesn't now all of a sudden make it real science. It means that he's actually admitting he's been wrong all these other years and the other people have been correct. And frankly, I think he did the same thing with Hawking radiation. If you actually look up on Wikipedia's bio page of Stephen Hawking, and I'm surprised that it even says it, but it will point out that the only reason he came up, he basically stole the idea of Hawking radiation from two Russian scientists he went to visit. This guy really hasn't come up with any, as far as I'm concerned, good stuff in his whole career. He created the scientific laws of black hole radiation one of which is a black hole never gets smaller, which is, is not true based on the two Russian scientists that he had to steal their idea and call it Hawking radiation. But one of his 4 laws of science is out the fucking window. It's the only law of science I know of that has been disproven. And this guy has this great reputation for being this genius scientist. How many other scientists have created an actual law of science that was wrong? Not very fucking many.
Yeah, laws are usually not wrong, like 99.99999% of the time. It's amazing to hear you say this, because what I just heard you say is that it's possible that these theoretical astrophysicists could be wrong sometimes, and I'm dumbfounded.
Well, what they mostly use is math, and the reason that they can be wrong and the reason they are wrong is we don't have any mathematics that incorporates quantum level physics with above quantum level physics. When you get down to everything Planck, the Max Planck's a famous, quantum scientist, you have, Planck voltage, Planck electron, Planck length, Planck time, all this Planck stuff is when you get down. Well, that's a different thing, but yes. But you get down to the quantum level, it's not really measurable with our mathematics, which is why the electron can take all possible paths. It could take one path. It could pop in and out of time. You can prove that mathematically all at the same time, because we haven't figured out how to put together quantum mathematics and non-quantum mathematics to only come up with one answer. You can use that mathematics to say that, yes, a black hole does not get smaller, and here's my mathematical proof, which is correct. You can also use that same math to say, hey, wait a minute, we have a quantum fluctuation where a little particle disappears, and so it does get smaller. So that's why, the truth is, I don't know why you'd be surprised I would say that, because mathematics and quantum physics doesn't prove anything on its own. It only proves what's possible. So, like, I think we've talked before about the double eraser quantum experiment, and that doesn't show that time travel, or that the observer created something happening backwards in time. It doesn't show that at all. What it does show is that that's one possibility, and that's
what I got from the double slit experiment, which is a different one, is that light can be a wave and a particle at the same time, and that one was really, really hard to understand. How could it be both based on whether the observer is looking? I mean, it kind of reminds me of the Matrix theory, where if you're not looking at the bear shitting in the woods, is the bear really shitting in the woods in real life, or is it just code that, puts shit there when you do eventually walk by?
Let me explain to you, okay? The way you should look at it is, it's not that the particle of light could be a particle or a wave. It's that the particle of light is both a particle and a wave at the same time. And when you measure it, it's not that you're creating a particle or you're creating a wave by measuring it. What you're doing is finding out what it actually is at that actual moment, which means that it's not going to be the other thing. Now, let me explain just a little bit more with the spin of particles, right? You have a particle that's spinning in a particular way. Now, we don't know exactly how it's spinning, but once we find out, we know it's not spinning in any other way than the way we found out it is spinning. Now, it could be spinning to the left, it could be spinning to the right, we don't know. But when we figure that out and we find out that it's spinning to the right, that means it can't be spinning to the left. That doesn't mean our act of finding out changed it from spinning to the left to now spinning to the right. That's the misinterpretation that some people come up with. They say, well, maybe our act of observing it changed it from spinning to the left to spinning to the right. That's not what's going on. What's going on is when you look at it, you find out what it's doing at that time. Now, if you looked at it earlier, if you looked at it later, it might have been spinning to the left. But at that time when you observed it, it was spinning to the right. You didn't change anything. You just found out what it was doing, which means it can't be doing something else. That's all you're really doing with those kind of experiments, is you're isolating something that could randomly perhaps be two different things and finding out what it is, which means you've also found out what it's not at the same time.
For everyone who is kind of feeling a little lost, don't worry. Quantum physics is like one of the hardest things to understand. And people say that if you claim that you understand quantum physics, then you don't understand it. So everyone, even the specialists, say that they don't understand it fully.
Well, there are different theories too, much like the black hole versus the eternally collapsing object theories. You have a lot of, I'm sure we talked to you before, so I know how much you know about quantum physics. The probability aspect of quantum physics, you have people, de Broglie theory, who says that's not the way it is at all. That it's not about probabilities, that we can track these, or we will be able to track these things eventually, that it's not probabilistic, it's not random at all, that we just can't figure out how to do that yet. And
that's the first time I heard that it wasn't random or probabilistic. That's the first time I heard that.
Yeah, it's called de Broglie. Geez, it's been a while since I've studied or worked with this stuff. Essentially, you have someone who, Louis de Broglie. And frankly, I don't know exactly how to pronounce his name. Brogie. And there's another guy, Bohm, that you probably heard of. But basically, let me just Wikipedia, find a site for you. But what they say is that it's not random, it's not probabilistic, and the only what they do is they use the probabilistic functions that already exist mathematically and say this is how the line actually goes, okay? But what they haven't been able to figure out is spin. The weird guy in the room is not really light going from a particle to a wave. It's not really quantum entanglement. The thing that nobody can really figure out is spin. We can't figure out why we don't know, why we can't predict accurately whether something is spinning to the left or spinning to the right, or exactly how it's spinning. And the Broglie-Bohm theory of quantum physics, which is deterministic, is the word I've been looking for, can't figure out spin either. So it could be right. Certainly could be no less right than the Copenhagen interpretation that most people buy off on.
That's one thing I like about you, Richard. You don't necessarily go with the mainstream on these theoretical physicists and particle physicists and these guys with these letters after their names. Like, you listen to the other guys who don't have a big microphone and immaculate funding, and I can respect that. I'm kind of against the mainstream, as most people know. So looking at what other people have to say and questioning everything is not so evil.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking. It's called either pilot wave theory or Bohmian mechanics. It comes from a guy named Dr. Broglie and a famous scientist named Bohm, B-O-H-M, which you probably heard of. But they basically use the same math everybody else uses, but just says that it's deterministic. And it's just an interesting twist on what is essentially everybody else's opinion, that randomness really exists. They just don't like, they don't believe that. They just believe that we're not smart enough to figure out why we think it's random. I tend to like scientists that say, that admit that they don't know everything, that they say, look, it probably is this way, but I can't prove it yet. And I tend to like to hear people say that they don't have all the answers. I tend to think that those people are probably on a better track than the people who say, well, this is how it is and I'm not budging and I don't know why. I don't have the answers, but this is the only path I'm taking.
I'm sure you know that, once men get past a certain age, I'm going to say 30, 35, I'm just shooting in the dark, they don't like to budge. They don't like to change the way they do things. If they're boxers at that point, they're not going to switch to briefs, vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's wrong with a lot of science is people just want to hold on to the old ways, and science is supposed to be constantly changing for the better or the truer, or the more accurate.
You should hear the responses I get from people when I criticize Stephen Hawking, people who love science, because that's like their guy, But the truth is, as far as I'm, he's one of the dumbest scientists in the history of science. The only reason people have never given him shit is because he's disabled and in a fucking wheelchair. If he was a walking, talking guy who had made a law of science that was disproven even by himself, he'd be the ass of the show. But it didn't work out that way at all because he has multiple sclerosis. And, when you have a guy who stole his most famous item of Hawking radiation from 2 Russian scientists, had one of his own law, had that shit he stole from the Russians disproved his law, which is why he stole it from the Russians. If the Russians had come out and said, hey, we just disproved, I think it was the 3rd law of black hole dynamics, he would have looked like an asshole. But since he stole the idea from the Russians, put his own name on it, he looks like less of an asshole. But most people they're just not aware of the history of what happened in that whole situation. It's just like, oh, Stephen Hawking, the father of black holes, he must know what he's talking about. But when I criticize Stephen Hawking with perfectly legitimate shit, you can go look up on Wikipedia, people just come unglued. Oh, you think you're smarter than Stephen Hawking? I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Stephen Hawking is not as smart as other scientists. I'm not saying I'm smarter than he is.
Yeah, I mean, if we introduce Stephen Hawking to someone who never met him before, like let's say someone from New Zealand, and we said, yeah, this is our brightest astrophysicist from Cambridge University, it's pretty big to do university in the UK, they would look at that guy and think, that dude's a freaking retard, because he looks retarded, for lack of a better word. Well, he looks slow. And to think that he's, the smartest that they got, it's kind of embarrassing.
Well, he's disabled, and I tend to say that that's not the reason it would be embarrassing. I would say the reason it's embarrassing is because the guy with the other sort of different opinion, which is Roger Penrose, doesn't have any laws of science that have been rejected. He has what's called the Penrose triangle. He has his own inventions and things that he made himself that he didn't steal from the Russians. His version of physics, is likely, in my opinion, more correct, be it only because he hasn't had virtually everything he said in the past disproven. It's more likely that he is correct. It's more likely that someone is correct if they don't have a long track record of being wrong, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I remember I used to read all that stuff that Hawking put out. I didn't read his books or anything, but like I'd listen to him or listen to his machine talk, and then I kind of caught on after a while that what if this dude's wrong?
Yeah, I don't know exactly why he became so popular other than the books he wrote. I mean, I guess people liked A Brief History of Time. It was an interesting book about the Big Bang Theory and all that. I bought a copy and read it, I guess. I don't remember if I did or not, frankly, but I've also bought his more recent books on M theory, which is another thing that's kind of annoying. You know, Edward Witten is the guy who created M theory right from the beginning, and Stephen Hawking comes on at the tail end, where we're basically using the CERN laboratory to find out if M theory is right or not, tries to stick his name all over it with a fucking book like he thought it up and it's his idea. And, well, you know, if Stephen Hawking says it's a good idea, it must be, which is just a whole bunch of crap. You know, it's like, why doesn't he title his book, I'm going to tell you about all the great things Edward Witten and his team have done to promote M theory and why I think they might be right. You know, instead, it's like, well, M theory is this because I say so. It's a bunch of crap. He's just a douchebag, as far as I can tell.
I heard that he was against CERN. Not that this has anything to do with what you're just saying, but I heard that Stephen Hawking was saying that the whole CERN thing was a bad idea. So it was dangerous or something along those lines.
What you're probably confusing it with is the idea that CERN could create a black hole. The problem with that sort of, where the conspiracy goes off the rails, is the black hole they're talking about that could be created is what's called a miniature black hole that would dissolve or, geez, fucking losing some words coming up so long, but it would disappear the moment it was created. So it's not like a black hole is going to suck the earth in and create all this kind of stuff. And that's where, you know, that's the only thing that is so-called dangerous about CERN is that sort of conspiracy theory about the black holes that got blown way out of proportion. And it's just simply not true. It's not, those miniature black holes that it create are not dangerous. They're in the process of disappearing the moment they're created. So they're just not anything to worry about. Well, you hear a lot of shit with CERN. You hear people talking about, oh, I don't know, that it's to create different time. I mean, fuck, I think I'm thinking of that Von Helton guy and all the idiotic nonsense he talks about with CERN. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, he's doing his own channel. He runs, like, I don't know, I think he makes like 8-hour videos with 3 or 4 people every day or something. I don't know. He's a fucking douchebag. That fucking guy. You know, and that's this guy, fucking Buddy. You know, he gets mad when I call people douchebags and say people are idiots, but he hasn't quite, I don't know, he might not be aware of some of the people, you know, that I'm talking about too. You know, go visit that guy Von Helton's website before you give me shit, buddy. But please. You know?
I feel you, man. I don't know anything about the subject you guys are discussing. I don't know one way or the other.
Well, we're just talking about some of the theories of quantum physics. I mean, when Hank and I first started talking about it, I think what we first brought up was the inflationary period of the Big Bang. And to give you a little history on that, buddy, the background radiation that essentially proved that there was some leftover evidence from the Big Bang actually disproved. A lot of people don't understand this. They say, oh, the background radiation proved the Big Bang. Is not true. The background radiation actually disproved the Big Bang theory as it stood at the time. So what they did was they immediately came up with the idea that during a quantum fluctuation of time, the entire universe spread apart at magnitudes much faster than the speed of light, slowed down to the rate it should be going at magically. So you have these two forces of nature that don't exist. shit flying faster than the speed of light, which is impossible, but it's okay because it's all during a quantum fluctuation of time when anything can happen. And the reason they did that was because the objects in the universe were further apart than they should have been compared to the light. So they had to basically speed up all of the matter of the universe to catch up to the light with this inflation period, right? So when I first, I don't know, when I was 8 years old, my dad's teaching me about this shit. I said, that's the most ridiculous bunch of garbage I ever heard in my life. I said, there's no way to prove any of that. Nobody ever saw any of that. And I don't really care what your fucking answer is, but it's not going to work out that way before I'm dead. And naturally, what happened later when we got more sophisticated measuring devices was we found out that what we thought we knew about the background radiation back in the 1960s or whenever it happened was simply incorrect. It is not distributed perfectly evenly around the universe, which is what they thought. So now there's no need for the inflationary period. But that's another example of really smart scientists jumping the gun and saying something really fucking stupid that ends up being disproven later just because they're so paranoid that they can't say, we don't know. They just couldn't come out and say, look, we found the background radiation, but we didn't find it exactly the way we thought we would, and we don't know the answer to your question. They couldn't say that. They just couldn't bring themselves to say that. So they had to come up with this ridiculous idea that in a, you know, like I said, in a quantum fluctuation of time, the whole universe blew apart at this crazy speed and then stopped. You know, imagine going from normal speed to, you know, 100 magnitudes faster than the speed of light, but that had no effect on everything. And then slowing down, you know, to your normal speed, it would be like smashing into a fucking brick wall 1,000 miles long in a fucking jet going Mach, you know, 1,000,000. You know, it's just ridiculous. The whole idea is stupid on its face, but that happens sometimes because people are really afraid to say, I don't know.
You know, I really think that I've thoroughly debunked the Big Bang Theory. And the reason for that is because the universe was in this one spot before the bang happened, right? Not only that, also 97% of the unobservable universe, dark energy and dark matter. Not only that, plus you also got to include the dark energy and dark matter that ran into matter and created another explosion and, you know, obliterated each other. How did anything escape the gravitational pull of what, 3% times 97% that we couldn't see, plus whatever untold number dark matter and dark energy slammed into matter? When antimatter meets matter, what happens? Kaboom. That's just such a gravitational field. Like
dark doesn't mean anti, by the way, so you know. There is a such thing as antimatter that will annihilate matter, but that's not dark energy and dark matter. Those are different things. But let me give you one theory. Let me give you my theory on how all that's possible. Let's say we have a force. Let's see, get down a way to explain it to you quickly enough so you stay interested. Let's say there's a force that is causing the universe to move apart, okay? And we'll call that anti-gravity energy, okay? Well, that, as that, and we're going to start with the universe already expanding, and you'll see why when we get to the end. But this anti-gravity energy, there's a fixed amount of it, right? There's a fixed amount of everything, near as we can tell, in the universe. There's a fixed amount of matter and energy, and it, you know, it can take different forms. You know, you can burn a log and turn it into energy, but the same amount of shit ends up in the end, right? There's not, we don't really create or destroy anything. We just change it a little bit here and there. And the same thing applies with my fixed amount of energy that is essentially pushing the world apart, okay? Now, as that energy pushes the world apart, it acts in a very strange way. It pushes, and this confirms, all the stuff I'm saying confirms the observation. So as the amount of it gets smaller, it actually becomes stronger and pushes the universe apart faster and faster and faster, which is what we see. So we'll skip to the end. What happens when all of this energy that's pushing the universe apart disappears, right? When there's no more of that, what happens? Does the universe just stop? Does it keep going by itself? No, because in my theory, that energy is what's making it move apart, okay? Well, what happens in my theory, as bizarre as it sounds, is all space goes to near zero. So in a quantum fluctuation of time, the entire universe collapses back to that small Big Bang point, and it bounces off itself. And that's sort of the basic nuts and bolts of that idea with and why. And what happens is the reason as it collapses on itself, the same sort of the opposite effect happens. As space goes to zero, that energy that makes it go apart goes back to its amount, right? You know what I mean? It was at zero or almost zero when the universe collapsed. When the universe collapses back to its point, then it becomes 100% again, kind of thing. Anyway. But my point is not that that's correct. My point is that we can envision ways that it's possible, I guess is my point, more so than my somewhat ridiculous theory being true.
Yeah, I mean, basically, there's a lot of theories. I mean, I get it, they're scientific theories, but if laws can be proven wrong, whew, wow. I thought, a law has to be something that's right every single time. For example, if you drop a rock, it's going to fall down. So
well, I
you could say,
don't know if laws is accurate or not. All I know of is that one law. I don't know of any others aside from that. So I don't know if I'd be using it in the plural. I would be saying one law from a scientist who stole his idea from Russians, who has a long history of what I would call plagiarism. And it really doesn't surprise me that douchebag made up a law that was wrong. But at the same time, he wasn't the only one. There were, I think, 2 or 3 other people that signed off on the idea. So anyway.
Yeah, I misspoke. Law was proven wrong. That's pretty remarkable.
It is.
Like the law of gravity, when you drop something, it's going to fall to the ground at 9.8 meters per second. That's observable every single time. Now, to assume that has anything to do with what's going on in the heavens, that's another story, but it's observable. The law of gravity, you drop your phone, it's going to fall. And
well, that's one of the lessons perhaps learned is, making laws about what's going on, inside of a black hole that you can't observe was probably a little foolish to begin with. You know what I mean? He should have just left the word hypothesis on it, and left it at that. You know what I mean? Declaring something as fact or absolutely true or a law before you've actually witnessed it is why I say he's a bad scientist. He's really going out on a limb that is unscientific and wrong. It really is. But I don't think we'll make that mistake again. I think, people might not like to talk about it, but I think most scientists are aware of that scientific blunder. I think most scientists are aware of my story about the inflationary period being a bit ridiculous. And I think when it comes to something like abiogenesis, nobody's going to declare any abiogenesis laws without actually recreating some DNA, or excuse me, some RNA. If they believe the RNA hypothesis and they want to start creating some laws to go with abiogenesis, they're not going to make that same Hawking mistake. They're going to create an experiment that's repeatable and observable and actually works before they go out on that limb, would be my guess. At least I fucking hope they do. I hope scientists don't make that same stupid mistake again. But I don't know why people have such a hard time with abiogenesis to begin with. I mean, everything is made of atoms and molecules. Perhaps if you get small enough, it's made out of waves. I don't have a problem with that. You know, whatever. But why would people have a hard time understanding that life is built from shit that's non-life to begin with? So if you disassemble it, you're going to get a whole bunch of parts that are not life. Why is it a problem to say that they assembled from non-life and turned into life? I don't see why that's hard for people to understand in the first place. It's like saying that it's difficult to understand, you know, that a house comes from, that a log cabin comes from trees. You know, why is that hard to imagine, you know, life coming from non-life when you disassemble it, all the parts are not life to begin with? That's what you would expect, is it to come from non-life.
Well, no, not really. When I think of a log cabin, I think of, you know, carpenters planning and using math and, you know, blueprints and putting together a log cabin. I wouldn't expect to find one naturally occurring, you know, without a creator. And to think about the complexity of a log cabin sequence of any given organism, whew, there's a huge gap in complexity.
Yeah, it's not really the topic I was talking about. I wasn't talking about the complexity of bringing those parts together. What I was saying was, when you disassemble the house, it's obviously made from trees, and people don't have a hard time figuring that out. But when it comes to RNA, even though you show people when you disassemble it, here are the non-living molecules that it's made out of, they have a hard time understanding that even though they agree that when you disassemble it, it's made out of non-living molecules, and that's all it's made out of, they have a hard time understanding how the reverse, that if you just put those together, you could get life. They have a difficult time understanding that, even though they agree that when you take it all apart, what you have is these particular molecules. I don't know why that would be difficult. The complexity question, you know, is something that you have to measure it against something. You know, one of the things I find really bizarre is people say, well, a naturally occurring, you know, DNA structure is really, really complicated, and the odds of that happening are really, really high, so I believe in God. Well, what are the odds of an infinite, all-knowing creator that can create everything from nothing? What are the odds of that? Why would you exclaim that the odds of RNA occurring naturally are astonishingly higher than an infinite, all-knowing power? It seems to me that the odds, you know, if you're going to base what you believe on the odds of what happens, that the odds, you know, the RNA is not infinite. It's tangible. You can see it. We know what it's made out of. And it's certainly complicated. Nobody's going to say that's not true. But the other thing is infinite. And it creates shit out of nothing. And that seems to me the odds of that being the reality are much, much higher than the odds of some shit randomly running together to create a sun or create a rock or a tree or whatever. You know, but the bottom line is, since we can't establish what the odds are of a God existing in the first place, suggesting that the odds are lower that a God exists, so I believe that, than RNA occurring naturally, is sort of a fallacious comment to make. You know, tell me how you determined the odds of a God existing before you tell me they're lower than something else. Right?
I don't think it's a fallacy. I'm just saying the complexity needs to be taken into consideration. The difference between DNA or RNA sequence compared to the log cabin. We're talking about the log cabin maybe having, what, a couple of hundred logs, and the DNA
no,
sequence.
it's just an example. Don't get hung up on my example. It's just an example.
I know,
Illustrate.
but yeah, we do need to look at all things and question all things. And biogenesis, without being directed by a creator, that's a hard one for me to swallow. I think it takes more faith to look at all the organisms on the planet and say, hey, well, this stuff just sprung up out of rocks, minerals, and natural chemicals and the periodic table. I think it makes more sense to look at this planet and all the organisms on it and say that it's possible that this stuff was created intentionally, designed, orchestrated, planned, and executed flawlessly.
I think the word you're looking for is easier. I don't think it makes more sense that an all-knowing, infinitely powerful magic being created everything from nothing. I don't think that making sense is the correct way to explain it. I think the correct way to explain it is it's easier to understand that an all-knowing, all-powerful God created the universe, and that's the end of the story, than it is to try to learn quantum mechanics and to learn the science behind how it actually might have been done. In the same way that it's easier to say the rain god makes it rain than it is to learn the science behind condensation and clouds and rain and build satellites to check weather patterns and all that kind of thing. It's not that it makes more sense, it's that it's easier to swallow.
Well, you can believe that nothing created everything, and I'll just believe that we can agree to disagree and be gentlemen about it.
Well, I don't, I'm not saying what I believe or what I don't believe. I'm saying, all I'm about is facts and fallacies and things like that. And it's just a fallacy to compare the natural creation of things and a God and say the odds of one are better than the odds of the other, because you can't really calculate the odds of either. So we just don't know, complexity. Saying, it's like saying that it's impossible to get hit by lightning, 8 times in your life. It's not. I don't know what I think the record, I have to look it up again on Wikipedia, but I think the record is like being hit 15 times by lightning. Some clown has actually been hit. Imagine that. You're that fucking unlucky in a way to get hit 15 times, but you're pretty fucking lucky to live 15 times too. But, it's like saying, well, the odds of winning the lottery 3 times are so astronomical. No, it'll never happen. But that kind of shit happens all the time. And comparing it to, a wind blowing, a junkyard into a plane is a bunch of nonsense. But things as low a probability of that happening actually do happen all the time.
I don't know, man. The whole junkyard, being hit by a tornado and it creating a fully functional 737, that's kind of one of our best arguments. A lot of people say that the blanket in the woods argument is a bad argument, but I kind of think it has a lot of merit.
Well, it's a complete nonsense argument, because nobody is suggesting that a wind came along and blows anything into a plane to begin with. Nobody's suggesting that evolution is all the parts sitting there and something blew everything into perfect existence. What they're saying is it started off with this little tiny molecular thing called RNA, which turned into this little thing called DNA, which turned into one cell, blah, 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 blah. They're not saying that a complex magical plane was produced by a windstorm. That analogy is really very, very stupid, because all you have is the wind. But with biological, with microbiology, you have more than one factor of just wind. You have the evolutionary pressures on things. You have, you know, all kinds of different factors involved in the making of the eventual airplane. And nobody's saying that a wind comes along and poof, you have an airplane. What they're saying is you have a steady wind over millions and millions of years, and something started off as almost nothing and just became more and more and more and more complex. And eventually what you see today is a plane. I mean, it's not, the analogy is not even close to what evolution is talking about. There's nothing like that at all.
Well, since we're talking about evolution and planes, I hope you don't think I'm trying to steer the subject away, but let's look at the evolution of the plane. You know, the Wright brothers started out with the tail fins in the front, and eventually they figured out, hey, it makes more sense and it's a lot easier to control, kind of like comparing driving a forklift to driving a car. It's a lot easier to control to put that in the back. And the evolution of the plane has been guided. It's not just a natural evolution that's happened over millions of years. I mean, it's happened over the past 100 years, give or take. Well, actually, 100 years exactly, I think. And that evolution has been guided. It's been directed. And I think that if there is macroevolution, if there is, it's been directed. That's the only way I can see it. Macroevolution without a director doesn't really make sense to me. Or else everything would just answer or grow.
First of all, there's no macro or microevolution. There's only evolution. Okay, you can't say that you can take one step, but you can't take 100. If you're going to agree that microevolution is true, what you're saying is evolution is true. Whether you want to admit that or not, that's what you're saying. There is no micro is true, but macro is not. That's just another kind of crazy thing that people like Ken Ham or some of these other crazy nuts would say. And it's just not true. If you don't believe in evolution, fine, but don't say, you know, you believe in you believe that people can walk, but they can't walk a mile. It just that doesn't make any sense. It's just not reality. But one thing you said, God, I wanted to interrupt you so I could remember what it was, but I forgot. Can you kind of
talking about airplanes and evolution and directed evolution?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Wright brothers plane. You know, you're saying that it wasn't, you know, that it didn't evolve, but it did evolve. That's the whole point, is it evolved from this little plane that flew 100 feet to jets, to you know, I mean, I guess, I don't know if you actually believe in space travel or not, but, you know, into rockets, into space, into, you know, supersonic jets. People didn't think you could break the speed of sound at one point, and we evolved past that. Now, you're saying it had a director, and that's fine, but the reason that you can look at a jet and it's very, very orderly is because it had a director. And evolution also has a director, but it's not a thinking mind director. It's a director of pressures, a director of heat, which changes things so they learn how to stay warm, or it's cold, so things change to adapt to the cold, or it's that fruits and vegetables may be higher up in the tree, so they adapt to climb, or they adapt to be taller, whatever it is. It has a director. It's just not a thinking director like the Wright brothers. And one of the obvious differences is you can see that when something has a director or a creator, the lines are very straight. The curves are kind of curved in perfect circles, because that's what directors like to do. You can look at a jet plane and you can look at a tree and you can say, I think maybe both of those had directors, which would be true. Evolution is directed by the evolutionary pressures. But when you look at the tree, you can see that it's so imperfect, and the branches are sticking out all this way and that way, and, you know, no two snowflakes are really exactly the same, and no true oak trees are really exactly the same, because one has a thinking mind-like director and one does not. Yes, they may both have a director. Whether they both have a thinking mind or not, the evidence for the not is the fact that it's kind of so willy-nilly and sticking out in different directions and really doesn't look at all like things that are created by a mind. I watched a movie called, I don't know, Pandora, so I forget the name of it actually, Prometheus, I guess. And they were going to this planet to, see about the aliens that created humans sort of thing. And they're flying over the planet, and a guy sees this long, perfectly straight road, and he instantly says, "Hey, stop there." And the guy's kind of, they don't say why, but you would say, "Well, why do you want to stop there?" And he says, "Because God doesn't make straight lines." And what I'm trying to point out is that when you talk about things being created by creators, actually mind-like people, you get straight lines. You get things that creators like, which are beautiful curves that are standard and consistent and symmetric. When people or minds build things, they seem to build things that are symmetric, where when nature is directed by different winds and temperatures and things that fluctuate, you get things that are not symmetric at all. You get the you get patterns, Fibonacci ratios that I know you're familiar with. Those don't indicate somebody thought that up. Those indicate our explanation for how they are mathematically. We created that explanation for something that is otherwise, a little screwed up. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I've completely debunked evolution in my mind, not just micro or macro, but all 6 definitions, macro, but all 5 definitions other than micro, especially cosmic evolution. It's completely been debunked in my mind because of the laws of thermodynamics states that everything leads towards chaos or tends to go to chaos. And
unless
to say that
what?
everything...
Unless what?
To do otherwise? I don't know. What's the answer?
Well, see, if you're going to use thermodynamics and you don't know the answer to the question, you don't know anything about thermodynamics, so maybe you should reassess your situation. What
I'm pretty sure
thermodynamics actually saying is that things become, first of all, it's not about chaos or any of that in the first place. It's about heat. Thermodynamics, talking about heat. What it's saying is things get colder unless you heat them up. Okay, that's the short explanation. As far as the tending to disorder, what it's saying is that things will tend to disorder in a closed system unless something from outside that system has an effect on that system, and then it wouldn't be closed. The reason our universe is tending towards disorder. However, pockets of our universe, like Earth, are not closed systems, and the energy from the sun is what creates the order that you're saying should be chaos. And that's not necessarily, that certainly doesn't break the law of thermodynamics you're talking about. It would only break the law of thermodynamics if the Earth had a big black fence around it and it was a closed off system. We consider the universe itself to be a closed system in the sense that we don't believe it's interacting with what's outside of it. We could be wrong about that because we can't see it, but that's what we believe, which is why we believe that things are tending towards cold, and there'll be a heat death of the universe. But to suggest that cosmic evolution is wrong because of thermodynamics is a misunderstanding, because as you admitted, you don't understand things tend to chaos unless. And the answer to that unless, in the example of the Earth, would be the sun. The Earth would not have life on it if it was a closed system and there was no sun. But we happen to have a sun that gives us energy and creates an open system, not a closed system.
So Bill Nye the Science Guy, sorry Trey, Bill Nye the Science Guy just said recently that I want the people of this generation to understand something. the Earth is a closed system, and we're not going anywhere. I nearly pooped my pants. I couldn't believe he said something like that. For him to say that it was a closed system, I mean, you know what that infers? Closed cosmology. About, you know, that's a red flag as far as mainstream science goes.
He's obviously not, first of all, he's the science guy. He's not really a scientist, but he is speaking to laymen trying to make some sort of point. And I don't know exactly what he said, but to call the Earth a closed system is wrong. And oftentimes, you know, one of the sort of things that annoys me that you do sometimes is you'll take a statement that some guy made, whether it's Bill Nye, the science guy, or Stephen Hawking or somebody else, you'll take a statement they made that's wrong, that 100% of the scientists and Bill Nye himself, if you questioned him, would say, oh no, that's what I meant. And you try to use that as evidence that maybe we are in a closed system. I don't know what somebody making an incorrect statement means to you in the evidence category, but it's zero evidence for anything. It is just a comment generally taken out of context that's meaningless. You know, Bill Nye, the science guy, saying something that's wrong isn't evidence for anything.
Yeah, I agree. It's appealing to authority. It's a fallacy. I know. But it surprised me that he would say something like that because he seemed to be so mainstream.
You're missing what I said. I'm not saying the fallacy of appealing to authority. What I'm saying is you take these little quotes that people make that are incorrect. The fact that somebody said the Earth is a closed system and they're wrong about that is not evidence for anything except somebody made an erroneous statement, whether it's Stephen Hawking, whether it's Bill Nye, the science guy. Bringing up a statement of incorrectness doesn't further any cause.
Well, it's not really that it's incorrect. People are arguing over it. Paper, I can't remember his name. He was the one with the British accent. I think he had Saturn or something like that as his icon. He said that it was a closed system, and he claimed to be a physics teacher. He was disagreeing with Rumpus, another gentleman, and they were arguing back and forth between themselves, and obviously they're both globalists. They both believe in the globe theory. So it's not so open and closed that, you know, it could be automatically wrong. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, actually, I know the argument you're talking about, and it's a little more complicated than that. They're not arguing that, as what we're talking about is the second law of thermodynamics, and does the sun provide energy to the Earth? Therefore, you would not expect the Earth to do nothing but deteriorate. They're not arguing that's not true. What they're arguing is a more, you know, technical aspect of is our solar system, and it's not so much Earth that they were talking about. I know the conversation you're talking about. What they're actually talking about is our solar system, an isolated system, and even that is wrong and frankly ridiculous, because we're getting light from all over the place. You know, that light, it may have a tiny effect. It may have an effect we don't understand at the quantum level that may be a really big effect that we're unaware of. But to suggest that as you see all these stars and all this stuff, that the Earth is an isolated, closed system in the manner that thermodynamics is talking about is ridiculous. What thermodynamics is talking about is if you have a hot cup of coffee, that it's going to get colder unless you add heat to it. I mean, that's what it's talking about. It's not talking about the way you're trying to apply it.
Well, I was just saying, they were arguing over the fact whether the Earth was a closed system or not, and Rumpus was also a teacher.
You're misunderstanding that. You're misunderstanding what they were arguing about, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I disagree. I completely comprehended what they were talking about. And it's funny that you say that, because that's what Rumpus always told me. He's like, you don't understand. And I was like, no, I don't understand, but I comprehend.
A closed system is a physical system that does not allow certain types of transfers, such as transfer of mass in or out of the system. The specification,
like a propane tank with the nozzle turned off. Sorry.
The specification of what types of transfers are excluded varies in the closed system of physics, chemistry, or engineering. The argument they were having was about whether or not the specific type of transfer makes the Earth a closed system or not. But a closed system, let me read it to you again. A closed system is a physical system that does not allow transfers in or out of the system. So Earth, being the ball it is and being wide open to comets and asteroids, to light, to dust, to molecules from who knows, from every other place in the universe, that being the fact, is what makes it an open system.
Right. I guess the easy way to explain it would be a propane tank with a nozzle closed so that nothing is spewing out of it would be a closed system. So that means there's a barrier. So when I was talking about closed cosmology, that means that the Earth has some sort of barrier where nothing gets in or nothing gets out. Of course, that's what the Bible would say. The windows of heaven were opened. And Genesis 1 said that there was waters above the firmament when the windows of heaven were open in Genesis 6. So yeah, there's different ideas of what, there's different ideas of what this Earth really is. Most people say that it's open cosmology, like the ball Earth is. And there are some of us, the remnant, which believe that there is a closed cosmology.
And what evidence do the people that believe that there's some sort of barrier keeping everything out have? And how do you square the circle that all are the stars inside of this barrier? Because that doesn't apply with the Bible. The Bible would say that the stars are above. So if the light is getting through the barrier, it's not a barrier, right?
No, actually the Bible says that the heavens are in the firmament. So the sun, moon, and stars are inside the firmament. And the evidence for it. The rainbow. You cannot create a rainbow inside your house without a second mirror or something to bend it to make it bow out. Because if you take a prism, you can, whatever it's called, it bends the light out into the rainbow, the spectrum. It separates the spectrum, the white light into the 7 different colors of the rainbow. You cannot do this inside. Question, what is it reflecting off of outside to make it bow like that? We think that it's the firmament or some sort of ceiling.
It's not really what I asked you. I didn't ask you for evidence of a rainbow. I didn't ask you for an alternate theory on rainbow.
No, you asked for evidence of the...
I didn't ask you for an alternate theory on a rainbow on why there might be a barrier. I asked you for evidence of a barrier. Do you have pictures of the barrier? Do you have a piece of the barrier? Do you have evidence of somebody smashing into the barrier? Do you have an observation of something bouncing off the barrier? I was asking for evidence of the barrier, not evidence for why there might be a barrier because of a rainbow. Those are two entirely different things.
Well, just like dark matter, we can observe it indirectly, and the way that we observe the dome indirectly is the rainbow.
So you're saying there's a dome because you can't form a rainbow inside of a house, which I would say is incorrect in the first place. I don't know why you believe that, but
without mirrors, without mirrors. Rainbow inside the house, but you need a mirror to do it. So you got to ask the question: where is the mirror outside that causes the rainbow outside?
I'm not an expert on rainbows. What do the scientists say when you've looked into it?
The scientists say that what causes the rainbow is the rainwater is bent, so it bends the light, and how the rainwater could be bent. I mean, it usually falls straight down, sometimes sideways rain, like Forrest Gump said, but for the most part, it falls down. So I think rainbows is kind of a mystery. I mean, we know what causes the separation of the spectrum, but we don't know what causes it to bow.
Is your answer about what the scientists say, I don't know?
No, they said that the water causes the rainbow. And though I don't disagree that the water causes, the rain spectrum a lot, I don't agree that the rain causes it to bow, to bend.
So you said the water is curved, and you realize that's wrong, right? Nobody's saying that the rain curves. They're saying that the light is reflected through the droplets of water, not that it's raining in a curve, right?
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I said either, I don't think. I said that the light is going through the water droplets, and they are curved, which causes the rainbow to bow or curve. And I don't accept that.
Oh. So you think when things are refracted through the round curved water, it should go in a straight line? Why would you think that?
I'm not saying it's going to go through uniformly, but I also don't think it's going to uniformly cause the light spectrum to curve or bow out.
Why?
It wouldn't do that uniformly. There's like millions of different raindrops. How could they all paint the same picture? And sometimes there's a double rainbow. So
I'm not asking you for what you don't understand. I'm not asking you to say, well, how could it do that? I'm asking you to say why you think it would only go in a straight line. Why do you believe that? If your answer is simply that because I can't imagine it would go in a curve, you don't have an answer.
I'm just saying that the way that they explain the rainbow, I don't accept it, and I don't complain. I don't claim to know everything there is to know about rainbows. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me that you can make one outside, but you can't make one in the house. Additional mirror.
Right, and that's pretty much what I told you in the beginning annoys me, and this is exactly what I was talking about before. What did you just say? You said, I don't really understand it. I don't have the answers. It doesn't make sense to me, but I believe that it's wrong anyway. That's what you basically said, and that's the kind of thing your evidence for a dome around the earth, what you just said is essentially that you don't understand the scientific explanation for a rainbow. You don't understand it, is what you said. You don't believe it. Therefore, there's this big magical dome over the sky. Not understanding something is not evidence for something else.
I do comprehend their explanation of what causes the rainbow. I just disagree with it. That's different from not understanding.
Okay.
Because understanding means that I stand under their authority.
Fine. Disagreeing with a scientist's explanation for a rainbow is not evidence for a magical barrier around Earth. Just because you want to say, well, I don't believe those scientists and their explanation about a rainbow is not evidence for something else. You need to provide evidence for your barrier, not say, I disagree with the scientific explanation for a rainbow, and if those people were wrong, there could be a dome. That's not evidence for a dome. That's only a statement that you don't believe the scientific explanation for a rainbow.
Okay, well, likewise, scientists will go around saying that the 1% of the static on your old tube TV when it's not plugged up to the cable is proof of the Big Bang because the background radiation, leftover residue, they say that proves the Big Bang. Well, no, in the same way that I haven't just proven a dome, they haven't proven the Big Bang, but they will tell you, and they'll put it in the science books, and they'll put it in the colleges and schools, that this is proof for the Big Bang, like this on your TV screen. And
I'm not sure.
You know what? I agree with your statement.
I'm not sure. I've never read that anywhere, so I don't know who said that or if it's even claimed to be true. But
I think it was Michio Kaku.
The background radiation isn't necessarily, I don't know what you mean when you say proof for the Big Bang, but what the background radiation is actually proof of is that the Earth is very, very old, because it takes that much time for the, the theory is not so much that the background radiation proves that everything started from a small point and was ripped apart by space exploding. What it is it's proof that the theory that everything started a long, long time ago, and this background radiation would be evidence for that, came true. We had a theory that, okay, if things were this old, we should be able to detect this leftover evidence, and we found the evidence. So it's, a piece of proof for that. Whether it's enough proof for you or enough proof for somebody else is a personal decision, I guess. But it's evidence that confirmed the theory that if the Earth was this particular age, we should find radiation at that wavelength from the energy of the bang. And actually, that detectable radiation does not come from the original explosion. It comes from shortly after that. So it's not really proof of, when you say proof of the Big Bang, I don't really know what you mean. It's not proof of the explosion, because that light is slightly older or slightly younger than the explosion itself. An explosion isn't even a good word, but that's what people use, I guess. But once again, we're just kind of going over the same thing, Hank. All of your evidences, all of your reasoning behind believing things end up with the same statement. I don't believe what the scientists tell me, therefore I believe something else. And that's just a very poor, it's just not a way to determine something else. It's not even a bad way. It's no way at all. If I say, I don't believe your story that John robbed the bank, I can't jump to saying that means Pete did rob the bank. I need evidence that Pete robbed the bank. The fact that I don't believe the scientist's story about Tom robbing the bank has nothing to do with anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I disagree.
That you don't believe the scientist.
I disagree. You're saying that, it's not always absolute. Sometimes it is, with the whole biogenesis or the creation theory. It's kind of like it can be both.
Whoa. You're saying that if evolution is false, that would prove creationism? Are you out of your fucking mind? It could be as simple as an alien dropped human beings on Earth, or an alien created the universe, or maybe there are 14 really smart fucking people that created the universe 85 billion years ago and it collapsed 5 times. I mean, there are a million other possible explanations other, even if evolution is wrong.
Richard Dawkins would disagree with you. He said that the only other way, you know, if it's not evolution that started life on this planet, he said the only other way is directed panspermia, which means aliens brought life here from another planet. It would have derived from a, how did he put it? Basically from evolution. Like evolution happened there first and then got brought to here.
I use that very example. How is he disagreeing with me? And the fact, once again, what you're doing is bringing up some isolated statement that means nothing. The fact that Richard Dawkins thinks the only possible way is transfer from aliens means nothing. There could be a million things that we haven't even thought of. For you to for anybody to suggest that if evolution is wrong, it proves the Christian God is more ludicrous nonsense and stuff, is a statement that is absolutely not true.
Well, you said that it's either evolution or God, and I said, well, no, that's the only way that it could happen. And then you kind of loosely quoted Richard Dawkins, but Richard Dawkins said that evolution took place first on this other planet, and then they directed panspermia over here. So evolution will be the root, and therefore the only other option, it would be evolution or God. There's still not a third option.
No, there's not a third option that you agree with, or there's not a third option that Richard Dawkins has thought up. There may not be a third option that anybody's thought up. To suggest
that's what I just said.
Hold on. To suggest there's not a third option is stupid unless you have absolutely proven beyond any shadow of a doubt what is actually true. The fact that we may have two major competing theories of evolution or God with a little, you know, alien transpermia thrown in there doesn't mean that there aren't a whole other host of possibilities that exist that we may or may not have thought of, may or may not have evidence for, blah, blah, blah. But to suggest there are only two options is ludicrous nonsense. It's only two options that you're acknowledging or that you thought of or that you believe in.
Well, basically, you're accusing me of the black and white fallacy. So if it's not just two options, what would be the third option?
Well, I think I mentioned the aliens. That would be we're already talked about a third option with the well, it would be a third option could be things similar to your God that are just not God, that are different. It could be that there are immortal beings that can create something from nothing. There are all kinds of ludicrous possibilities we could make up, is my point. The fact that we believe evolution and the cosmology that we know scientifically is the best answer, so we're not looking for things other than that, doesn't mean those things exist. The idea, well, the problem with this whole ludicrous discussion is that evolution is true, and we're discussing what would what would be the possibility if evolution was false. So it's a ridiculous conversation to begin with. But if evolution was proven to be false, you don't automatically get to jump to a Christian God or an all-powerful infinite being. It could have, it would be just as sensible, in my opinion, to say that it was a magical pink leprechaun as a magical Jesus God, because there's just about as much evidence for both. But proving evolution wrong does not prove something else correct. That's a concept that you simply don't seem to understand.
Have you heard of Occam's razor?
A magical pink leprechaun will lead me to the gold.
There you go. Yes, and I don't think that you before you even say anything about Occam's razor, make sure you understand that what Occam's razor is really saying is not that the simplest explanation is the one that's most likely correct. What Occam's razor is actually saying is the simplest explanation among explanations that are correct is likely to be the correct explanation, not just the most simple explanation.
Hi, Sean and Buddy and Bronich. Not sure if I pronounced your name right. What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up? You guys can talk. Me and Hank have been yakking it quite a while now.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey,
Hello.
Sion.
Hello.
Hey. I'm still wanting some of that egg sandwich.
I've eaten it. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
It's-
I'll get some of the next one.
Okay. I'll make double next time.
Good. I love egg sandwiches. Yum, yum.
Well, can I have a little rant? Does anyone mind? Right.
Go for it.
Earlier on, I bought mayonnaise in Asda, right? 75 pence for a friggin' jar. Only a small jar it was. And it tasted like bloody salad cream. Now, where's the sense in that? Mayonnaise that tastes like salad cream. I reckon I should have a protest. I go down there tomorrow and start a protest outside with a banner.
Are you talking about Miracle Whip salad dressing?
I'm talking about mayonnaise that tastes like salad cream. What's the point in that? You know, if it's going to say mayonnaise on the label, on the jar, why doesn't it taste like mayonnaise? You know, if I wanted salad cream, I would have bought a jar of salad cream.
I see exactly what you're saying.
It's a little bit like other flavored items. You have, you know, a plethora of items that are flavored in different manners. I don't know why mayonnaise flavored like salad dressing or mayonnaise flavored like chocolate would be any different than cherry Coke or something of that nature. It's just a flavored item. I wouldn't get too worked up about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you want mayonnaise, you've got to go to the shop and get mayonnaise. And if I wanted salad cream, I would have bought a squeezy bottle of salad cream. I was very, very upset when I put it in with my egg sandwiches. I wanted egg mayonnaise, and it tasted all vinegary, like salad cream. Never mind.
No, I understand. I'd be upset too.
Were you upset with the maker of the mayonnaise, or were you upset with yourself for not reading the label correctly when you bought it?
Well, I read the label correctly. It says on there mayonnaise.
Uh-huh.
It says on there mayonnaise. I'm upset with Asda. Well, AKA Walmart. Walmart is shit anyway. Don't even get me started. You know, if I wanted a jar of bloody salad cream, I would have bought a jar of salad cream. I don't get it.
Why don't you make your own? I like to make my own mayonnaise. Why don't you?
When I go to Aldi, I don't get this trouble. I go in, I get a jar of mayonnaise off the counter, and I take it home, and it tastes like mayonnaise. I go to Asda and buy a jar of mayonnaise, and it tastes like salad cream.
Yes, well, I don't know what to tell you. It sounds like a horrible event. Have you called the police?
No, I'm a fully trained counsellor. I'm a fully trained counsellor. I do that for a living. But actually, I am thinking about getting on to the head psychiatrist in the morning and having a chat with them about it.
Well,
I need
you need to call somebody. This sort of horrible event could be happening to other people. I wouldn't want you. It's like when people get raped and they don't call the police. The rapist is still out there. you don't do something about this, there may be hundreds of people's lives who are completely ruined by buying this horrible product.
Yeah. Buying a jar of mayonnaise that tastes like salad cream. Do you know what? It could ruin a person's day. It's terrible.
Have you have the ability to, do you have firearms in your country? Where are you calling from?
Firearms. I'm from Wales in the UK. We don't have firearms over here. You must be joking. Well, the only thing I've got, right, is a potato masher.
Well, you need to get your friends and some potato mashers and get on down there and do something about this before it may harm children. This could be a very serious event.
I didn't think of that, Richard. Good thinking. I could have given that to my daughter, and she could have had a horrible experience.
Well, it could be life-changing, horrible event. I mean, look at her mind is still being formed unless she's over 25. She could end up with some sort of traumatic experience over this salad mayonnaise. It's horrible. Yeah. I can hardly believe it hasn't made the international news yet.
Yeah, what about me though? I've had a traumatic experience. I need counselling. I need to talk to somebody about it.
Well, I'm sure Buddy and I and Hank and these other people, we can donate some money if you can't afford to get the professional help you need from this traumatic mayonnaise experience. We are certainly here to help you and all of the other innocent victims, which who knows how many at this point. When did this horrible event happen?
Look,
Sean, he's trolling you.
What? Look, if I'm suffering like this, God knows how many other people are suffering. I'm going to take that, do you know what? I'm going to take that jar of mayonnaise back tomorrow to customer services and I'm going to say to them, look, I wanted a jar of mayonnaise. I come in and it tastes like bloody salad cream. You are, take it back. And I'm going to say to them, I want my 75 pence back and I want a replacement jar of mayonnaise as well. And I'm going to be really cheeky and ask for Hellmann's. I think that's a good idea. I do that.
Yeah, if it's sour cream flavored mayonnaise, it's probably nasty.
I think she's saying salad cream, aren't you?
Yes, salad cream, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you said in the beginning. Okay.
I said, I went into Asda. Sorry, I'll talk really slow. I said, I went into Asda and bought a jar of mayonnaise. And I thought, oh, now this would be lovely to put in my eggs. Mix up with my egg and put in my sandwiches. Egg mayonnaise sandwiches. But then I took them home and I put them in the sandwiches and I discovered that mayonnaise tastes like salad cream and not mayonnaise. Do you know what, right? I just thought of something. That's against the law, that is. That's false advertising.
That's right.
That's false advertising. See, I know the law. It's not on.
So I hope I didn't bore everybody to tears. Sorry.
So just before you go, Hank, why were you asking about Occam's razor? Do you remember?
Oh, well.
You left me hanging.
Basically, it was like, well, if it's not this, then it's got to be, the theories that better matches the evidence. And like you said, it's not that it has to be, it's probably.
Okay.
We can talk about something else now. I know that everybody probably hates science and debates and shit.
Oh, I don't know why you say that. Everybody loves science. Science is fascinating. How could you not love science? I mean, here we are on computers. You know, it's fuck. Everything we're doing is because of science. Every cure, even your home, you know, garlic cures your infection, comes from, you know, observation and testing and experimenting. And fuck, science is in everything. Everyone should love science.
Science.
There you go.
What about you, Sean? Do you love science?
I love egg sandwiches.
Me too. I like egg salad. And I have to agree with Sean to some extent. I have had really bad mayonnaise, and bad mayonnaise really annoys me too. Here in Thailand, they have a number of different kinds of really shitty mayonnaise, and they have one good kind. They have Kraft mayonnaise is pretty good. They don't have Hellmann's, at least where I shop. So, you know, I'm with you. Bad mayonnaise sucks. It really does.
That's right. That's right. They don't have Hellmann's there. I remember that.
Yeah, there's a few products you would think they would have that kind of spike out at you. Crest toothpaste is another one. You would think, you know, Crest being such a big product in America, it'd be sitting right next to the Colgate at all your stores, but for whatever reason, you know, Crest doesn't feel like paying the import tax, and they say, fuck you, Thailand. Yes.
Try Sensodyne. That's better. Try Sensodyne. It's got a lovely taste on it. It's expensive, but it's nice.
Well, I don't know what the point of using it is if you don't have sensitive teeth, but I'll try it.
Use Sensodyne even if you haven't got sensitive teeth.
Well, I'm
It's
sure
not just-
you can use it. I'm saying I don't know what the sense of it to pay extra for something I don't need. It's like putting, you know, premium gasoline in my car that doesn't need it. I don't know what the point is.
Well, it's just, I don't know. It's about, well, with me, it's about having nice, sparkly white teeth, you know?
Oh, okay.
And it's about having a really, really clean feeling in your mouth, you know? That lasts all day long.
You ever use that stuff that comes, I forget the fucking name, but I used to use it, but it's got a lot of hydrogen peroxide in it. I think like Perox or something.
Arm & Hammer.
No, it's some sort of like peroxide. It's like the first peroxide one that came out, and your whole fucking mouth would get all, you know, peroxided-y and bubbling up, and fuck, it was like a concert party going on in your mouth by the time you were done with that shit.
Yeah, it would all foam up inside your mouth, wouldn't it? I know what you mean. It was like a foam.
Yeah, it was. I used to use that. It was pretty fabulous stuff. It made your teeth white, and your mouth really felt clean when you were done with it. I don't know why I stopped using it, but I did.
I got something to run by you, Sean. I'm sure you know about the whole mad cow disease thing, and that happened where you live.
Yes.
And do you think that it's possible that the people did that on purpose to drive up the prices?
No, definitely not, because I know a lot of people that worked on the farms that they dealt with the foot and mouth. They burnt a lot of cattle. You know, a lot of livestock was, you know, everything had to be destroyed. So I think what it was, humans made it worse anyway, because I'm not being funny. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat or fish or seafood. And I do try to avoid as many dairy products as I can. But it doesn't help when you've got us humans feeding the animals, shoving, you know, antibiotics and stuff like that down the animals' throats, you know, and then it's going into our systems then and our bodies. Do you know what I mean? Can you see what I'm saying? Doesn't make any sense. No wonder why people are getting immune to antibiotics. You know, they're feeding them right, left and centre to the animals. You know, us humans are eating like chicken and turkeys and goodness knows what else. We are taking in the antibiotics and then we are becoming immune to it. You know?
So,
But
Sean,
no.
do you find it unattractive when men eat animals? Like, does it throw you off?
Do I find it unattractive? I'm not being rude, but when a person who is a carnivore has gone to the toilet, if you go into the toilet after them, it absolutely stinks to high heaven. Whereas if you go in after the vegetarian has been on that, it doesn't smell at all. I'm sorry to be crude, but it's true.
Makes sense. I mean, it is a rotting carcass that you just put down your throat.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had a relationship with animals. I don't know. I want to feel someone ate me. You know, if I was going out with someone who ate meat, I suppose it would depend who the person was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel the same way. There's certain meats that I don't eat, and the Mexican girls that I work with, they eat stuff that I don't think is food. For example, pig's feet and cow tongue.
Oh.
That's not something that I would eat ever, not ever. And they eat it, and it's very unattractive to me. That's why I asked you that question.
Yeah, I think that would put me off. If I was to go out with somebody who ate stuff like that, I would find that just hard to deal with anyway. Because imagine just seeing somebody, I'm a vegetarian, imagine just seeing somebody who just ate like a cheeseburger or something, and they've got bits of beef and that between their teeth. Oh, it just doesn't bear thinking about.
Doesn't bear well with you, does it?
No. Doesn't sound good to me.
So my wife read that something Shades of Grey book. I don't know what it's called, 47, 49 Shades? I don't know. And she was telling me that the dude was controlling the girl's diet. That was weird, but after I thought about it for a minute, like, okay, that does kind of make sense.
Hank, are you on about the book 50 Shades of Grey?
Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey, yeah. And he controlled her diet?
I know, yeah. I've actually read that. I read the first book, but not the second two. And to be honest with you, I found it's not my type of book anyway, but I found it poorly written. There was just no script to it whatsoever. It was just, you know, bang, bang, sex, and that was it.
Yeah, it's not my type of book either.
No. Give me a book on Keith Richards' mind. I'll read that.
I saw the movie. I didn't want to watch it, but she wanted me to watch it with her. And I watched it, and I was like, yeah, that was fucking weird, you know. There's nothing wrong with vanilla sex.
I never ever saw the film. Never saw the film. Like I said, I read the first book, but I never watched the film. That type of stuff doesn't really interest me, but I wanted to read the book so that I would know then. Everybody was telling me about the book, and I thought, oh, I'm going to read it just so I know what everybody's talking about. I just didn't find it interesting, so not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I like reading about, you know, real stuff, and like fantasy stories don't really do it for me.
No.
And yet you love the Bible. Excuse me?
Yes, I do love the Bible. From Jen to Rev. Love every bit of it.
So the story about the Tower of Babel, you know, the flood, the Adam and Eve, the talking snake, the talking fucking donkey, the guy in the whale for 3 days. None of that strikes you as not or as fiction.
Well, of course, some of it does sound supernatural, but we are talking about a supernatural book.
Well, I didn't ask you if it was supernatural. I asked you if it was fiction.
It'll be all right night.
Are you drunk, Richard?
That's not a very nice way to enter the room. Richard's been having discussions with everybody here.
Yeah, and Richard's a close friend of mine.
Oh, here we go.
I wouldn't.
Welcome, Look-a-Pig.
Do you live in Thailand, Look-a-Pig?
Who the fuck let you in, lads?
Hey, Look-a-Pig. There's no disrespecting Sean.
I'm just curious. Does Look-a-Pig?
All I said was Richard was drunk because it sounded like he was slurring his words.
No, I don't care what.
Even if he's drunk, he's a grown man. He can drink.
There's no disrespecting the women here.
Do you live in Thailand, Look-a-Pig?
The answer
Do you
is
live in-
no, by the way, I'm not drunk. I haven't been drinking, but I might be slurring my words because I've been up all night and it's like 9 or 10 minutes to 10 in the morning. I've been up for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. I forgot time zone.
Do you live
in
Thailand, Look-a-Pig?
Do you live in the Spider God's rectum?
I'm just asking if you live in Thailand. You said that Richard was a close friend of yours.
Yeah. I could consider him a close friend. He's a
Close
good guy.
friend. Yeah, I would agree that he's a good guy, but I wouldn't agree with you that he's a close friend of yours. You don't make friends on the internet. You make acquaintances.
Yes, definitely. You never make any friends.
It's nice to meet your acquaintance, you know. It's nice that we have acquainted ourselves, but I don't think that he's your close friend at all. So unless you live in Thailand and you've been able to interact with him personally, then you aren't close friends. I'm just putting that out there to you. You might think he's a close friend because this is the only type of interaction that you have with people, but
Well, I spoke to the man a lot. I've interacted with the man a lot to the point of he knows stuff about me. I know stuff about him that no one else knows. So yeah, I would consider him a friend, a close friend, maybe. But I have a question, Adam. So let's talk about the Spider God. I've been really wanting to discuss this.
well, that's a conversation that you can have on your own show at some point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Well,
want to talk
it's your religion. I mean, this is a religious show. I mean, look at Armando.
I wouldn't say it's my religion. I'd say
Do you
it's,
believe in the Spider God? Yes or no?
don't believe in it. I say that there's a story that can be found if you look into symbolism. You could make a story that involves a spider type god creature. And when you say spider god, I'd say it was just a creature that is smarter or more aware than ourselves.
Mm-hmm. So there's a advanced spider being.
Yeah, that's a story that can be. You can reach a story if you look into symbolism. Just like the Egyptians worshipped felines and whatnot, similar stories can be made of those type of symbols that they've used. I'm just doing it with my own brain instead of regurgitating what has been taught to us. I seem to find the story for myself.
Are you open to the idea that even if there was a God that created our universe, that he could be like a junior god or like a baby of another god? And there could
have to be a he. That's one thing that I always I seem to hear all of these religious and non-religious people say that when you refer to God, it's always a he creature.
Well, it doesn't have to be a he. My point was, are you open to the idea that whatever God, let's say there is a God for our universe, that there could be that God might have come from other gods, or there could be superior gods to our God. Are you open to that possibility? Or
yeah, definitely. That's the theory. That's the type of thought process I go through. Is if there is a God, well, then what would have made that God? Is there a God above that God, and so on and so forth?
A paradox.
right, and I get that, because you sort of indicated that you don't buy into the infinity part of the normal version of God, where he might be, infinitely powerful or infinitely smart or all that kind of thing. You seem to, basically be saying he only needs to be as smart as what he's done, and that leaves a whole bunch of area between, as far as I'm concerned, between creating this universe and being infinitely smart. There's a whole lot of fucking room.
Yeah, I'd agree with that to a certain extent.
No. Yeah, I can't.
I believe if there is some type of a God above us, that it would be of a different form, more likely insect, and it would be female. And I think that creature would have been either created or made by a God that is more powerful than itself, or more knowledgeable, or whatever rhetoric you want to put, a bigger, better creature than that creature. Energy.
Yeah, I think something that's interesting is the whole story, whether it's true or not true, the upshot of the story is the idea that that there's immortality, that beings live forever, that if you're, I'm sure Armando thinks that he's going to live forever with God in heaven. And that kind of opens up the possibility for other, let's say there are other universes with immortal beings in those universes, then someday, we all connect together somehow. And, now the immortal beings from our universe start hanging out with immortal beings from another universe and a third universe or whatever. And maybe there's, I guess what I'm getting at is, if you have immortal beings going on for long enough, you need a lot of space. You need heaven gets bigger and bigger the more people that show up, right? So, who knows what could happen.
Well, sorry about that. I was a bit busy. I heard the end of it. I don't know if it was a question that you were asking.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to look for a discussion about immortal beings, because that's the whole point of a God, is to make the lesser beings into immortal beings. Now, God doesn't make people into gods, but he does make them immortal. And it seems
if I can stop you there, if I can stop you there, you keep on referring to God as a male.
Well, that's just a habit. I'm not saying, I don't even believe there is a God. I haven't been convinced that there's any God at all, so I'm certainly not saying it's a he.
But then you sort of are, because you're saying if there is a God, and then you're referring to that entity that you're talking about as a male figure, because you're using the word he.
How did I refer to it as a male figure?
Well, you're using the word he.
Okay.
You could use,
Okay.
You could use the word it, would be more appropriate.
Well, yeah, I just asked, so I wouldn't do it again. I used the word he.
Sorry, it's just that. Yeah, it's just that a lot of people. That's an indoctrination right there. Is to say that out loud, and especially in these type of places where people are watching, and you might get a child that comes on, and you keep on saying he, and therefore they believe God would be a male type figure.
Well, I think every God that exists that's been made up by humans, or at least the major religions, all of the Abrahamic religions, it is a he. So if you're going to start talking about a God that's not male, that's a whole new God that you're kind of making up. So if a child was to come in and hear somebody say he about God, there's not really anything wrong with that, because the Bible calls God a he and names it Jehovah. So it's not the worst thing in the world. It's going along with the religions. You know, I think, you know, even Buddhism refers to
an atheist. Therefore, like, you should be more along the open mind type of rhetoric, where the book, the Bible, was written by a male for males as a superior, chauvinistic type of a book.
Sure, absolutely, and I understand your point, but it's just a habit. I'll try to use the word "it." I guess that's better, or just God, whatever. You know.
Well, if it's an omnipresent God, then it has no physical form, so it will not work.
Yeah, I just have such a hard time with a God, an undetectable, invisible God that does nothing. You know, it's just, I don't even care if it exists. If an undetectable God that has no effect on my life exists or doesn't exist, I don't really care. You know, it doesn't matter. Of course, I guess the answer to that is it's going to send me to hell, so I should care. But since I don't believe that, I don't worry about it, I guess. Do you think God is detectable, Hank? And not indirectly, but I mean directly. Could you, I mean, I know in the Bible it says that if you look at God, you'll die, but that's incoherent because somebody did look at God and didn't die, so whatever.
Who looked at God and didn't die?
Oh, I forget his name, but you're familiar with the Bible. Adam, who was it that looked at God and didn't die? There's a story in the Bible about it. I could look it up, I guess, for you if you want.
As far as I'm concerned, no man can see God and live, or see his face. No man can see God's face and live.
Well, that's
you're right. The story.
That's where you have to disagree with Christians then, because they say that Jesus is God. So then, therefore, the people that witnessed Jesus would have seen God.
Yep, I disagree with Christians.
So you're saying Jesus wasn't God, or people didn't see Jesus?
I'm saying that Jesus was the Son of God, not God the Father, or God the Son, like the Roman Catholics say. I say that Jesus is the Son of God because that's who God said he was, and I say that Jesus is the Son of God because that's who Jesus said he was. And to add anything to that would be incorrect.
Yeah, I don't know how. Do you know the history behind the Trinity? You can just remind me quickly, but I don't know why. When people make it just goes back to the science stuff we were talking about. When you make shit up, you know, pull shit out of your ass, eventually you get caught and look stupid, you know. And I think the Trinity kind of applies that same principle.
I think so too.
Would you agree with that, Adam, that when you know, sort of pull shit out of your ass and you make shit up, that eventually it's just going to come back and you're going to get caught doing it, so it's pretty much pointless to do? That's how I feel about it in my head.
I feel that if there is a being above us and it's trying to judge us of our actions here, then there wouldn't be any type of a real God. It'd be a God below another God, and it's using its power because it wants to have control.
You know, that is an interesting point, because that sort of rectifies or resolves the question of why, like, the Christian kind of God isn't all that godly. And part of the not being godly is exactly what you said, that it's really sort of created human beings on this weird, unnecessary power trip. If you were really an all-powerful, all-knowing God and all that, you really wouldn't be doing it the way the Christian God is doing it. But if, like you say, he's a sort of a junior God and the other gods have more power than it does, then it really explains it very well as to why that God would create human beings to have power over. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting concept you brought up, Adam. I like that.
Well, I believe the God that created us, like I said, is lower than another God, and the only reason we exist is because we're a food source.
A food sort, an actual, like it's actually going to eat us, or
yeah. Somebody mentioned it earlier, where you were saying that there was creatures in the moon that live inside the moon.
But there's no moon. This is flat. It's a projection.
Well, I heard you. I think it was Hank that you were saying it to Hank that there's apparently aliens that live inside the moon or something.
No, I was actually just bringing up a nonsense idea of saying that somebody could claim.
How would you say it's nonsense? Why would you say it's nonsense when you have no proof or for or against it?
Right. That's what I consider nonsense idea or nonsense claim, not necessarily an idea, but it's nonsense precisely because there's no proof. I was just using it as an example of saying how silly. I was using it as an example of people who say, well, wouldn't this be possible? Wouldn't that be possible?
Well, wouldn't you, if we went back in human history, we wouldn't have known much about the microscopic beings that exist in our realm, but now we have an understanding or a comprehension of these things. So wouldn't that be that a similar concept? We just don't have the right viewing tools.
Right, and to claim that there actually are, to put your foot down and claim as a caveman, for example, that there is microscopic bacteria would fall into that category of making.
Well, to say it obviously, if the caveman was saying that there is microscopic beings, then it would have been a far-fetched. But doesn't make it was wrong. Like they should have said there might be these creatures that exist on a microscopic level.
Actually, in the Bible, it talks about things being unseen by the human eye, talking about what you guys are talking about. So technically, it wasn't a caveman, but it was a post-historic man.
Right. Well, one thing I'd point out, Adam, is just because you're Looney Tunes.
Bring up the Bible, then all I'll do is just say, well, forget about what the Bible says, because we'll go to the people that existed before the Bible was written, and we won't use any text that was ever written.
Point real quick. I just wanted to say that just because your Looney Tunes claim turns out to be true, doesn't mean that it's not a Looney Tunes claim from the beginning. My Looney Tunes claim that the sun is filled with pink unicorns would still be a Looney Tunes claim, even if it turns out the sun is filled with pink unicorns, because I have no basis to make that claim.
Well, you could say that there may be creatures that exist in the sun that we are unable to comprehend at this present time. That's right. What I would say.
Making those type of statements to be stupid because you can say that about anything.
But when you use the word Looney Tunes and pink unicorns, that's a deterrent. That's a way to suppress or stop people from expressing what their imagination for.
Absolutely. Yes. That's my intention. My intention is to suppress and limit people making up implausible nonsense with no evidence. Yes, that's absolutely
right. Like the claim that the scientists make that the atoms in the core of the sun don't ever get to the outer part of the sun for like 1 million years. You talking about, Richard?
No, I don't know that claim. So no, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about What I'm not,
that's
I'm not
exactly what I'm
talking about
because
people
you're picking and choosing.
based
You're
on
picking and
evidence.
choosing that, Richard, because that's a scientific claim that they've made that the atoms from the inside of the sun take 1 million years to reach the outer
on
surface.
evidence. What I'm saying, what I'm talking about is people that say, well, hey, wouldn't it be possible that this, wouldn't it be possible with that, with no evidence whatsoever that the thing even existed, that aren't even claiming it exists, that, oh, wouldn't it be possible that John F. Kennedy was killed by 3 alien beings hiding behind Jupiter with their super ray gun, and wouldn't that be possible? Yeah.
Hey, the ray gun's classified. We're not allowed to discuss that, Richard.
People from saying stupid shit like that, absolutely. But no, the sun, what Hank brought up is a scientific theory based on evidence about how the molecules in the sun works. That's different than a scientist just pulling something out of their ass that makes no sense. It's two completely different things.
But that claim that an atom reaches, that it takes 1 million years, they don't have, we don't live for that long. So how are they able to determine how long that is? That's a far-fetched, a Looney Tunes type of idea. Shouldn't you be against that as well? Shouldn't you be against some of the scientific claims that have been made? Majority of them?
Of course. We had a big long discussion about a number of them that I'm against. The inflationary
majority of science you should be against. 90% of science you should be against, because 99% of science is all theory and it should be built upon. So then therefore you should be against everything, education system as well.
Such as?
That's not true, Adam.
Yeah, it is. Everything's supposed to be a theory. You can't, like, scientists will agree with that they do not know if it's actual facts. They can use this to communicate to each other on a certain intellectual level, but doesn't actually make it fact. It's an understanding that they have at the present time.
Right. Scientific laws would be considered the facts, and the theories are the explanation for the observable events. So I don't know why you seem to have a problem with the word. You say it's all just theory. Theory is just the explanation for what we see around us, and we just don't put our foot down and say we're never going to change our mind and it has to be that this true, or we're not going to teach anything. And that's not what we do. We want to teach what we think we know, but we're open to the idea that it could be wrong, and we're going to modify it later in the world of explaining as best we can what we see around us. But science is a method. Science isn't the theories, it isn't the laws, so much as science is simply a method of trying to figure out how things work. And I'm definitely not against using the most successful and best method we have for determining how things work around us. So no, I'm definitely not against that. I think we talked before about, I don't know if it was with you or not, but I talked with somebody about the concept that the only things we should teach are things that are 100% true. And if that was the case, the only thing that we would be able to teach anybody really would be mathematics. So that's kind of a ridiculous idea to think that the only thing that
that's not actually true either. Mathematics fails when you take it down to its true core.
Give me an example.
1 + 1 will always equal 2, no matter where you are, no matter what.
No, it doesn't. One male and one female, put them in a room, and that could equal 3. So 1 + 1, I take one male and I take one female. I'm doing your 1 + 1 equation here with actual physical objects that I can see in my everyday life. So I'll take one female and I take a male, and they might actually make a baby, which is 3. 1 + 1 might not equal 2. It might equal 3, 4. They might continue to have.
I'm sorry, 3 what?
That is the difference between yeah, that's flat Earth right there.
It would
You
make
saw that?
3 what, Adam? You said one male plus one female plus what
Nothing.
else makes
Well,
sense?
Make a baby.
That
He's
doesn't
talking
matter.
about making a baby. He's talking about making a
What is
baby.
a
but
baby?
he's talking-
Right, but what is
That
a
was
baby?
the flat
You're
Earth.
adding
Like,
one human male,
If I take one
one
cigarette,
human
and I take
female.
if I take a packet of chips, if I take any single item, that item is not just one item.
So are you saying
It's
one
made up of several different things.
1 plus
And
1
then
equals
if you take
3,
something down
Adam?
towards down
Is that
towards,
what you're saying?
What?
Are you
Adam
saying
was
1
just
plus
saying
1
that
equals
there are
3?
variables that need to be taken into consideration.
Variables. I'm saying that there's variables. Yeah, that's right. I'm saying that there's variables that you aren't accounting for. That your 1 plus 1 is very biased, determining that you can say one item plus another item equals 2 items.
Well, you don't know very much about mathematics. You don't know about set theory.
1 cup plus 1 liquid doesn't equal a drink. There's a lot more that goes into that. There's the processes that made the glass or whatever it is, the item that you're drinking out of. You know, like I can just use an example for the cigarette that I can see in front of me. So that cigarette isn't just one cigarette. It's made up of different items. It's got the tobacco inside it. It's got the paper. It's got whatever chemicals is also in it. It's got the filter that has its chemicals also. It's got the fiberglass.
That's absolutely true, Adam, but you're confusing set theory. When you talk about 1 plus 1 equaling 2, what you're saying is you have one item that you're talking about. Now, that could be a bag of chips plus a shoe. You have one bag of chips and one shoe equals 2 items in that particular set theory. Now, you're going to say, well, the shoe has a shoelace, and inside the bag of chips there are a bunch of individual chips, so 1 plus 1 doesn't really equal 2. The only way you can say that is if you don't understand what it is you're talking about.
Well, we don't. We don't actually understand what we're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking
Yes, we
about.
do. You're just mentally retarded. A person who does not understand basic math.
You want to see?
I mean, this is basic math. I mean, I could bring a 4-year-old and he'll be able to do this math, Adam.
You want to seem intellectually
If you
superior.
cannot comprehend this math, then you need help. You really do need help.
No, you
I mean, it's
disagree
basic
with
By the way,
math.
you're intellectually superior than anybody else around, all right? So that's why you sit there and say 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Oh,
But if you
no, I
actually
never assume I'm intellectually superior.
Intellectually honest, you could
let
say
me ask
one
you this,
item plus
Adam.
another item. You could say
Adam.
one item plus another item equals 2 items, but then you would have to say, but at its true core, we don't even know what the one item really is.
Well,
Because
now let me
apparently
ask
when
you
you look
this,
at a particle,
Adam.
apparently when you look at a particle on a microscopic layer, the only thing that makes it a particle is the observing party.
Flat Earth
particle
math
doesn't
right
even
here,
exist
guys.
until the observing party is
Adam,
necessary.
calm down. Let me ask you this for a second. Can you come up with 1 plus 1 equals 2, except it equals 3 without changing the original parameters? And what I'm saying is
Yeah, you take it down to you can take it down to a particle. Take it down to a particle, and then it's the observing party that is determining
that's
what this
changing from the original 1 plus 1. What I'm
But how
saying
is-
is,
your
if you say you have one man and one woman equals 2, but you added a baby to say that 1 plus 1,
a particle on its fullest scale
stop
could turn
talking over each other, Adam?
It depends on the observer.
Can you stop like filibustering for a second, please?
Well, you're just missing what I'm saying. You're just like you're not even listening to it. On a microscopic level, the particle is only it's the observer that determines what the particle is going to react like.
Right. What I'm asking you is you're saying that you can. I heard your examples of 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. What I heard in those examples was you started off with 1 male and 1 female, and you ended up with 1 male, 1 female, and a baby. What I'm asking you is, do you have any examples of 1 plus 1 not equaling 2 without adding or changing something from the original equation?
Well, I haven't actually thought about it too much, because just on the concept that nobody takes it seriously. So why should I put all my time and effort into trying to learn about that when people are dismissing it in the first place?
Well, that's my point. The reason you come up with
Suppose intellectuals are just
change the equation.
I'm just an everyday guy. Why should I be the one that goes and looks into it when I have no revenue coming out of it?
Adam, I must commend you. You're being a gentleman tonight.
Waste my time.
The reason, Adam, is because you're the one that brought it up. You're the one that made the claim.
Because I'm being intellectually
one
honest.
plus one does not equal
always
2.
It doesn't always equal 2. There's cases that it doesn't.
And show me a case where you don't change the original equation, please, to prove your point. You're making a case. That's why you should be an expert on it.
Well,
I can do that for you, Adam.
That's talking that we're in a static position at all times, where time goes by. We're in a time
not word salad.
We're in a realm that's determined by time. Therefore, I can't tell you about a scenario realm not from that type of a realm.
Let Hank.
All right, let me say
it. There's variables at all cases.
Let me say it real fast. Here's how 1 + 1 = 3. A man and a woman enter the elevator. And according to the people who support abortion, that's her body. Okay? The electricity goes out and she has the baby in the elevator. 1 + 1 = 3.
No, you're changing the equation. If you're talking about a man and a woman, now you're talking about another item of a baby. What I'm asking is to not change the equation by adding the chips when the original one was the whole bag, or not adding a baby in the elevator. That's what I'm asking. Adam is claiming that 1 + 1 can equal 3. The way he's getting to 3 is by changing the parameters of the original equation and creating 3 items.
Yeah, Richard's trying to make me sit in a static realm where nothing ever moves. Everything is static, which is not the realm that we live in. We're moving.
To prove your claim, Adam, I'm not asking anything.
Well, at the moment, at this present time, I cannot think of anything at this present time.
When you do math, consider it like a picture. You're taking that picture from then, and then you're doing the math for the picture.
I would have
I don't know why you guys are. Hey, Adam. The mathematical.
It's pretty simple.
Listen. You say one man, one woman makes a baby. That is 1 + 1 + 1, Adam, which is 3, Adam.
No, it isn't. How is it 1 + 1 + 1? One woman, and then their interaction would make a baby.
This person's
you added something to the equation because you made a baby.
Father, forgive me.
Figure out
1 + 1 + F equals
1
3.
+ 1.
You could say that, Adam.
Pardon?
You could say 1 + 1 + F equals 3. 1 + 1 + fuck equals 3.
Well, that's a variable that was in there.
Yes, it's a variable.
You now have 3 human beings, a man and a woman and a baby. 1 + 1 was the man and the woman equal 2. You're talking about human beings. Now you have created another human being. That doesn't mean that the man plus the woman equals 3.
Exactly. You saw that?
But now you're classing interaction.
No, Adam, but come on, man. I heard Will Smith say that. You know that?
Now you're classing.
Nobody's suggesting that 2 items can't make a third. Nobody's suggesting that a dog, 2 dogs can't make a puppy. Nobody's suggesting that you can't cut an apple in half, 1 apple in half, and have 2 pieces. Nobody's saying that that's not possible. What we're saying is if you don't change the parameters of the equation, 1 + 1 will always equal 2.
Depending if you're in a static universe, that means that these dogs that you're talking about, they sit in a static universe. They sit in a
math
static
is not static. You see, you just have to add. You just have to add it to the equation. It's simple.
That's how you win.
1 + 1
this universe.
plus F.
I don't care about the word static. I'm saying
that's the word I'm using at this present time.
Did you know ever in your life that you would grow up to be this age and have to explain 1 + 1 again?
We don't really live.
I'm just saying, like, it's not supposed to be like that, is it? Did the older people in your generation teach you 1 + 1 again? Okay,
absolutely not. That's why this fucking chat drives me crazy sometimes.
They have been enlightened.
An hour-long discussion about 1 + 1? Are you fucking out of your mind, dude? You don't have better things to talk about then 1 + 1 = 3 because you
We were
cut
talking
up an
about that
apple into
yesterday.
3 pieces or something. You fucking
Exactly.
out of your
Hey, we were
mind.
talking about that yesterday. This is the enlightenment they have received. Tell me who the fuck that made them stupid? Who made these people like
Now,
this?
can you sympathize with me now, buddy, when I use the word stupid sometime? I mean, do you think
Well,
that
God created them.
stupid or what?
So God created them with stupid.
God favors the dumb, but God. All right, look. I think they're just acting. I think he was just trying to explain something else. I've seen Will Smith do that. You know that? He did that on Jimmy Kimmel. He said, 2 + 2 doesn't always have to equal 4. It could equal whatever we want.
Well,
Dude,
in a sense, that's true. We could have named the number 1 the number 6 and the number 6 1. I mean, it's
I don't want to do that.
you know what I mean? We could have done that. They're arbitrary names that we put on sets. You know, we have 1, we call it 1. We have 2 of this, 1 + 1. We just named those things. There's no, there's no law from God that says
but you can't give
100.
Give a human being a mathematical.
One God plus another God.
You
Does that
can't
equal-
give
does that
a human
equal
being
gods,
a
or does that
mathematical.
equal universes, because apparently God can make something from nothing. So one God doesn't equal just one God, does it? Because
Well, it will be 0 creates 1. But check this out. But
Yes, you just said one God, Adam. How many?
Yeah, one God.
Now you want to change
you know what
the
the funny thing is?
equation and say that
You know
one
what?
God is not one God. If you
is the
start off by
corruption, though.
saying
How do
you have
we come-
one God,
Well, how do we
that's what you
exist?
have.
I'm talking.
Listen,
I'm talking
listen.
towards
We have-
Armando now, because he's going to say
Hold
that
on.
one God.
Okay,
created
hold
all
on,
of us,
hold on,
and he's
hold on. I
created
just want to make a
everything.
point, though.
How
I
did
just
one
want to make.
God not
I
equal
want
just
to
one
show you
God?
the
One
error.
God equaled all this material that we exist in.
Listen. I'm just showing you the error. We gave you. All right. There's an equation involved, right? It takes some intellect that you received when you were a child. 1 + 1, right? You get out of the mathematical realm, and you go into something else. You see what I'm saying? Like you're defying the law.
You're starting off with your God example. You say, look, I have one God. And then at the end you say, well, one God isn't really one God. Fine. If one God's not one God, then it wasn't one God to begin with.
The equation was wrong. You cannot
1 +
calculate
1
that
is not
equation.
2 by changing the parameters of the original equation. You can't do that.
Hey, Adam.
You know what's funny? That I knew that you were going down that realm when you say what I could observe with my very own eyes. You know, I see one person, another person, I see 3. I was like,
Well, there's also a huge time variable in that.
you're changing. I
You
gave
know,
you the
it's 1 +
mathematical
1
equation
+
to your
5
idea. It would be 3
plus
human
9
beings.
months.
Richard was right, though. It would be 1 + 1 + 1.
Well, it's not 9 months, because then you're determining that humans were right, that a baby.
No, the problem is that we're determining that 1 means male and 1 means. No, we went with your logic.
They're saying that
We
a
went
baby.
with your logic. You changed our mind.
They've changed that to say a baby is a baby at 12 weeks. So when are you going to determine that life
12
actually
weeks.
exists?
Hey, Adam, let me ask you a
Well,
question. Adam.
the baby would be inside the mother until then, so the mother would count as the one, because the baby is not born yet.
But there's another being inside the
It
baby.
is a part of the mother.
Hey, Adam.
If you say so, then. So are we just living inside God then? So then this God, the one God that I was talking about,
Adam.
we just
Let Buddy talk. Buddy wants to say something.
That's the only way that this one God exists.
To
We're
say we
inside
live inside a God is false, because God has no physical form.
parts, we are individual parts that the God's made out of nothing, or we live inside the God.
The gods? I thought it was the God. No, it's the gods? Which one is it?
I didn't say the gods, I said the God. We're talking about that one individual that I said in the static realm of God. All right, and God, out
Which
of God,
God is this?
God created everything. He created the lamp in front of me, created the TV, created the laptop that I'm talking through, the microphone. So am I a part of God?
God
Inside
created
God,
the microphone, or is it
God
the company who created the microphone?
Am I internal to this God, or am I a part of it? Like you're saying, of the woman and the baby.
Adam.
This is
Yeah,
what
go
meth
ahead.
does to your mind.
Hey, Adam, let me ask you this question going back to your original philosophy. So if I take a dog and a cat and put them in a room, how many is it?
Well, considering the dog is supposed to eat the cat on majority of the cases, there might be just one.
See, dude, that was a good one.
That's what I wanted.
It equals one again.
You're giving. He's changing into hypothetical situations over and over again, but not reality.
Nobody's suggesting that if a dog eats the cat, it's not 1 minus 1.
You see why I believe the Bible? Hold on. You see why I believe the Bible?
You won't even let me respond. You don't even let me respond. You're determining your equations in a static realm.
You're determining your equations. You guys come in here. You guys come in here and antagonize me to the point I have to go in the corner and smoke me some ice. You're coming in here, you're letting these page trolls antagonize me. I have to go and smoke some ice. I don't need some goddamn ice.
You can't even let me answer the question.
I'm sorry, that's me pretending to be
Adam. The question, and you're the one that can't actually respond to the question. I mean, to the answer. All right, because you are so dishonest with yourself, let alone everybody else.
Answer would be
no, you're existing in a static realm with your answers. You're existing in a static realm with your
equals 2, and if
all right, one dog and one cat, one dog and one cat. Well, what happened to the dog and the cats? Oh, your realm, it has to be static, and nothing happens because you're
it's called.
Hold on. We don't live in that type of scenario. We don't live in that type of scenario.
It's called an independent variable, Adam. You have to understand that.
Yeah, we live with variables, so you're telling me that I have to look at your mathematics the way in a static realm.
You have to add the variables into the problem.
Whatever you can to your own advantage, all right? We live in a variable world where everything comes with variables.
Hey, Adam, let me just ask you one more variable. If I put that dog and a cat in a room and neither animal eat one another, how many do I have?
Are we in a static?
How many animals are in that
Adam's
room?
logic? 3.
How many animals?
In a split second, and within a nanosecond or something? Are we talking about this realm where they don't move forever? Are we talking about this, like, how are you actually describing
that'll be fine.
Your mathematics are all based on a static realm.
Okay, if I take 2 statues and put them in a room, how many do I have?
There we go, 2 statues.
There you go.
And over time, these statues deteriorate. And depending on the rate that they deteriorate.
That's fine.
Over
I just wanted to understand.
The key point, I might add mathematically,
there's a variable. There's a variable.
Is
the variable the equation. That I have to use no variables when I look at your mathematics.
You know what's funny? That statue would not.
I'm saying
no, you do not have to look at the world with no variable. You have to add the variables to the problem.
Without water.
What I'm saying is you can add variables, but adding variables changes the equation. So if you have 1 plus 1 of a dog and a cat, it equals 2. If the dog eats the cat, now you've added a variable, so you have 2 minus 1 equals 1. And that's what you're not grasping. Nobody's suggesting that.
I only needed fingers to understand that.
So how did I add the variable when I'm not the dog? The dog ate the variable. You're the one that's like that.
The dog ate the variable.
That depends on what's inside that present being.
That's what you don't get. You don't like that. If I put a dog and a cat in a room, I have 2. But if it eats it,
ladies and gentlemen, this is a public service announcement. This is what happens when you are on meth. This is what happens when you smoke meth.
One cat in a room.
Many
who is
years.
fucking the cat?
Or you become ugly and you become insane. Just like this individual here. If you would like to call running
officially look at Pig. If you want to sit there and try and fucking judge me and fucking sit there and attack my character, attack who I am, trying to defame me. How many girlfriends have you had in the last fucking year? How much sexual interaction have you had in the last year? Fucking none. Stop fucking lying to everybody, all right? You want to sit there and act like you're smart, all right? You sit in your mother's fucking basement all day. I could get girls that I fucked for the last year to come up and tell all of you that you fucking sit there like fucking basement dwellers. You're all geeky and you're not even that smart. All right, because if you try to say this shit on the street, you get your fucking teeth knocked out. So you want to sit there and call me a drug user? You want to sit there and call me a drug user? Step outside and say it. Step outside and talk your dribble to somebody that will fucking actually do something. All right, you want to sit on the internet because it's the only place you can dribble your fucking shit.
Adam.
That's right. Hey, Adam, I did like what you said though. You said 1 dog and 1 cat in a room doesn't equal 2. Because who's fucking the cats? Nigga said, who's fucking the cats?
Why isn't it the dog that's getting fucked?
Buddy,
the
only
dog's
gave that
the
because they know he
dominant
can't
one.
beat.
I'd like to respond to
That was
Adam
funny, though.
at what Adam said. If we tried this shit on the street, I will challenge you to try that shit on the street.
There you go.
I say Adam could beat up Look a Pig just by voice
all
over.
day. I don't sit here and just say it on the internet. I sit there and
For
talk about my
nothing.
theories.
Instead,
when
you
I
got
go down to
baby
the
mom.
club.
You
I
a
sit
baby
there and
Look
talk
a
to
Pig.
my
You
friends about
18,
this
man.
shit. All right,
You heard?
unlike you people, I don't sit there and come on the internet and think I'm smart.
I'm not trying to-
I test
I'm not
what
trying
I've
to
said
size
here.
you up.
I test what I've said here, and I
You
use
gotta
it
get
at other
older,
people.
though.
You
Other
test what you
people's
see, so you
experiences.
locked.
Yeah, I use
Hold
these
on.
experiences.
Okay, for one, you do not even understand. You do not understand simple math. This is due to
And
your
Adam, you
intelligence
are saying
level.
you're smart.
I mean,
Dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know what
else
I've done
because
with my life. You don't know what I've done with my life. You don't know how.
I don't know what
how
you've done with
educated
your
I
life.
am.
I know you do not know simple
we don't
math.
Turn your fucking camera on and we'll see
You do
how
not
quickly
even
you
know
disappear.
simple math.
Turn
Okay?
your camera on and we'll see how quickly you
Turn
disappear.
your camera on. This is all your argument. You do not even know
All you
simple
are
math.
is
If
an
you want to
internet troll.
fucking
You try
run
to
your
attack
mouth,
people's
I can
Do
run my
another
mouth
road.
too.
Do another road. Adam, do
I
another
try
road.
to
Do
attack
another
people's
road.
character.
that has
I
shown
only
their
state
face that
fact, my friend.
you are a faceless troll, and all you try
I'm
to
a
do is fucking
faceless
defame
troll.
other
You were
people.
doing
Yep, I'm
good,
because
Adam.
definitely
you're
a
so
faceless
ashamed
troll.
of who you are.
Fuck that
You're
nigga,
so
man.
I'm
ashamed
not
of who
ashamed
you
of who
are.
I
Doing
am.
This is
good.
what you do on the internet.
You were
This
doing
is what
good,
you
Adam,
do on the
man.
internet because you're so
Don't get
ashamed of
triggered,
what you
dog.
are.
Because you're so ashamed of who you are. Now, I have a question for you, Adam.
You don't have
Why do
nothing.
not
You
know
don't have
basic
anything. You're
math?
sitting on the internet and fucking all day, every day. You're the fucking, your representation is your fucking avatar. A fucking pig sitting on a lounge.
Actually, I had Zysis. He drew that for me, and I loved it. But either way, I've been on the internet all day. No, I haven't. I got on about 20 minutes ago when I asked for Armando for a link. But here's an amazing thing.
You haven't even had interactions with anybody in real life, in person. All right, I'm sitting here with people in my house that can hear me speaking this right now. Unlike you,
I
I
have
don't
people
shelter
in my house
myself.
too.
I don't shelter myself and hide. I don't shelter
I'm not
myself and hide in the
sheltering
bedroom
myself. I'm
and
not
talk
hiding.
shit to people on the internet. All right, yes, you fucking are. You're a talk
No, I'm
shit
not.
cunt, is what we call you. All right, because you talk this shit here, but like I said, you wouldn't walk outside and say any of this because you know
Oh,
your
yes, I
fucking
do.
teeth would end up in the back of your throat.
No, my teeth are in my mouth.
Basically, what you're
Yeah, but
saying
you
is
don't go
if
outside and
someone
fucking say
disagrees.
this shit. You don't go outside.
You have to
and
understand, Adam.
You don't try and sit there and like go outside and,
Adam,
and say that
listen.
to somebody that wants to disagree
I
with
do.
you and express their opinion.
When someone who does not know math, I will tell them they do not know math. Because they do not know math. They are ignorant.
You're one
When someone is
vessel.
ignorant, I tell them they are
Is that
ignorant.
blood another part? When the blood hits the ground, is that a part of you? Just go outside and see how much they fucking rip you apart, and your one vessel will turn into multiple.
Well, hold on. If you went outside with him and blood went on the ground, that would be 1 + 1 + 1.
There you go. It's not 2, is it?
No, that would be 3 because you're including blood.
Exactly. No. How about if we lock you and Pig in a room? How many people are in the room?
One, because Pig's not in character. He sits on the internet. He's not willing to identify himself. So
Because I know that ain't gonna end up mating.
Therefore, all I know, he could be a fucking computer program.
If we take away,
So I'm a computer program,
I've
Adam.
never seen him. I've never seen him. I've never seen
would-
him.
I'm a computer.
Adam, what you said was so
Turn
dumb.
their camera on. He could be an
Well,
alien.
You've never seen me
I
turn
know.
my camera on. Huh, that's a lie
Adam,
right there.
if we take away the mating variable,
He said, how do I know exactly what he is? How do I know?
dude,
who
I
he
want
is?
Adam. I want Adam to say 1 + 1 = 2, man.
When he hasn't shown who
Adam,
he
you
is.
cannot leave this party without saying 1 + 1 = 2.
In your
He's gonna
study
get you
realm.
all day, but you're not knowing mathematics.
Mathematics.
He's
I
gonna
can
fuck with you with
comprehend
that
your
mathematics
static
shit, nigga. You're
mathematics.
gonna get
It
mad.
doesn't make it correct.
It's not
Doesn't make it
static,
correct.
it's called
Make it
variables.
correct, man.
You add it to the equation, you dumb idiot.
It makes it
Everything.
correct.
One
Adam.
plus did we need another one to make 2?
Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about math.
The items that created
Now,
us.
I ain't gonna
in
say a
this
lot to you.
world,
This is the reason why. This is the reason why I
there
like
are
Adam. Hey, buddy.
Many
Buddy,
different
listen,
items.
This is the reason
And
why I
as you
like
can
Adam.
see, this
Oh,
individual
come
does
on,
not
guys.
understand
Come
basic
on, man.
math, where he
All right,
smokes
all right.
meth.
Guys,
Now,
relax.
meth
relax.
is one
But this is
hell
the
of a
reason-
drug, and this
There
is
we
what
go.
it can do to
This is why I
you.
like Adam, though. You know that?
Now, in order
You've never met me
to
personally.
really-
No, say this. This is like why he should be kicked off the show, because he sits there and every time he loses some type of a debate, he sits there and calls the person a drug user because he is just a.
Oh, you are a drug user.
He's an internet troll that he's never willing to show his face, and as soon as he gets fucking revealed and exposed, he's never going to return to the internet. Because as soon as somebody gets his real name, guaranteed he's going to cop it.
That was cool, though. That was cool.
Adam, I have a question for you, man. What's 1 + 1?
I don't want to fucking answer your questions because you're just an internet
What's 1
fucking
+ 1?
troll.
Come on, tell me. 1 + 1.
You're an internet troll. You're an internet troll. Why would I answer an internet troll's question? You're an internet troll.
That wouldn't be fair because he just answered you right there.
Yeah, he said
you're
3.
an internet troll. You're an internet troll.
He knows.
Why would I answer an internet troll? You can't have a discussion.
Yeah,
you can't have a conversation. All right,
I can
you
have
can't
a
have a conversation.
discussion. You're the one that's
conversation ends with,
amped
"Oh,
out
that
on
person's
meth.
wrong because he's a meth addict." But you've never met me in real life. You don't know if I actually do that or not. You're just saying that so then you can fucking.
Did you not say your mother was on amphetamines?
Beg your pardon?
Was your mother not on amphetamines?
I wouldn't have a clue. That you're gonna have to ask her.
You wouldn't have a clue? You have stated it in the past.
What people say on the internet. All
you
you
have
are is
stated it in the past. Have you not?
An internet troll. An internet troll. That's all you are.
Have you not stated that in the past?
What you've seen on the internet, all right, isn't always fucking true. What you've heard on the internet isn't always true. What you've seen and heard on the internet
Answer the
isn't
question.
always
Have
true.
you not stated it in the past?
What did I just say? What you see and hear on the internet isn't always true.
So your mother was never on
amphetamines
amphetamines because I have a picture of your mother.
You need to go out and experience.
I do have life experience.
No, you haven't. You're sitting in your fucking basement on the internet all day. That's not life experience. You're living other people's experiences. All right, and that's all it is. Is you fucking watch too many YouTube videos, fucking too many fucking reality TV shows, and you think you know what this life's all about.
Says the flat earther who gets his evidence off of
YouTube. You think that you're intellectually honest when you're not. You're not intellectually honest, and you're not intellectual.
So I'm not honest.
You're actually a fucking know-nothing. Go outside and say this shit to somebody.
I know nothing.
That has experience.
Well, I know 1 + 1 = 2.
Experience. Somebody that has experience.
I do understand what a variable is.
Watch how quick they throw a punch at you.
Well, if I ever see someone who does not understand basic truth,
one human being, and your interaction with that human being is going to end your teeth in the back of your throat.
Would you really punch somebody in the face that said 1 + 1 does not equal 3?
I would call them an idiot,
the way that he goes about it. If I had a discussion with you, Richard, then no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't, because you'll be able to sit there and
hold on, Adam.
We could have a back and forth discussion on it. I didn't get antagonized at all until this dickhead sit there and try to call me a drug user yet again, because he cannot have a conversation.
Everybody have to say something. These paid trolls, man. They get in here.
You came in here and antagonized.
All right, check this out. Just relax.
Yes, I antagonized the meth addict because it's hilarious.
And then look at this clown. And then he gets to mute me as well. He sits there and mutes me because he knows that he just got called out online.
Hold on real quick.
But nobody likes you, bro. Nobody fucking likes you. You're a faceless fucking internet troll. That's all you are.
Yes, I am.
Faceless
I am an
internet troll.
internet troll.
Man, fuck that. Everybody knows.
I do like a good
everybody knows
joke
that he
here
knows
and
the
there.
answer of this. He just wanted you. He just wanted you to think outside the idea of knowing what you already know, right?
That is really interesting. We're actually defending you, Adam. You know,
yeah. I just noticed
it. He's not going, Richard. Don't try and defend him. Don't try and defend him. He's sitting there saying that I fucking used drugs and he has no personal experience with me. He has not been able to interact with me in real life and actually find out if his statements are correct. No, he's making statements about me that have no validity.
Yeah,
and you're
but
going to
nobody
sit there and
believes
say
them.
that he's allowed to say so because what? Because I said that 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2.
Oh, many people know Adam's a meth addict. You can tell just by his speech.
Adam,
you're sitting there
1 + 1 always equals 2.
I must be a meth addict.
Hey,
Adam made a very good point.
Equals
He's
2.
not angry because of him disagreeing, Armando.
Yeah, exactly.
The way he went about it, and Adam's point is perfectly legitimate. He is right.
Because I called him a meth head?
I know.
I only speak the truth.
I noticed at the end, but 1 + 1 equals 2.
Say that he always speaks the truth. Well, that wasn't the truth. That wasn't the truth.
Hey, Adam, you know which one I like?
Prove that on the meth head. Prove that on the meth head.
Hold on, Adam. Listen. You know the one I like when you said one liquid and 2 liquid, you put them together. You know what I mean? That was a good one. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. But you gotta get away out of mathematics to do that. That's the only thing. Like 1 plus 1.
Well, that's where different measurements come in.
Like the words we're using. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 24.
No, it's not good, Armando. 1 ounce of liquid plus 1 ounce of liquid equals 2 ounces of liquid. It is not a good example.
Yeah, but it's it's still the same. I guess it's not. It's not. It's never not.
If you put them together, I guess they equal 1 liquid.
I was wrong. I was wrong.
You're talking about
one liquid
you added variables then. You added variables then, Richard. No, you added variables. You determined
it's called a measurement.
What measurement they were.
I understand that your mind's small and you do not understand this, but it's a measurement.
So it's like 1 plus variable plus 1 plus variable equals 2. See, like, that's fucking stupid. You're sitting there being biased.
It's not a variable. A measurement is not a variable. It's a way to understand how much you have. 6 ounces of liquid plus 6 ounces of liquid equals 12 ounces of liquid.
You always have to fucking have a say. You must be on meth.
What I'm saying, Adam, is that when you have 1 liquid plus 1 liquid, you now have added those together, and you now have 1 glass of liquid, which is changing the equation.
This is hilarious.
Glass. You said that it was in a glass. You're adding the variable again.
No, you have to define what 1 is. That's set theory. You're saying I have 1 liquid plus 1 liquid, and if you add them together, you don't get 1 liquid, you get those 2 liquids in 1 container.
Well, you're the one that's saying it's in a container now. You're adding variables.
If I have 1 ounce, if I have an ounce of water and I add an ounce of water, I will still have 2 ounces of water.
Right. The mathematics only work when you...
It's basic math. If you cannot understand this, Adam,
no, you actually don't.
You need to go back to school.
You don't actually have that.
You do not have 2 ounces of water if I take 1 ounce and I add an ounce.
What I'm saying, Adam, is that mathematics is defining, that's what mathematics is defining what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can understand that in a static realm. That's why I'm saying your mathematics only work in a static realm. I can comprehend why we use that mathematics, so then we can communicate on an intellectual level and determine things, but it's only in a static realm that they can exist.
So what's a non-static realm?
What we live in. We live in a non-static world where things move and things are movable.
Right, except that's not...
Time affects us. There's variables. We're in a variable realm where things have variables. We live in a realm where there's variables.
And all you do is calculate those variables. It's pretty simple.
Well, I agree. I can agree with that. But when you get to the non-static world, give me an example where the mathematics don't work, because the mathematics begins by defining what you're talking about. You have 1 man, 1 human being, 1 woman human being, and in the non-static world they mate and create another human being.
In the static world,
1 man and 1 woman equals 3.
In the static world, God is a God. Then God would work. 1 God and no other thing, just 1 God. Is that just one item?
You've defined,
does that God get to create everything?
As 1 God. In the beginning.
Well, do we exist within that God? Well, then we don't exist, do we?
No, what I'm saying is that if you start off by saying...
There's always a variable. There's always a variable. Even in the static realm, when you go down to its true core, all right, that, like you're saying with a particle or whatnot, they cannot... The observer is the one that determines it. Right. The observer is the one that affects this.
You're adding to the equation with more variables by making a baby or adding the liquids together. So you're making a more complicated equation that's going to come up with a different
God. Do we exist at all with this 1 God, or just has said God created us at all in this 1 God? So your static realm is only biased towards that certain mathematic equation that you're talking about.
Right. I agree.
But I suppose I'm on meth. I suppose I'm on meth because I like to sit there and have a conversation and try and learn. You know, I must be on meth.
I didn't say that. Don't yell at me about the meth.
But what? So you're going to let this guy say something like that? He should be kicked off the show and fucking banned.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm not agreeing with him either. I'm saying you're right. I've said that a number of times now. I don't. don't lump me in by saying I'm defending him. I'm actually defending you. And what I'm really trying to do in my mind is figure out some sort of quantum physics explanation to why you might be right. But all I can really think of is that 1 + 1 would be undetermined. I can't think of a way it could be 3. I can think of a way where one spin on a particle and one spin on another particle could be undetermined and might later be something other than 2, but that's only because we weren't able to define what we were talking about in the beginning.
Hey, is it to say that let's say it like this: in other words, a variable can only happen after a change.
Right, exactly.
But we live in a world with variables, so there is always change.
But you only get a variable after a change.
But we live in a non-static universe, whatever you want to call this place, where there's variables. Every nanosecond things change.
That's
Tonight,
true, Adam.
ladies and
That's
gentlemen,
true,
we'll
Adam,
be
because
witnessing a
it's
meth head in
constantly
his natural habitat.
the world
Now,
and everything
sit back,
in it
relax, and
is
enjoy the
constantly
show.
changing. So therefore, it is variable. You're correct, because it's forever changing. But variables only happen after a change. Can you relate
Is that
to
change
that? I mean,
now is that change witnessable? Like, is it something that is observable?
it
Or does
doesn't
it
have
happen
to
in-
be. It doesn't have to be. It may be a change.
Works in both, huh?
It could even be a change in a supernatural way that you cannot see or detect.
So you're telling me it can happen in a flash of a blink of an eye, and at the same time it also happen in years.
But it would
Faster.
still be a change. Even if it was an unknown change, he's correct. It would be a change.
Yeah,
It's
in other
infinite.
words, it could happen faster than the speed of light, or whatever. But only
Right.
you
Will travel as slow as the speed of darkness.
right.
I gotta say something, guys. Okay, for you Trinitarians out there who are having trouble with this 1 + 1 = 3, man.
Yeah, I feel you. Hey, man. Hey, I think Adam has a point. I'm not gonna say it out of my mouth. I'll write it in text, since I don't mean half the things I write.
Well, he does have a point, and his point is that when you change the equation, the answer becomes different, and that's true.
It becomes,
Yes, because 1 + 1 + fuck will equal 3.
yeah, well, he's saying that after change, there is a variable.
I think the world has changed so much that they have changed their foundations, like mathematics. I
What
hope
actually-
it's not
the
reading and writing. I hope you don't end up creating your own words.
What I
I
actually
hope you
said
don't
was
end up creating your own words.
only exist in the static world. I can comprehend, and I can even use the mathematics that we all use, but it only can work in a static realm, because variables, when we can't bring this mathematics into life as we know it, there will be variables that you have to account for. And I understand that if we were to use that in the static realm, all right, that we could add these variables, but the variable itself is hard to determine.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with that.
We try to
I
determine it
disagree
with giving it
that
names,
because
right? We give the variable
I'm
name.
saying that in a non-static world, the math still works, because one man plus one woman, adding the non-static universe of them having sex and creating another baby, the mathematics still works, because one male, one female, and one baby equals 3. The math still works in a non-static universe. The answer changes because the world changes. But at the time when you're declaring what you're declaring, that one man and one woman equals 2, that is correct. But when the world changes, now you have 3 because of that change, meaning the mathematics is still working properly.
And see, that's where I can have a discussion with you, Richard, because you can explain what I'm trying to put across back to everybody else. And for this character clown that's sitting in here to sit there and call me a drug user because I can't express what I was trying to express, all right, and I didn't have the words like you do to put it across,
Right.
he sits there and he's able to fucking put me on some
I'm
type of
sorry,
drug.
Yeah,
Adam.
there
Listen,
you
I'm
go.
sorry if you are mentally
saw that?
impaired. My bad.
That was a fucking no. Fuck you, pig. Why you ended it? Why you ended it like that? That show was a miracle.
See, and that's why the internet is absolute dog shit. That's why real people, all right, that have fucking real life jobs don't come on here, because they know there's internet trolls like this fuckwit that are allowed to remain on here and ruin it for everybody.
antagonized me.
Hey, nah, that's not fair because he just apologized.
He did not fucking apologize.
Yes, he did. Hey, pig, say it again.
No, he didn't. He said, oh, I'm sorry if that you're mentally impaired.
Yeah,
I know, but
that's my apology.
That's not a fucking, that's not any type of fucking apology. That's not an apology.
No, he's half trolling though. You know, if he's a troll, he's gonna give you.
Yeah, he's half trolling. He's half trolling. He's fucking trolling. That's all he is.
What he's saying is trolls shouldn't be allowed on your show, and I tend to agree with that. That's what drove me out of your show, Armand.
Yeah, I know, but
was the troll.
then you guys all agree that pig is a troll.
Yeah, he should be.
No,
But
I'm
1
saying
+ 1 = 3.
He should be fucked off. He should be kicked off, banned, and not allowed on any of these shows.
Well,
ever.
looks like he was kicked off. So there you go.
Like, that's truthful. Like, no, and then you actually get real people that want to come on, and if they're proven wrong, then they can be proven wrong. They don't need to be name called, and they don't need to be called fucking things that they aren't. That will sit there and antagonize the real everyday person. No one wants to come on here and then get called a fucking meth user. That's one of the dirtiest things that you can be called. And then he's going to sit there and put that on other people, and then try to make them
Actually, a pedophile or a murderer or something like that would be the dirtiest thing you could be called.
That's all he's doing. He's trying to get a reaction for his own fucking benefit so he can have a laugh, and nobody else enjoys it. Everybody else leaves and goes somewhere else because of fucking this dickhead.
So Adam,
Yes, it's definitely not your death
that I
threats or
had
anything
a long
like that.
time ago.
That keeps no one out.
I tried to reduce the idea of distance kind of on your 1 + 1 could equal something other than 2. My idea began by saying that distance is more of an illusion than a fact, because let's say you have something that's an inch, right? Well, you can put your hand over an inch and it doesn't really matter. Whether it's, let's say your hand is 6 inches long, it doesn't matter if there's 1 inch under there, 2 inches under there, or 3 inches under there. That might as well all be one distance, because it's essentially all underneath your hand. So let me expand on this idea a little bit. And if you extrapolate that out to say 100 miles, well, it only seems like 100 miles because you have to expend a bunch of energy to get that 100 miles. So we measure that distance as being longer than going 1 mile because it's more difficult for us. But if we were able to cover that 100 miles like we do with the 3 inches of our hand, that concept of distance would essentially disappear. It wouldn't necessarily seem like a really long distance or 100 miles if, you know, our legs were 100 miles long. And I was trying to get to the same idea you had with the 1 + 1 = 3 by somehow figuring out a way to take distance from the illusion we have, because the energy it takes to go a certain, you know, distance, and figure out how to sort of reduce the whole idea of distance to 0. But I could never do it because it's sort of a concept that our brains don't really understand well. Do you understand where I'm going with the idea that distance is an illusion, and it's not an illusion underneath your hand? All that's the same thing. Your hand is over. It doesn't matter which inch is where or whether it's 1 or 3. It's all the distance under your hand, and it becomes irrelevant. And the only reason we perceive the distance to the nearest star as being really fucking far away is because we can't get there instantaneously. But if it only took us, you know, 2 seconds to go 100 million miles, all of a sudden 100 million miles would have a whole different meaning to us, right?
Yeah, I can comprehend what you're saying.
Yeah. And I don't know what that means, really. I mean, we now have the quantum entanglement experiments where we can reduce 3-mile distance faster than the speed of light to zero, which is kind of a whole interesting concept to where, you know, things don't move faster than light, but that 2 miles disappears faster than it could at the speed of light, which is a whole interesting thing we haven't really come up with. One way that you might actually be redeemed with your idea is when we figure out how to incorporate quantum mechanics to the non-quantum world, we might actually find out that you're correct, that 1 + 1 does not always equal 2. It depends on the scale that you're living in, kind of what you were saying before, your perspective. In the quantum world, it might very well be that 1 + 1 equaling anything is a ridiculous concept.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Like I said, on the basis that, you know, all these people of age, so in history, if we take it back, they wouldn't have understood what microscopic beings were. They wouldn't have even had the comprehension that they existed. So we are limited to what we have as technology right now and what we can observe.
Right. The thing that really changes our perspective and our equation is the use, in my opinion, is the use of energy. When energy, the amount of energy you have to use to accomplish something turns from, you know, having to go hunt a fucking whale, extract the oil, and put it in a lamp to get a little light to read a book. That's one perspective. When the perspective is flipping a switch on the wall to turn on a light bulb, you have a whole different fucking world all of a sudden. You have a whole different perspective on the original math. You know, the original math was go get a fucking whale, make some oil to make light, and isn't that a big fucking deal? 200 years later, you're flipping a switch, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter anymore, you know? So that's why I say it's the amount of energy it takes to accomplish things is where our perspective begins, because it's hard for us to get energy and to apply it to what we're doing. If we were to find a way to get almost unlimited energy for free somehow out of a cubic meter of space, we would look at things entirely differently on Earth.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. See, that's why I like talking to you, Richard, because you can actually explain things and make sense and teach people what you've learned. Unlike some people that like to sit there and then make statements, bold statements, and have no proof of their claims. So look at Pig, unmute yourself and prove that I'm a meth user. Prove it. Because I'm going to prove that I'm not right now. I've got somebody here that's with me. Do I use meth?
No.
Say it loud so they can hear.
No.
So, and that was a female too, Look at Pig. So now you unmute yourself and you can get somebody to speak for you, but I know that you don't have anybody around you, so that's going to be impossible for you. So prove your claims or get the fuck off the show and never return, you fucking internet troll.
Where, just out of curiosity,
I don't need people like you, Richard, that you don't show your face, all right, because you have something to offer and you teach people your knowledge. Unlike Look at Pig, who just sits there and trolls and thinks that he's smart, all right, the reason that you're going to lose your anonymity, Richard, is because of the internet troll right next to you, Richard. All right? Thank you, Richard.
See that, Adam?
I said it.
That's fucking hilarious. You had to go get a dumb fuck to tell him.
Adam, take a look.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I seen you, Richard. I seen your face pop up. There we go.
I did that just for you, Adam.
Anybody that wants to remain anonymous on the internet, you're going to lose your anonymity at some point because of trolls like Look at Pig. Because what they do is actually unhumane, all right? It's uncivilized, and he will make everybody lose their rights to anonymity because he's
what
a
victim.
cocksucker.
What
and
is
I
it
would
like
agree,
being a
and I would
victim,
agree with
Adam?
it if they come to me and made me vote for the rights of anonymity on the internet. I would say no one deserves to be anonymous on the internet based on what you fucking put people through, and people
I
like.
agree. And Mark Zuckerberg
Put you
he's
through
been
something?
trying to do
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry.
He's floated the idea of not allowing people on Facebook unless they use their real identity. He's floated that as a legitimate idea to change Facebook and the internet and all that. And I agree. That's why I use my real name on the internet. I don't think anonymity on the internet promotes anything good at all. I really don't.
No, it doesn't. It gives these people something to hide behind and then think that it's fine for them to slander and make defaming comments about others when they have nothing, no proof of any of their claims, any of their statements.
Didn't
It's
the
absurd that he's even allowed to continue to participate. He's sitting there being a fucking dirty troll and he's laughing his ass off because he's got the reaction he wants, and he's going to go fucking away from this show laughing about it when he's actually just antagonized people that want to participate and learn. I'm willing to learn. I know that I'm not smart. I know that I have a lot to learn in this world. All right, there's a lot that can be taught about life and the existence that we live in, and it's not going to help anybody in any type of scenario when we have internet trolls that remain anonymous for the reason of trying to get a reaction out of people. He needs to be dismissed or exposed, or both.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've done a lot of trolling myself, but just as a question, didn't this whole meth idea come from you saying you did meth once? That's where I thought it started.
No, I've never said I've done meth.
Oh, okay.
Never said I've done meth. Never. They're the one that making the claims against me, saying that, you use meth, and based on what you're saying right now, that's a meth user of some sort, or what do they say, the mentally insane. And it's like, how are they supposed to diagnose me via a YouTube comment section or your Google Hangout? And what gives them the right to sit there and say something about fucking me using meth when I've never said anything like that?
Right. I thought.
May I say something real quick?
I don't know where I got that.
Oh, yes. Adam, you're right. Adam, you're right. There is a lot you have to learn, like the shape of the earth, 1 + 1 = 2, things like that. Maybe how to read. I'm not sure yet. You illiterate?
That's what I mean. He's here for a reaction. He's here, not here to fucking...
No, I'm agreeing with you. There's a lot you have to learn, like 1 + 1 = 2.
He's not here to participate in any type of way, Amanda. I don't know why you let him on. Really, all he does is try to get a reaction out of somebody, so then he can antagonize them via their reaction and sit there and make statements against them that fucking aren't true. He tries to self-diagnose.
Why does that bother you so much? Why does that bother you so much, Adam?
Because it is true.
To me, he
was on meth. It has to be. If it bothers him so much.
He won't stand up for himself. I'm willing to stand up for myself. There's other people that he will be deterred from actually joining the conversation when he's here, and there'll be people that don't have thick skin like me that won't react, all right, and they'll do something to themselves or somebody else via what he's doing. I can cop it.
So you're going to hurt someone.
I can sit there and argue with this fucking idiot all day. But the point is,
are you going to hurt someone?
He's willing to do this to me.
Are you going to hurt yourself?
I've seen him do it to other people. He does it all the time. This is all he's here for. Fuck him off, or make him expose himself, make him reveal himself, or fuck him off.
No, that is false. I could get witnesses from Flat Earth Debates. I could get the owner of Flat Earth Debates out differently.
So why don't you make this dickhead turn his camera on or dismiss him? Richard's even turned his camera on now. Dismiss the cunt. He's not allowed on that should be a rule. He's all want to make rules on why you're not allowed on the show and why you are. Well, that should be one of the rules. You either fucking man up and turn your camera on and show everybody who you are, so then you're held accountable for what you say. I'm held accountable for what I say. They use my picture and post fucking all this profanity about me, all right? And nothing's done or said about these trolls because they can remain anonymous. That's the problem with the internet. And it is true. He fucking walked outside. If he walked outside and talked the shit that he was talking to me then, and I was able to fucking have a face-to-face interaction with him, I would fucking break his legs. I wouldn't just knock his teeth into the back of his head. When he hit the ground, I would stomp the fuck out of his head.
I believe you.
And I wouldn't do anything to you, Richard. You know, you can have a discussion with me, and actually I can learn from what you've said. All right.
What about me, Adam? Do you still think I'm a troll? I've been pretty nice to you today.
Yeah, I know. That's why I've said, you know, I don't mind certain people that want to remain anonymous. But the ones that want to remain anonymous because they have an agenda of fucking being an internet troll and then fucking antagonizing people, they need to be dismissed.
I have a question for you, Adam. You say that I'm only here to troll. Is that correct?
Questions. You're a clown.
Well, you say I'm only here to troll, and that's false. You could go talk to Sensei from Flat Earth Debates. She will tell you wrong. Or he, whatever it is.
Well, I'd just say if you don't want to troll, then just don't. You know, you don't have to keep going.
Oh yes, but when someone says 1 + 1 = 3, they obviously have a head case.
We're past that. We're not worried about that anymore. Let's just stop trolling, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay, so 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3. The Earth is not flat. There is no spider god.
Well, Adam's gone. He'll be back maybe. I don't know. Whatever.
So, Richard, I have a question, man.
What's that? You got quiet all of a sudden. You got a question or what?
They see me trolling. They hate him. Look, a pig likes to put on a roller coaster ride for everyone.
If it makes you feel better, Hank, I still think you're kind of a troll.
Okay, that's cool.
I think you troll people in the sense where you bring things up sort of intentionally knowing that it's going to annoy them, you know, but I could be wrong about that. But I think you rabble-rouse a little bit, you know.
I do. I used to play Mario Kart, and I used to strategically place my banana peels around the bins. And I still kind of stick to that strategy to this day. I put little banana peels for people to slip on, and when they slip on them, I capitalize. And that's just my strategy.
Adam, you weren't removed, were you, Adam? Where the fuck did you get removed? Did you snipe? Well, no, I think Look-a-Pig is gone too. They couldn't have sniped each other, did they? Did you remove him, Armando? What the fuck? Can you get back in, Adam? What the fuck? Well, whatever. I didn't remove you. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Huh. Anyway, it was a good conversation in a way. I still maintain that 1 + 1 only turns into 3 with a variable, but I guess we understand that now, what we're all talking about.
I'm trying to figure out how those guys just got sniped.
Yeah, I mean, the only ones that could have done it would be what? You, me, Hank, or Armando, right? Or I suppose there's some weird possibility they could have sniped each other at exactly the same time or something. I don't know.
I just one of those guys could have sniped the other one and then left and just be lying. I'm not really. I've never sniped anybody. I don't even know how to do it. I've only.
The log is on the right. Sorry, guys. If you look on the right in the comment section, it'll tell you that, say, for example, if someone snapped A4 removed someone else from the conversation.
There's nothing on the panel. Let me see. Oh, it was Macy May.
What's that, Armando?
It was Macy May. Macy May.
Who's that?
I don't know who Macy May is. I have no idea.
I didn't. Did you see Macy May even in here? I didn't.
No.
So how does?
No, she's not. I don't know. I don't know.
Can you snipe without even being in the room? Oh.
Yeah, she sniped. You could do that.
You can. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh?
Yeah. Hey, none of you guys got. Yeah. So.
I'll add him back. Who removed me? Armando removed me.
No, but you see how you could come back? I told you.
I know I couldn't come back. I had to change accounts to come back.
Oh, by the way, buddy, while I have my camera, buddy, while I have my camera, do you want to see my house?
For no reason whatsoever, didn't even ask me any type of thing. So I'm going to leave. Obviously, the host of the show doesn't want me here, so there's no use in being there when he's going to let you in.
I want you here, Adam. What the fuck? But I just want to ask Buddy real quick. Buddy, would you like I have my laptop and my camera? Would you like me to pan out and show you my house so you don't accuse me of being poor? Would you like that or not?
I'm not accusing you of being poor. I was just trying to decipher through what I thought was bullshit. That's all.
Well, there might be a little bullshit thrown in once in a while. I'll admit to that. But I'll generally tell you later.
No, it's all good. I've already put it in the past, man. I'm good.
I just wanted to say something to Adam. Adam, please take this as a compliment. Your lady friend sounded very nice.
I've seen her on cam, I think. She's kind of hot, too, if it's the same girl. But why did he leave? I mean, who said nobody wanted him here? That's, that's not true. It was kind of interesting. I mean, I like deciphering through sort of the crazy, wacky theories like 1 + 1 could equal 3. I think it's interesting to talk about. Even when I disagree with stuff like that, as long as people are being, interesting and reasonable. And I think, he has a really good point. It would have been a much better conversation if Look-a-Pig hadn't been antagonistic. But at the same time, this is the internet. And if you're not prepared for people to be antagonistic, Google Hangouts is probably not the place for you either. There's a little, culpability on both sides there,
I just want to say that I thought I made the best case for 1 + 1 = 3. Because if the baby is not technically its own baby and it's part of the mother's body, then yeah, I think I just proved it.
No, then 1 + 1 still equals 2. It's not a separate entity if it's part of the woman's body.
She gave birth.
You're counting the step of the woman, regardless of whether it has a baby or not. At that
yeah, but
point.
See that extra entity, that is change after a variable once again. So that would make it 3 once the change happened and made that a variable.
Exactly.
Well, it was fun arguing nonetheless. I mean, it's just a thought experiment. It's not like I'm going around trying to get the schools to change the math books.
No, I understand where the theory of it all comes from, actually, because everything is a constant change. Always, forever ending. It's in my way of looking at that. That is the way God created the entire universe of everything that exists or does not exist to the human eye. It is forever constantly changing. I understand the variables that he was talking about, but for example, if we freeze time right now and the clock stops, trust me, that would be the man and the woman only.
Exactly.
But after a change, after the clock ticks, and the man did get the woman pregnant, which would be change, that variable only happens after a change. And that change could be time, it could be whatever, it could be the guy's semen up in her vagina or whatever. I mean, you could look at that change anyway, but it only happens. A variable can only happen, even in hydraulics or any logical term on earth. I studied a lot of variables, in college. I understand it, but in a reality way, I have to keep my head straight and realize what I'm looking at in this dimension that I live.
Do you believe that things can be changed retroactively?
That's a good question. I'm going to say yes without having my mind wrapped around it real good.
Well, that's kind of, we were talking with Hank before about the double eraser.
When you say retro, do you mean before?
Yeah,
or
what
as.
the double eraser quantum experiment shows is that it's possible that determining the state of light might have changed the way it was previous to when we discovered what it is. Now, there's no proof that that actually happened, but the experiment shows that that's one possible outcome, and we have no way of verifying that because we can't go back in time.
I can understand that. I have no way to determine if it's different or not. I totally can. I can understand that.
But what happens is that once you determine what it is, it couldn't be the other thing, and it's possible that the act of determining it changed what it was originally, but we have no proof of that. We have no way to determine that. It's kind of an urban myth that that experiment shows that's true. It does show that it's possible that determining a quantum event changed the state of that of the particle previously, that it actually changes what it was backwards in time. Now that seems highly unlikely and not what's really happening.
Right.
But some people believe that that is what's happening, but there's no way for us to know one way or the other quite yet.
Yeah, it's what I consider an ambiguous rap. In other words, I could explain the tone of my guitar amplifier to one person. Well, actually, it's not the same thing, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I believe, like, the whole deal in quantum physics is about, does randomness even exist or not? I don't believe anything is truly random. I believe if we actually knew, everything we needed to know, that we would be able to determine the state of everything. If we knew all the parameters of what was going to happen to a little baby, I believe that we would know, we'd be able to determine the exact kind of person. We'd be able to determine when it would walk across the street 20 years from now.
Yeah.
If we knew everything we needed to know, we could determine everything.
Can I say something?
Yeah, and I could add something to. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
This is about the sniping.
Okay.
Adam said that it was Armando or Professor X who sniped, and that when, let me get to the chat here. So Armando added Macy to the hangout. Me and Adam was sniped. Adam then blamed Armando, saying he had a screenshot. I just checked the external chat, and it was Macy. So what do you have a screenshot of, Adam? What do you have a screenshot?
He's not here. He left.
To him in the chat, we were both sniped. He said it was Armando who did it.
Look a pig.
Yes.
Look a pig. What's Armando's new channel's name? I'm on my phone and I can't
Professor
click links
X.
on my phone. Professor X?
I'm
X
sure.
or EX?
I'm showing X channel on mine.
Oh, I'm seeing Professor X on mine.
He may have changed it. He said he was.
Well, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm on my phone and I found his old channel and I can't click links on a fucking iPhone. So,
I got you.
How you doing, Flamingo, by the way? I forget your real name. What's your name?
Danny. Danny. I'm good, man.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay, so yeah, let us know if you need us to tell you anything else. I'm showing X. Well, maybe I need to refresh. I'm still showing X channel on mine.
I see Professor X.
Professor X is the name of the channel. X channel is the name of the video.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
So why Armando made another room for some reason we don't know about, or what?
He decided to go to that. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, all right.
It's another variable.
Yeah, there you go.
No, we're in the X channel room right now. He just renamed everything.
He's
remaining unvocal.
Hey, the only thing I'll say on what you're saying, Pig, is that I don't know, the last week and a half, or every time I popped on here and Adam was in here, I will say that as far as what I saw going on in chat, it seemed he was sniping. That's what everybody was saying. I don't know, because I don't even know how to snipe.
Yeah, he does once in a while. He'll usually.
We know
admit
who
it, though.
sniped. It was Macy. He meant to
No, he
add
won't.
Racy. It's
Adam
kind
will
of mixed
snipe,
up.
but he'll tell the truth. He'll say it was me that sniped, and fuck you if you don't like it. He's an honest guy. You know?
Yeah. But
Yeah. So
he
I
was
don't know.
saying he had a screenshot proving it was Armando doing it when it was a blatant lie.
What do you think about things like the Freemasons and the Skull and Bones and that kind of thing, buddy? I sort of caught you talking.
You know
with,
what, man? I got into that years ago. I kind of started looking into that, and then I stopped because I'll tell you something, man. I'm more worried about today, and I do understand knowing that history helps you determine things today. But for me, and for my concerns about when I die and when they lay me down or they burn me into ashes or whatever happens, and I don't want to say on the net, but I have people that I care about. And so I'm really concerned what's going to happen in 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30 years to who is going to be left when I leave and what I feel I can do, which I did with my vote. So I'll leave the Freemason and the Skull and Bones thing alone, because I started to look into that. And I remember when, I was growing up, I heard all about the Freemasons and this, that. And I hated history when I was young. And so I couldn't give a rat's ass about it. And now I care everything about history. So it's crazy. But I don't know enough about it to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is, number
May
one,
I say something?
that if there's a big group of people, rich and powerful people that are running things, that I don't necessarily think that that's nefarious to begin with. I think that the most qualified person to create the energy policy are successful people that have dealt with energy, and the same with medicine, or the same with transportation. That I don't want the democratic way of stupid, illiterate, poor people getting to vote on how the world is run. I want the smartest.
So two things. Did you want to say something, Look a Big? Or?
Yes, I recently went to my first temple, my local Masonic temple, and they were pretty nice there. I looked at their gift shop, I walked around a bit, looked at the pictures they had, and I'm waiting on my tour.
Cool.
So what were you going to say, buddy?
Let me get my mind. Wow.
What I was saying is the rich, powerful, successful.
Oh, I know what I was going to say now.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
I have investigated in my own way deep enough to know now whether they actually really and truly run it or not. I don't know, but I do believe even back in the 60s, there's multiple reasons why JFK got killed, but without getting too wrapped up in all of that, I will say I do believe that the richest people on earth do sit back, whether it's behind the lines or infiltrated through corruption through the government. I don't know the exact ties, but I do believe that the huge, and I mean much more than Donald Trump has, okay? I'm talking about the most powerful people on this earth. I do feel that they do try to manipulate governments and the outcomes of what they wish to happen in society. Now, without getting too deep into that and too, down into a paranoia state about it or things that I actually don't know enough about to even elaborate. I do know that there's places that I'm not going to, I don't know if it was Alex Jones or who it was, found where these people were meeting at. I can't remember now. It's been a while. But they do meet around, you know, in different countries, wherever it may be. I don't know how much they infiltrate.
The meeting you're talking about, I can't quite think of the name either. I know what you're talking about, but they meet out in the open. I mean, they have their meeting in Europe. They have their meeting at Jacksonville.
I don't know how much that's tied into everything. I've never been able to figure that part out. But I will say this, as far as keeping it, you know, as this idealistic thing that, you know, we just have corrupt people in the government and that kind of thing, and we need to go drain the swamp, that type of philosophy on that. If you do stop those corrupt ties where that money changes hands, I will say that you will get your country back. I personally feel like we lost this country when they assassinated JFK. I feel like we really lost it right there in 1963.
So who, you know, let's sort of extrapolate that and say we drained all the swamp, and the rich people, the rich successful people that have, you know, made these accomplishments and have all this money don't run things anymore. You know, I think that's the natural order of things, number one. And I think that's what we all do. You know, we all run our own little homes. We all, you know, people band together in their homeowners association, and they vote for people who they like because they're successful in their neighborhood to run the homeowners association. Whatever it is, I think that's the natural order of things. The successful people have always run things, and what I'm saying is I think they should run things. But let's say we drain the swamp and the rich people aren't rich anymore.
I agree with that.
How do we decide who is going to decide how we distribute the resources?
Now that's an interesting subject. Okay, here's my feeling on that. I do agree with you. I do agree with you that what I'm concerned about is the money that changes hands, America last and foreign interest first, selling out the sovereign nation and selling out this country to line their own pockets. So one of the things Trump has said is that he's going to put a lifetime ban on anybody trying to lobby for a foreign interest over America. That's my only problem with that. I think the money people should continue with whatever they do with their money to make more money. That's business. And if they want to invest in foreign interest, that's fine too. But don't sell out this country in order to do it and put everybody out of work and take away my sovereign nation. That's the way I see all of that.
I kind of disagree with. I think people put the blame in the wrong place. For number one, it's not China didn't steal any jobs. China accepted private businessmen that wanted to open up factories. They didn't come over here and confiscate the businessmen and force them to open up factories. It's not right. So in fact, America gave those jobs away would be a better explanation.
I totally agree with that philosophy. When you were talking, I didn't think I would agree with it. So let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. When Al Gore and Bill Clinton, now you have to understand my life and why I was so directly involved in this. I won't get off into that. But my whole life has been revolved around the NAFTA deal. So when they signed that in 92, and I remember it like it was yesterday because it was a huge thing at the textile mills, and the guy that was in charge, his name was Chuck Hayes. I'll never forget the guy. They had plants everywhere, man. Okay.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
I'll never forget him saying, oh, this is going to be, so they lied to everybody on the NAFTA deal and made a lot of people, they didn't fool Ross Perot, but they fooled a lot of real big business people into thinking it was going to be a great thing. And they believed it. I remember like it was yesterday, and I said, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling good about it. But anyway, we'll see. Right after it got signed in, he had another meeting in the main plant, and he was raising hell, saying, I'm going to fight through Congress till the day I die. And he did. He died in his condo down in Myrtle Beach. I'll never forget it. Ever since let me stay on the subject, though. Ever since 92, man, I have watched all these people in all these industries lose their jobs, devastated, not knowing what they were going to do, because it was that whole NAFTA deal was foreign interest first and America last. And if you study it, you'll see it. In other words, are you going to make me believe that the poor people in Mexico are going to buy the products? No, they're going to bring them right back across the border and sell them to us after they suck our jobs. I do blame the politicians and the people in office for that. I do not blame Mexico, and I do not blame China. I don't blame the other countries. However, with that in mind, they do manipulate the living shit out of everything that they can. So you have to have a tight ship to stop them from manipulating the system, on top of making proper deals for this sovereign nation. They've never stopped these factories from leaving since 1992, man. 50% in every state has gone. Now tell me why they can operate here for 40 years and now they can't stay here. And this cheap labor thing, that's a last resort to still survive. It's the regulations, the taxes, no possible way for them to make profit here anymore. That's why they go for the cheap labor. But it's our own government that sold us out.
Right. I agree. And the only thing that I might question that you said was kind of in the beginning, you kind of made it sound like, you know, all the people involved, whether it's NAFTA or other free trade agreements, were knowingly, intentionally nefarious. And I will
go this far without knowing the details behind it. I will go this far. I feel like when Bill Clinton and Al Gore signed in NAFTA in 92, I think their pockets were lined in Swiss bank accounts or whatever in order to sign that. Because I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm not an expert as far as in those categories by any means, but I do know a lot about running a business, but I don't know that high of a caliber of a trade deal between another country. But what dumbass is not going to have their top people look over that trade to make sure it's not good for America first?
Right. So
that makes me believe that.
Let me get my point across. Let me just get my point across, buddy. What I'm saying is that not everybody was intentionally nefarious. I think some people were just wrong. And,
yeah, I believe that too. But I do believe the people that were really behind the power of the pen knew, because there was a big debate with Al Gore. I can pull it up on YouTube to this day.
Right, but they knew, what they knew was that a lot of the whole job world was sort of going to shift, and that a whole bunch of jobs were going to go over here, and these people were going to make some money. And where I say some people were maybe even had good intentions but were just wrong, is what they thought is that they were going to raise the entire standard of living of the whole world, and that the jobs might leave America, but the standard of living of Americans would still be good, because the prices would be reduced to such a point where people could still buy the same shit with different jobs, like, you know, Facebook jobs and Google jobs. And they turned out to be 100% wrong about that.
I have two schools of thought on that. I could run with what you just said, and that could be, I'm going to say could be, but my gut tells me it's not that honest. And if it was that honest, then they are globalist anyway. And I do not believe in globalism to this sovereign nation. I believe that nations have to watch out for themselves or they'll get gobbled up by the big shark.
Right. I can, I can go with that, especially, one thing I think people sort of got
it's kind of like this.
About,
hey, Richard, let me say it like this in simple terms.
I got what you said.
You know the old saying, you got to make yourself strong and you got to take care of yourself before you can help anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. You take this sovereign nation away, and boy, they almost did it, man, in so many ways. All the way down to if you flood enough people in here and then automatically give them amnesty, you can overthrow the American voter on the reality of what's really going on with half of America being out of work. You can manipulate the entire country, and it was almost to that point, to where it wouldn't make a damn what the American people said because their vote was going to be outvoted anyway through different factors as giving illegals amnesty to overthrow the American voter. So the reality of the truth behind it is you better keep control of your sovereign nation or you will get ate alive.
Hey, buddy, did you know that Richard is actually an immigrant?
He's what?
An immigrant.
I don't care what he is. I'm speaking truth. We're all immigrants. I'm talking about.
I think he's talking about me immigrating to Thailand. I'm not an.
Yeah, I was going to see if Buddy would start freaking out over it.
Hey, man, I've spent a lot of time in third world countries all over the planet, so I don't have any problem with that. I'm talking about coming in an man, I said it in here one night. I don't like to talk about my personal life on the internet, but I'll say this. My wife is from a fucking island in Asia, okay? I'm not going to tell you where, but she's from an island.
Okay.
I had to pay and go through the U.S. Embassy and do it all legal, dude. I had to qualify 125% over the poverty level, and I had to get my kid over here, too. Now, that pisses me off that I was born here, and I still had to do it the right way. There's a lot of reasons for my thoughts on everything, but, in other words, what about all the countries that don't border America? You think that's fair to them? For everybody that borders America, wherever, whatever country it is, to just flood over here and overthrow our economy? Fuck no, man. That is not gonna. Now look, in an idealistic world, I wish there were no borders on the entire planet. I wish there were open borders, but there's too much evil nowadays. Satan has got his claws into too many things, too many places.
Satan doesn't exist. That's all fiction, dude.
That's your belief on that. But I'm telling you my belief. There's evil out there, whether Satan exists or not. There's rapists, there's murderers, there's evil that exists, what I label as evil. And I look at it like this. Would I let somebody in my house that I don't know who the fuck they are? There's no way you can trace that person down if they rape your wife and kill your kids, and they can go down to your local bar on the fucking corner with no fingerprints, no social security guard, no birth certificate, no way to trace them down for what they just did. That is wrong, brother. And I've been in third world countries. I've hired a lot of maids with no security, with no social security, no fingerprints, no schooling, no nothing. They're not even a number, man. It's not good for you. It's not safe for you. It's not safe for me. And it's not good ethics. And it just should not exist. And that's my feeling. Now, in an idealistic world with no evil, I don't think anybody should even have a birth certificate. Fuck that too. But
what do you mean by evil?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Do you think somebody killing your mother would be evil or good?
I believe that person would have to have some kind of mental problem.
That's something else. I'm asking you, do you think it's evil? Do you think it's bad or good?
Well, the person would obviously have to have a mental problem in order to kill
But
another
that's
person.
another subject. Do you think
No,
it's
this
bad?
is the subject.
Do you think it's bad or good that they killed
He has
your
a
mom?
demon. He ain't gonna be able to do it.
Mondo, you're supposed to be silent.
Okay, but hold on. This is it. Well,
hard.
I was on another subject, but I'll go ahead and go there with you since you kind of got me sidetracked. I was just trying to say, the way that I looked at everything, and I don't think it's good because I don't think it's safe any longer. I really don't. And as a matter of fact, I know it's not. There's no question in my mind. I've experienced it in other countries where people are not, where you cannot trace anyone for doing anything that they do. That's the refugees that are coming over here. They're trying to come in. Some of the ISIS people are trying to come in.
You
But
do
anyway,
understand
back
that
to what we were
everyone's
talking
fingerprints
about.
is not on record.
But
unless you commit a crime, your fingerprints are not on record.
That's my whole point. When you come into this country, they take your fucking fingerprints.
My fingerprints are not on record. If I were to murder someone,
they've got.
I doubt they take a DNA sample.
You come into this country, man. I went through the process. Trust me, I know. They take your DNA. They know everything about you. You have to get cleared. Make sure you don't have any lung diseases. No diseases whatsoever. You can't even come into this country if you have tuberculosis. So my question back to you, though, since you kind of sidetracked me, do you think that it's good or bad if they go in and kill your mother, your brother, or your father, or your dog?
Well, anyone that would take a life would have to have some kind of mental problem.
No, it's an answer of good or bad.
Or
Is
there's
it good
no
or bad? Do you think bad exists in the world?
No, I believe that there is.
You don't think bad exists in the world?
No, I believe that there
Well, then you're a fucking Looney Tune, dude.
No.
If
I go up to a stranger, I'm not going to get stabbed.
Then Adam is exactly right. You're a fucking loose nut behind the wheel.
If I go up to some random foreigner, I'm not going to get stabbed.
I'll put it to you
I would
this
have
way.
a conversation.
Here's the way I attack it at my house on my property, okay? If someone comes in trying to harm my family, which I consider that to be bad, then I'm going to kill that person. Now, if I kill that person, is that good or bad?
No, that's defense. It's complete neutral. They attacked you. It's defense.
You must know that there is bad if you consider that a defensive mode.
Well, most, serial killers and things like that, they are what you would call a psychopath.
See, I can't even run
it's
with
a mental problem.
I can't even run with this conversation if you don't.
A psychopath does not
bad.
feel emotion. They are distant from reality.
Do you think Adam is bad when he does meth like you said he did?
Well, that's the observation where I get the whole meth.
Do you think that's bad if Adam did meth?
He's affecting his own body. It's his own body.
Is it bad? You brought it up as though it was a bad thing. Is it bad or good?
It changes his state of mind.
Okay. Does it change my state of living
his
if
health,
someone?
but it's...
Does it change my state of living when you take someone's life in my house without having a fucking reason to do it?
Okay, no one just runs into a house with a machete. I'm going to kill you, and just starts laughing away. That does not happen. You have to be in reality.
Hey, Big, you got me sidetracked on another subject anyway, but I'll stay on this subject because I can't believe that you can't admit. Are you one of these flat earth fuckers?
No.
Okay, then you have to know evil exists in this world.
There's no such
Let me
thing as
interrupt
evil.
for just a moment. I'm telling you, buddy, you're going to end up just like I was when you first met me. If you keep talking to these
Well,
people.
I just find it interesting that he doesn't think that that's bad if I go kill his fucking mama.
Well, you're getting suckered into believing that's.
Well,
what he
there's no
actually
evil.
thinks.
There is only.
Well, he can't manipulate me. I just want to know if he's trying to manipulate me or if he really believes that in his dumb fucking head.
Oh, serial killer. He's not evil. He does not have the emotion of a human. He is.
Well, I've lived my life to fight evil. Trust me. And if you knew anything about my life, you would know that I know evil exists because I've fought it my entire life. So, I'm going to
But
tell
a
you.
murderer going into a house, that person is obviously a psychopath. He has some kind of mental disorder
Do
in
you
order
think
to do
that's
that.
good? If he's a psychopath, do you think that's good or bad?
I believe that person needs to be put away and to get the help he needs.
Okay, that's a good thing. So he must be bad in order to do a good thing to correct him,
No, he has a problem.
which is not a good problem.
It's a problem. Any type
It's
of
not
problem.
a good problem. Man, this ain't going to be 1
Do
plus
you know
1
the
equals
definition of a
3.
problem?
Is this 1 plus 1 equals 3 again?
Pretty
No, I'm
much.
just saying that someone who goes into a house is not evil. If he kills someone, he has a problem. That individual is a psychopath. They have a mental problem.
Okay, whether it's mental or it's intentional, and he has a sound mind, and he's just a fucking evil person, which you don't
Someone
believe
with a
evil
sound
exists.
mind would never do something like that. Richard, would you ever go into your neighbor's house
that's
and
not
shoot them
even-
in the
that's
face?
not even the subject, pig.
Yes,
You
it is the
told- you
subject.
told
You're
me
saying
you
someone
didn't
with a
think there
sound
was any
mind would
evil.
go into a house and kill
You
people.
told
That's
me
not
you
true.
didn't think there was any evil, correct?
Richard, I have a question for you. Would you go into
Well,
your
now
neighbor's
you're
house
running.
and kill them?
You suck me into it.
I'm
and now
making
you don't
a
want to
point.
talk about it.
I'm making a point, Richard. Would
Well,
you go
but you're
into
making your
your?
point with somebody else when you were trying to interrupt me to make your point. So I'm telling you to make your point.
I'm
back
saying
to
there
me.
is no evil.
Don't
My
drag a
answer
third
to your
party into
question,
the
my
conversation.
answer to his question is
Don't
no, I
drag
would not
Richard
because
into
I'm
your
not evil.
shit.
I
'Cause
would
you're
not
not
do
evil.
that
Hey,
because I'm
that
not
don't work
evil.
with me.
You have a sound mind.
You're talking to me.
Yes, I am talking to you.
Okay, well then make your point with me. Don't drag a third party into it. Make your point.
It was verification. A sound-minded individual will not go into a house and murder someone.
Okay, is that good or bad?
It's normal.
It's normal for
Yes.
what?
For someone not to go into a house and murder people.
That's correct. And you consider abnormal as being not bad.
I consider abnormal as someone with a mental problem who is
But
most
it
likely a psychopath who
that's
goes
to be
into a house
determined.
and murders someone.
be determined if it's
That's to
intentional
be
or a sound mind.
determined. Well,
I don't
name
determine.
someone who has killed, who has a
Are there
sound
bad
mind.
acts? Do you consider any acts to be bad? Let's not worry about
Yes.
the people. Okay, so
There
there
are
is
plenty of bad
as
acts.
well. There
Well,
is
let me
bad
put
as
it to you this
Well,
way.
actions, yes, but those actions are done by people.
Let me put it to you
And
this
those
way.
people, usually, someone who's insane,
Right.
someone
Let
with
me put it to you this
schizophrenia
way.
or
I'll
a
put it to you
psychopath
this
will
way.
do something like that.
Yeah.
But they are a psychopath. They need
Well, I
help.
understand what you're saying, but let me put it to you this way. Since I'm not a doctor, a qualified doctor, if you come into my house without me asking you in here to harm my family, I'm going to kill your fucking ass. And I don't give a fuck whether you did it intentional or not. Do you
Yes,
understand?
you're going to defend yourself. That's basic survival traits.
But that's because you're being a bad boy. You're trying to harm somebody in my family.
That's because I'm breaking into your house. I have no business being there.
So what the fuck are you doing coming in my house? You think that's a good thing?
I'm not supposed to be there. You have the right to defend yourself.
Hey man,
It's pretty simple.
I'm starting to kind of run with Adam now. Either you're totally out there and you've lost something along the way. But if you can't determine between bad and good, maybe you need to be, out of society.
Well, what is good?
That's what I'm asking you. What do
Is
you
good
think is
getting
good?
straight A's? Is good helping your neighbor? What is
Is good-
bad?
Is good harming anybody?
Well, it depends on the individual. Is it good to put down a serial killer?
Well,
In
what you
any
said
way,
was-
shape, form, or fashion, is it good to hurt someone?
You
Yes,
said
if it's a
you
serial killer.
recognize they're a bad act.
That's
so what I
interesting.
don't understand
Yes.
is if people doing the bad. If you recognize it's a bad act, and the bad act is my dog chewing up the couch, you're going to say my dog was bad. Why don't you associate that with people? If people are doing bad acts, why can't you go one step further and say maybe that's because that's a bad person?
Is that pig saying that?
I believe that there is no, well, my idea is that there is no bad people. I believe there are people with mental disorders, like a psychopath
Okay,
or
you can
narcissist.
have that
But
philosophy on
I
his-
believe that a normal person would never kill anyone.
Okay, you can have that philosophy on human beings. The problem with your theory is that whether you believe anyone is bad or good, what we consider here on this caramel earth to be bad or good is all the fuck.
Yes, your idea of bad or good is, you know, a flying man on a cloud and then a red man underground.
You can't do that to me like you can with him. You're not going to change the subject.
I'm not. I'm just saying your bad and good comes from a book from 2,000 years ago.
You said you didn't believe evil existed. I'm not talking about a goddamn fucking airplane.
No, there is no evil.
I'm talking about, do you think there's any evil on this planet?
No.
You interrupted me when I was talking about borders and the evil that exists on here and why I think it's not proper everybody floods the border. And then you take me off into this fucking monkey fucking world of trying to make me believe there's no bad that exists on this earth.
There is no evil. No one set out to, you know, oh, I'm going to take that person and I'm going to ruin his life because he looks funny.
Well,
no one does that.
I got news for you,
unless,
man.
you know, there is a mental problem. A normal person would not do that.
There's a mental problem. It's called fucking look-a-pig. You don't even realize
you're saying that
evil.
people are just set to evil, and that's untrue. There's usually a problem mentally or through.
Okay, look, I tell you what, I think I got.
There will always be a problem with a person who will sit there to do bad ideas due to the fact that no one's evil. I mean, we all want to do good.
Okay, I got a question for you then.
I mean, unless you are, you know,
then I'm gonna go back to
psychopath. Right. Who has no concept.
Why are psychopaths that are mentally ill who go around murdering people not evil just because they have a mental illness? Why do you say that?
If they did not have that mental illness, they would not have did such a thing.
That's not my question. My question is, you're saying are sick. You're giving the bad acts associated with the bad people a pass by using the word mental illness. What I'm saying is, how can you say there's no evil in the world just because the evil might come from a mental illness? There's still evil in the world. You're just saying that it comes from mental illness. That doesn't mean
that problem was found and fixed, then the person would not be this evil you claim they are.
I got another way.
It is a problem. It is not a set, you know, good or bad.
I have another way of looking at this. I think I feel this guy's drift, even though I was actually talking to Richard when he started this conversation.
This is a good conversation. I'm sorry I'm not letting you guys circle.
No, it is a good conversation, and I'd like to end it up with this and then go back to my original topic. I'd like to end it with this. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Go ahead.
Do you work?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't live at home and you work a normal society job to make a living?
Yes.
Okay, so you go to work every day and you don't think that anyone in your workplace or on the way to work, somebody that had road rage, whatever, on your way to work, you just mark that off in your head as that person he's not evil, he's not bad, he's not doing a bad act, he's just got a mental problem, he gets a pass.
No, I see, you know, someone experiencing road rage. They've had a very bad day, and they're trying to healthily get that rage out. We all experience motion, do we not?
Okay. But you don't believe in evil.
No, I believe that there is no evil in this earth.
Okay.
I believe that, you know, a person who were to kill for sport, kill another person for sport, is a psychopath, and they need help.
Hey, this is a never-ending conversation with you and me, because anyone who's talking to me that actually believes that there's no evil, I'd like to go back and talk to Richard, because you're a lost cause.
Yes, I'm definitely a lost cause, because I believe that...
Because you have mental issues. I don't think you're a bad person.
Killing one is not evil, it's then a mental problem. I believe that if someone, you know...
for sure, but I'm going to say you're a fucking loose nut.
Because I don't believe in evil, I believe that most likely there is a mental problem with that individual.
I think you're a bad person.
Question: was Hitler evil?
Yes.
Hold on, Richard. Do you want
He
to go
was
back
evil?
and finish our
Why was he
conversation
evil?
before this fucking troll takes over our topic?
Why was Hitler evil? Explain this to me.
If I have to
That's
explain it to you,
buddy.
then you must be
This
just
gay guy
bad.
probably wants to talk. I'm just going to give it a break for a while, but thanks.
I mean, most likely he was a
I enjoyed
psychopath
it.
in
Go
order
ahead.
to feel no emotion for
If I have to
killing.
explain to you why
millions
Hitler's
of
evil,
people.
that says a lot about you.
No, most likely there was an underlying problem with Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
evil.
problem was he was evil.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, what about all the men who followed evil then?
You know, that's interesting. Social psychology. Basically, these people were following under the guise of nationalism. They basically listened to authority. It's kind of like the Stanford Prison Experiment. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Yeah. So people just kind of take on roles and they just act them out, like kind of without thinking. So they say, "Kill this guy," and he's just following orders. Kind of that simple, but that's
So
also
it's not the soldier's fault. It's all on the man.
no. The followers are evil as well.
Okay, so those were millions of people who were evil. The soldiers.
Correct. If you want to get technical, everyone's evil.
I believe that this whole idea of evil does not, because I know I'm not evil. I know I experience emotion. I know I care for people. I care for animals, and yet
The
I'm
evil
not
are
going
capable
out
of
there
caring
killing
for people. That doesn't make them less evil.
Mhm.
Kind of like the Milgram experiment.
I know not to do bad to an individual.
You know not to do it, but you still do it,
Yes.
don't
I never did any bad towards someone.
you? No.
You said people are evil. Do you mean people can do evil or everyone is evil?
Everyone is capable of evil, and everyone has done evil. Therefore, everyone is evil.
Okay. So what about the people that stopped doing evil? They're still evil even though they've, don't do it anymore and they're good citizens?
Well, they still have a propensity towards evil. If they don't act on it, then they would be considered good.
Right.
But
So,
given
but you
the-
said
given the
everyone
proper
is,
circumstances.
you're saying everyone is evil, and I'm trying to figure out if that's what you really mean or if you mean something else.
No, that's what I
Rejecting
really mean.
evil, not doing evil, is righteousness. So everyone is evil, and some people are righteous. When they
Fully
reject
theological,
evil.
our only righteousness comes from not from us, but from the one
Our
who.
parents.
Hey,
No,
Tina,
not from your
I hope
parents.
I'm not interrupting, but
Our
let me-
emotion.
yes.
Not your
Uh-huh.
emotions, not your parents, not
If
yourself.
I hurt someone, I'm going to feel bad for that because I hurt them.
Would it stop you from hurting them again?
Did your parents ever tell you, Pig, that you did something bad and you got grounded for it, or a whipping, or anything like that?
I did something I shouldn't have did.
But
I
did
didn't
they ever
understand
do-
why I shouldn't have did, but I learned not to do that because they did not want me to do it.
Yeah, I
did
want
they
to
ever
say something.
It
Can I
was a
say
bad
something?
thing.
If I were to curse, there's no power in those words. I'm
Hey,
not hurting
Pig,
anyone for saying
Can I
fuck.
ask you a question, Pig?
Yes, go ahead. You're supposed to be silent, Armando.
I know, but I still want to get you on this. Check this out, because I know you believe in Satanism.
Okay, mic out.
Check this out.
Satanism.
Hey, check this out. If two men are approaching you and they're ready to rob you, you think you could conversate your way out of that situation with them already having that in plan? You think you could out-talk yourself out of that situation, or what?
Yes. It could be possible.
Wow.
Yeah, you're what I call a pussy, nigga.
It could be possible.
You know what? I zoned out for a second there. What was that question? You said you could talk yourself out of what?
Yeah, that if
Being
you-
robbed.
you see
You're
if
exactly
somebody
right,
walking
Armando.
up- I know that. I
It
know that.
could
I
be
was
possible.
agreeing with you. I was, dude, when you were talking, I was like, build the wall. I swear to you, in my mind, I was like, build it. I get it. I know what you were saying. You were saying that it's not as hard as what people think to get your papers. All you have to do is be determined enough to go and file the paperwork. Now, it takes time or whatever, but it's a lot better than doing it illegally. because I do want you trapped. I do want you. I want you documented, and I want you. If you commit a crime, they're able to trace you. I'm not a criminal though, so I don't give a fuck about things like that. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck about cameras.
You know, the only thing keeping evil people from acting on it is society.
No. What I want is for the case to be solved. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna tattletale on yourself. I want you to be caught. That's a fact.
No.
That's a fact.
Evil people aren't concerned about others. They're only
You're
concerned
not gonna
about
tell me that we don't need no police and the mind is just crooked and it's just the up. Some people are just bad and they come from good upbringing.
You just brought up a real good point, Armando. So if everything was the way he says, we would need no police.
No, there'd be no need for law enforcement because everyone.
Well, not really. You guys aren't understanding what he's saying. He's not saying bad acts don't occur. He's not saying bad actors don't need to be arrested.
He simply attributes it to mental illness.
This is
Right.
what
What he's saying is that
I have a problem with that too.
there are no
he's
good
not willing to
people.
call
There are no
something
bad.
Yeah, what he calls mental illness, I call evil. It's just
Exactly. He's not willing to
Right,
fold.
that's kind of where I was going. Is it's a semantic argument at this point.
Yeah, it's like not speaking.
Well, the reason he wants to
You know
say
what
that
the
is
funny
to
is?
absolve the individual of any responsibility.
Dude, you never seen that
No.
movie with
Yes.
with
You
that
someone
guy?
who's sick
mental
needs help.
illness
Hold
and
on,
put
hold
me
on,
in-
Pig.
put me in
Have
an
you ever
asylum
seen the
and I'm
movie?
okay. That's kind of why they put crazy people
with
in mental
Pauly.
hospitals and they put
Pauly, that
criminals in
homosexual kid.
prison.
He's trying to absolve them from good or evil, not the act
Hey, buddy.
itself.
Hey,
Yeah,
buddy,
that is
you
to
there?
absolve the individual of any moral responsibility. They can simply say, "Oh, I have a mental illness. I'm not evil."
Dog.
You cannot just diagnose yourself with a mental illness. I mean, when there's clearly a problem
Anybody
there.
who does anything bad.
I mean, a normal person would not just go
you.
up and shoot up a school.
Yeah, but
A
not at the
normal
expense
person
of
would-
human life.
A normal person would act like they have an illness, and the
You know what keeps a lot of normal people from doing what they
Yes,
want?
but they would not end up doing the action.
You
They
said
would not
that
shoot up
everybody
a
that
school.
does something bad has a mental illness. So of course, everybody.
Not everybody.
No, that's what you said.
There would have to be
There's no such
something in
thing
order
as
to
good or
cause. There'd
bad.
have to be, abuse from a parent or something to
said
drive
there's
them
no
to that
such
point.
thing as
There's
good or
always a
bad.
reason. There's
Every
always a
bad
cause.
act-
It's a cause and
Every
action.
bad act comes from mental illness, so we don't need anybody to diagnose anything, according to you.
I just realized something. Look, a Pig needs to be a psychologist, but I don't want him taking care of the laws in my city.
I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want him to.
There's always a cause and action to something, If a man hates a woman, most likely it was an abusive mother.
But
Yeah, you
you're
wanna
not
talk
gonna
about
impose
causality?
that problem on my family without getting your ass shut off.
But you guys are
Yes,
kind of
that
missing
person's
what he's
breaking into
saying.
your
He's
home.
not
There's a
saying
cause to
the
that.
actor shouldn't
It could
punished.
be anything from very bad financial state, and that's the only thing they can do. That they could be starving and wanting some food. They know you have food, so they're trying to get food, etc.
The only thing they think they can do, not the only thing they could do.
I believe that is a bad/evil act.
People,
Whether
this
it's
whole-
unintentional or
the
not.
idea of moral relativism is the whole purpose of it is to denounce the idea of good or evil, which is to absolve the individual of any moral responsibility because there are no morals at that point. Nothing's wrong or right. So it's that in itself is evil.
That's why I want borders for nuts like that right there.
Yeah, they call them psychopaths. I just call them evil. I don't believe they have an inability to empathize. I believe they simply don't care.
Yeah. I don't want him fighting my war in Iraq, I can tell you that.
Is a soldier evil for killing?
I believe
He's
that
the
there
one
are
going
evil
to
acts.
another country.
Well, that's interesting.
So
Now,
he's the evil one.
That's interesting. That's a whole nother subject you're getting off.
No, it's
into
not.
war.
This is
Yeah.
the same analogy of
Look at that
someone coming
war
into
as
your
my
house.
Let's keep it
We're
simple.
going into their house. So
Yeah, let's look-
this is your evil.
Let's look at that war as my house and get back to the point.
The war. Well, you're in your house now as America. Now you're going to their
Hey,
house
the
and
answer
you're
is
killing
yes.
them.
The answer is yes.
You know what?
If nobody can answer the question, the answer is yes.
I'll answer the question. What was the question? You said, is it evil for a soldier to kill?
Yes, a soldier going to another land and killing.
I'd say that's up to God.
That's up to God, but there is no God.
It's not an answer. You said you were going to answer the question.
That's a whole different subject.
I answered the question. You may not like the answer, but I still answered it.
That's no answer.
You didn't ask me if it was evil.
He's trying to change the context of the
That's
subject.
not an answer. You can say
No,
that
he thinks he's slick. He's trying to change the context of
I'm
the
not
fucking
changing the
subject.
context. It's
Yes,
the same
you are.
context.
We're
It's a
changing
soldier
the con-
going to another
Talking
land and
about a
killing.
justified killing versus a fucking nut.
What's the difference?
The answer to your question, Looker Pig, is it depends.
It depends.
If a soldier was sent to another country and the
It
people in
depends
the other
exactly,
country,
and that's why it's
won't-
up to God, and we are not fit to judge.
Well, I
You
can
don't
keep
need
it
to interrupt
simple
me.
than that.
You
You
can
told me that it was
yourself.
okay for me to kill the motherfucker when he came in my house, right?
He's coming into your house, yes, but you, as a soldier, is going to his house.
But
he has the right to
Right, and
defend
sometimes
himself.
going into other people's houses to kill them is not
Do I
bad or
believe there
evil.
are justified killings? Yes, I do.
Of course, like if you're a fucking nut holding 3 people hostage at the bank, and the police are going to, even if you own the bank, the police are going to come into your house and take care of business. So some soldiers being sent to some countries that need soldiers to protect the people in there are not being evil when they kill the bad
sorry,
guys.
boys. Can you hear
Depends on
me?
the circumstances, and it also
Other
depends on the intention.
situations, they may very well be evil, like Nazis going to other countries. So the answer is it depends on the soldier and what they're doing.
Yeah, the whole thing started when he said that there was no evil in the world.
Yeah, I reject that outright.
That's where the way this got started, and I say he's full of shit.
Agreed.
Man's heart is evil continuously. If a man has an opportunity to play the lottery, he's going to covet in his mind what he's going to do with that money.
Yeah, Armandi.
It's the idea.
Armandi.
Hey, Packy.
Hey, hold on real quick, because
You know
I
what?
want to make a point real quick. Okay, so
Hey, what's up, buddy?
so the question, hold on.
the Arabic must leave.
Why? Hold on. Can everybody? Am I lagging? No, right? No. Am I lagging? Well, am I lagging?
No.
All right. The question was that if you commit murder, for no cause, just because you were taking something from somebody else, no reason, it's evil. But when you commit murder for someone else or representing your country, I know there's patriots out there, it's not evil. I don't agree with that. And that's the reason why Tudor wasn't able to answer the question and everybody was right. Tudor, they were right. You didn't answer the question.
No, I answered the question. Certain.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. The answer, first of all, your answer should only be yes or no. And if a person commits murder, serving his country, is it evil?
Yeah, you didn't like my answer, but I gave you an
I can answer that maybe in the tense that we're talking it. I believe in justified.
Human.
Yeah, the fact that you didn't like my answer doesn't mean I didn't.
Like, no, I'm telling you that even if you kill him in self-defense, you are a murderer.
I don't
David
find
was not a murderer.
to be an
Murder
answer.
would be
See what I'm saying?
unlawful.
Listen,
Self-defense
there
is
is
not
a different.
unlawful.
Listen,
It is your
listen,
right to defend
You
yourself.
look at it like a very big deal. This is the way I look at it. You have committed an act that I haven't committed, and not many people committed. So you killing that man, that was a moment for you, nigga.
Can I say something?
You are changed after that. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
If somebody breaks in my house right now with intent,
I've actually lived that, Armando, so I can speak from life experience.
I'm not putting evil in such a low state of mind. I'm just
That
saying.
is big. That is big.
Listen, I don't think it's evil. I don't think it's evil when you commit murder at a self-defense or when you fight.
For
for
I
the
smell a
country. I don't
demon
think it's
worshiper
evil.
named Honest Packy.
You know what I mean? But
yeah, I
you
can
are
feel
still classified
That
as
is
a
big.
murderer.
Okay,
Like,
it
you
may be
don't have to
premeditated,
go to jail, right?
You know, the connotation of murder would
I'm
be a
just
lawful.
saying, you know, like I know if you've experienced, you dog, my nigga, that's crazy. It is crazy, right? It changed you forever.
Yeah, it's terrible if you
The
take
first one, right?
another life. It's
No,
terrible.
I'm not gonna sing a song. Fuck that.
Yes,
Yeah,
buddy.
it's horrible.
Yes, buddy.
It's horrible.
Yes, buddy, what? What you tell
When
us?
I'm not saying
Fuck you,
there's
sing a
nothing
song.
wrong with it. It's just a different man.
Pakistani.
You know, I have a lot of questions, really. I don't know if you're willing to answer them. I just have a lot of questions.
May I speak? I know I've talked about this before, but if someone broke into my house, I have two choices. I can use force, maybe even deadly force, to stop them. But when I go before judgment, God is not going to ask me, why did you kill that man? But if I don't kill him, he's going to say, why didn't you stop him from raping your children?
I like that.
That is why I said ultimately the judgment is up to him, not us, because there's the action and then there's the intent behind it, and a lot of times people see the action but they don't understand the intent behind it. So therefore, they're not really
Can
fit
you
to
say
judge.
that again, Hank? What is he not going to judge you on?
But we can all agree that there is evil. Do we agree on that?
I certainly do.
Okay, if someone breaks into my house and I cannot get them to lay down on the ground when I point my gun at them, and they keep coming at me, and I put some rounds in his chest to stop him, and I go before judgment, God's not going to say, why did you kill him? Because obviously I was defending my family. But if I don't, and he kills me, and I go before God, and he judges me, he's going to say, why didn't you stop him from raping your children?
No, that's nonsense, because he would know either way. Your first example, he would already know why. You know, that's nonsense. He's going to know either way. He's not going to have to ask you.
Yeah,
anything.
I think the end result of that is I don't think he'll hold you accountable.
He'd hold me accountable if I let him kill me and then subsequent and rape my children.
If you made a mistake and didn't do the right thing to prevent it, I don't think you'll be held accountable. Because your intention was to protect. You were trying.
Intention.
And you're implying it, Hank, as though you're going to be judged poorly, as though you wouldn't be able to say to God, well, I didn't want to kill that other person, and I left my family in your hands. How about that for an
if he accidentally
implying that you would be judged poorly for not killing the intruder, and that's an assumption on your part too.
Yeah, if he accidentally got away with his evil beyond your control, or if you made a mistake trying to prevent it, I don't think you'll be held
Bad
accountable by
things,
God.
many bad things have been done with good intent, and many good things have been done with bad intent.
Yeah.
The intention is.
But God knows all, so he'll know what's in your heart.
Exactly. Like if you decide not to kill a man, if you don't kill, if like say somebody's threatening you or your family and you don't kill him because you're a coward, yeah, you're going to be judged for that. If you don't kill him because you were trying to spare his life, that's something else entirely.
So what do you mean by judged? You guys keep saying that you'll be judged for this, but not judged for that.
No, you're judged for it.
By judged, you mean judged and found guilty in some negative way? I mean,
I think I just got really. I think I just could not believe that I was talking to someone in the beginning of this topic that really honestly believed that evil did not exist.
He doesn't believe that.
Well, I don't believe evil exists.
That's
I think
insane, but that's
evil is
just
a religious thing. But I think bad exists. I think there are bad people, but evil to me requires a God, because that's just sort of the way people use it, you know.
Yeah, we want to talk about the concept of right and wrong, or negative and positive, good and evil.
The way evil happens, however it's manifested.
People know what it is.
Yeah, whether a salamander or a crayfish or a human being does it, it's evil.
Everybody knows what it is. Secularists.
Well, that brings it up another topic. Do you think that there are evil animals? Because I do. I think there are asshole, evil, bad animals.
I've even seen evil animals in a psychotic manner that had, a disease that made them do what they did. But I can't let that dog bite my child. If he's got rabies, I have to kill the fucking dog.
causality. There's
If
certain.
I can't get the dog in a cage, I have to kill it before it bites my kid.
Question is, where does it come from? Where does this evil come from?
Yeah, but that's evil. Whether it's intentional or not, it's still an
Well,
evil act.
let's get back to the question, though, Jay. I'm wondering, do you agree that animals can be evil, or is it only humans because they come from God and have souls and all that?
I think animals can do.
I do
evil,
believe
bad
that
stuff,
animals
too.
can have. Yes, I believe that animals can display and be evil. Yes.
Okay. So you can be evil without a soul, right?
I don't think they have like necessarily a spirit, but I do believe they have a soul.
Man, he totally redirected our topic, didn't he, Richard? I was getting.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. But anyway, you know, when somebody says something that extraordinary to me, I have to say, well,
Oh, the pig! You saying the pig guy redirected it in a totally opposite?
he redirected Richard and my topic that I was.
Yeah, it's just classic deflection. Like when proven wrong, they have to like.
Right.
Well, that's not really what happened. He just
Actually, I let him manipulate me. Damn it! I'm gonna have to get up on my P's and Q's.
Yeah, you did in a way, but whatever.
Damn it.
What
But
we were
anyway,
talking
man,
about-
that's the way I look at all that stuff, Richard. You know, when we were talking about, you started off as Freemason, and I went off into the kind of the way I see all of those things in the corrupt government. And
who's a Freemason?
You never really answered my question, my main question, which is if you
don't know enough
if you
about
drain all the swamp and the rich people are no longer making all these big decisions, who then do you, if you could make a perfect world, how would you want the decisions to be made? Would you want them to be made democratically by the whole population? Would you just appoint new people? Would you have them vote? How would you get the decisions made? Because I like the idea
Well-
that the rich and powerful run the world. I think that's how it should be.
yeah, I think you changed the context of it when you added that one thing. I think people that have the money have to invest and they have to make decisions. I'm just saying I want them to make it. To keep it simple, as far as this sovereign nation is concerned, as far as sticking to that only, I want them to continue to make those decisions, but not to sell this country out.
Okay.
That's against the nation. That's for foreign interests first and America last, and I do not want that. That to me is the corruption.
I personally don't believe in any ideal form of government.
What about Trump saying that he's for Israel 1,000%?
Yeah, that's another subject in itself. They'll always be, and that's why the evil thing got to me, because hey, wait a minute, there's evil happening in our government, or else we wouldn't.
That
be being
is the
sold
problem.
out.
You can't have any form of government because the representation we're talking about.
Well, no, we have a form of government, whether it's, I'll put it to you this way, evil will always find a way.
Right. You can't have a perfect government.
No, but for the most part, I think his plan to put a lifetime ban on any lobbyist or special interest group to be able, that's what he said, and that's a good way to do that, to get it started anyway.
Well, he's modified it to 4 or 6 years or something, so you know.
No, that was no. The 5-year thing was when they leave office, they can't lobby for 5 years, and then when they do lobby after 5 years, it has to be for this sovereign nation. In other words, for America first. It cannot be for a foreign entity.
I agree with that.
Okay. And that's why but that's my view, because I'm anti-globalist. I do not want this sovereign nation tied into corrupt foreign deals without watching out for this country first.
Well, wouldn't you say with things like the IMF?
It's kind of like me selling a car, Richard. If I sell a car to you and I need to get the value out of the car, in other words, I want that two-way street thing. I want them to do, I believe in fair trade, but give me fair trade. Don't give me one-sided. Huh?
Did you hear my question? You said that you want globalism and you don't want this country this and that. My question was, with things like the IMF and the World Bank and all that, don't you think it's a little late?
It's far too late.
Right.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. My belief is this particular country's biggest problem, even above what you just mentioned, in my opinion, is the Federal Reserve.
This country's
Richard loves the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is his favorite.
Hank, it's not that I love the Federal Reserve. It's that our history shows without a central bank, we end up much, much worse. And I only don't want the Federal Reserve ended without a better plan.
A gold-backed standard would be the correct way to do it, but we don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if the right answer is to abolish the Federal Reserve, and as far as the Central World Bank or whatever, just give me a fair playing field with foreign interest.
There's no
I think everyone should be able to prosper and to, make products and have fair trade and equal,
that's
and
why
that
we
kind
got
of
in our original argument and why I sort of right off the bat didn't like you when you and Ronan were talking. I don't understand, and I heard Jay Tudor kind of say the same thing that I don't understand is what does fair playing field even mean? Government price controls in a different way.
Right, I want to explain that. To me, NAFTA, I can say it real simple because I've lived it. And matter of fact, I've been to the countries where these fucking plants went, and I watched every step of it all the way down to when NAFTA was signed. A fair trade deal is when this country gets the same exact treatment as that foreign interest and everybody makes money. When I say the same, whoever does better with a better product and better business sense and all of that, but don't sign a trade deal that is sucking all of the jobs out of, you can, I'm going to say the country so I can just keep this simple. You suck all the jobs and put all these people out of work, and everybody's going to work in Mexico, and where are they selling their products at? They're not selling them in that fucking poverty place. They're coming back across the border with those products tax-free. That is not fair trade.
All right. Well, I would agree that's not fair trade, but I'm not sure that. I mean, if that's your definition of level playing field, fine. That's a good definition. I can go with that. Whatever.
Yeah. In other words, I'm just saying I want even the foreign countries to do well. But when you sign a deal like NAFTA, and I keep going back to NAFTA because that's the biggie for me in my lifetime, when they sign that in, all of a sudden, man, I'm talking about within one fucking year.
Now, you might disagree with me on this, but the real problem with the Mexico and the manufacturing thing is not so much the NAFTA agreement. Once again, I'm going to put the blame on the government rather than Mexico, and rather even than the NAFTA agreement. The problem, let me finish and tell you why I believe that.
I agree with you.
Okay, but the main problem was that after NAFTA, Mexico went around and made all these trade agreements so that the products made in Mexico could get shipped to all these other countries. And America did not do that. America doesn't have the same trade agreement with Brazil that Mexico does. So the widget factory goes to Mexico. It's not for the cheap labor. They make more money because they're not taxed from Mexico to Brazil than from America to Brazil.
I agree with you, Richard, but NAFTA opened up the door.
The failure wasn't just NAFTA. The failure was not making agreements with these other countries like Mexico did. America could have made the same agreements Mexico made with NAFTA. The problem is they did not, and Mexico did. So I'm saying the problem is really in dropping the ball on those trade agreements, not necessarily just NAFTA itself. We could have solved, and that's what Trump wants to do. Trump wants to solve that by making those agreements that we should have made.
I agree with everything you just said, except for NAFTA opened up the door for them to be able to do it. Now, why our country didn't do it is where the corruption ties in my opinion, and the stupid ass political hacks that we had making our deals.
Right.
I think
they're
along
more
with that,
stupid. I think they're more stupid than, it's maybe it's semantics, and in the end, it doesn't fucking matter. All that matters.
Well,
is where
it's
the
both.
jobs
It's
come.
both. They were
I think they're more stupid than
selling us
corrupt.
out and making stupid deals.
Frankly, I don't think they're smart enough to be as corrupt as you think they are. I think they're just plain stupid.
Hey, a lobbyist. Hey, if you're a foreign entity, it doesn't take a lot of brains to be a lobbyist and sell out your country, because I'll put it to you like this. Before NAFTA came in, none of those things that you just said could have happened. That NAFTA deal opened up the door, as you say, for the other countries to go on and do this and do that. NAFTA opened
Brazil, none of those countries would have made that deal with Mexico had Mexico not had the American jobs in Mexico to begin with. You're right.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The NAFTA thing opened up the door for all the things that you discussed. Without NAFTA, none of those things could have taken place.
Right. I agree.
So my point is, how much was paid off and lining politicians' pockets to make a corrupt deal and selling out our country, and how much of it was stupidity, is really, to me, not even worth talking about, because even Ross Perot tried to tell us back before it was getting signed, he tried to tell the American people that it was a scam.
Well, it's worth talking about for two reasons, or the main reason being that it doesn't happen again. And if we don't know if it was stupidity, we need to educate people. If it was corruption, we need to get them out of office, put them in jail, whatever. But it's worth talking about.
I totally agree.
So we have to know. We really want to know whether these people are just stupid and it was an accident, or whether it really is an orchestrated plan to sell out the country by Mr. X, Y, or Z, in which case...
Thank you, because that's the final point I wanted to make with you, Richard. I'll tell you where I have gone with this in my mind. When all this first started, I was living the oppression of, damn, what are all these people going to do? Now, where am I going to go? What am I going to do? Well, I was lucky. I had a lot of skills, but I watched all this stuff now. When you tie that NAFTA deal and selling out, I'll tell you what, let's go where they were trying to go with all of this, with the TPP, NAFTA, and everything. They already had like a 30-year plan for this shit to take place. I really honestly believe it, because you don't leave the borders open and flood a country when you already know you've sucked the middle class out of that country. And now you're flooding people in and you're going to give them amnesty? Nah, there's some more sinister plan than just sucking out the middle class. There's a higher plan. So therefore,
that's war.
That's why to me this election was so fucking important. And I could add something to that, then you'd know I was serious, but I'll leave that out. I believe after this election year, if Trump would have not gotten elected, that we've lost our country forever. As a matter of fact, I know it.
Well, like,
how it doesn't matter after this election year if Trump wouldn't have got in there. Do you know what their plan was? They were going to give every fucking illegal in this country fucking amnesty to overthrow the American voter, so it wouldn't make a fuck what we voted.
Giving amnesty to 20 million people doesn't overthrow the other 300 million.
Well, that's interesting that you said 20, because the fake politician number is 11 million, and you and I both know that's a crock of shit. There's 35 or 40 fucking million here.
I don't know about
it's the same as their unemployment fake politician number. They say it's at 5% and all. If you're not drawing unemployment, you're not even part of that mix. That's another fucking lie.
Well, it's not a lie, because the U6 number is printed right next to the 4.6 number. I mean, people...
No, that's a fake politician number to keep them looking good in Washington, man.
It's all a lie.
Maybe, but at the same time, anybody with an education that cares what the number, including the marginalized workers, anybody that wants to know what the U6 number is, can find it on the same website that has the 4.6 number. It happens to have, been 17% for a while, it's drifted down somewhere around 11. Now, you may not believe that number, but the point is that the number that we have, that number including the people that have stopped looking for work. We have that number.
I know what I was going to say to you too, Richard, and I've really enjoyed this conversation. I really have, because I really like different viewpoints, just so because it teaches me too. But I want to add this to this. Sure. You're in Thailand, right?
I am.
The other third world countries and Asia, I've spent a lot of time in Asia, that I've been to, there's one thing they all have in common that I saw happening here in America. You know what that is?
Inflation, deflation, devaluation.
That's close. What do you think it is, Richard?
I don't quite understand your question. You said one thing that we have here in Asia that you've seen happening in America like a while back that's happening here now?
Well, let me say it in a better way. I don't think I said it right.
Right.
In all the third world countries I've been in, they all have one thing in common with what they almost did here. Do you know what that is?
Almost did in America.
Correct. And they were well on their way. It almost got accomplished. It almost happened. Do you know what that is?
I might know what it is, but I don't know what you're driving at. I mean,
they sucked the middle class out of this country. If you'll notice, in third world countries, there's no middle class. There's the rich and the poor. That's why everybody's got stores up everywhere, selling fish, selling Coca-Colas on the corner, trying to run their little independent businesses.
I would put that in the category of myth. There's a mathematical calculation for wealth distribution. Thailand, for example, as far as the wealth distribution goes, ranks above America.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say it right, because I know Thailand is separate, and I also know they have issues with China, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm telling you is China is a strong industry runner now. You know why?
Because they have a lot of industry.
You know where they got that industry?
They got that industry from a whole bunch of places all around the world, not just America, but yeah, a lot of it came from America.
That's correct, but that's why you see them running strong. Do you know what they were trying to take out of my sovereign nation here in America?
No, America's a farce.
They're trying to take every bit of that away, which boils down to the middle class, all of your factory workers, all of your industries. If they can take that away, get you weak, and have the rich controlling everything and only the poor that can't fight, that's what you'll see in every fucking third world country I've ever been in my life, whether it's dictatorship or not.
Well, I don't know how long it's been since you've been to some of these countries, but the third world countries around the world are significantly better than they were, as far as their rate of becoming better is much faster than America. America's stagnated for a long time. Thailand has, the VIP parking with fucking Rolls Royces and Ferraris in it. And
that's another subject.
Train system. You could eat off the subway floors and shit. You know what I mean? It's
Are they doing better? The answer to that question is yes. They are doing better than when I was in all these countries. They are doing better. But
what I'm saying is they're doing better compared to how America's doing. So
thank you very much. That's my point right there. Thank you.
So now at the same time you complain about what China wants to do, America wants to do the same thing. That's all business. That's not.
No, but that's not my point.
That's not nefarious action. That's
Richard, that's another subject.
Business.
I want all countries to do well and take care of their people. But my point was, the subject matter was what I see going on and what they're doing to America. They've sucked the middle class.
We already agreed they are not doing it to America. America did it to itself. We already agreed on that.
That was the design of capitalism.
You mean through the corrupt government? Because I know the American people damn sure didn't want it.
Yeah, through whatever you want to say, we've already decided it's not China's fault that America.
No, it's not. Absolutely.
No, they're just doing what's advantageous for them.
Right.
Right. my point was to you, though, Richard. Right? It's not. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with
No, if
that.
anyone's fucking up, it's us, and we're not really
Exactly.
fucking up.
I blame the corruptness in that fucking swamp up in D.C., which I spent a lot of time up there.
The central banks run everything, really.
Absolutely. I do
secret
not blame
societies.
these other countries for manipulating the loopholes that they sought to take. It's our
Secret
fault.
societies.
What evidence do you have for what secret society?
What evidence? Yeah, that's an interesting logo you got there.
What evidence for what secret society? You said secret societies. I just want to know what secret society, what evidence do you have? What
Hey,
the
Richard,
fuck are you talking
I'm
about?
going to fix me a cup of coffee. I hope I didn't get too aggressive. I was just trying to stick to the point I was trying to make.
No, that logo, by the way, is a real thing. If you
Oh,
were
I
to
know
go
what
to-
it is.
Okay, all right.
But anyway, okay, so that's my point, and that's the way I see the whole thing. They were getting ready to make it to where no matter what the American people wanted, it didn't make a damn. And I still hear the pundits saying to this day, which I know they're wrong, and they're just mad as hell because it's gonna be coming back now. Do you hear them say, or I've heard them say in the last week or two? Well, maybe not you in Thailand, but here in the media, the Democratic, the media that I don't listen to a lot because they lie their asses off. They're now saying there's no way to bring all these factories back. Well, what is Trump doing? You just watch and see what happens now with the economy. You watch everything.
Right, that's a big question. And one of the things you said the other day actually points towards not as many factory jobs coming back as you're kind of
technology.
saying now. What I'm getting to is that factory jobs in America are really going to have to use a lot of robotics and automation. And what you were
Because of
talking
technology,
about,
right?
right. What you were talking about the other day is the
Yeah.
high expense and the time it takes to get that done. So
Yeah, I've
I'm
already
getting at-
analyzed that too, Richard.
Right.
And
Well, what I'm
opinion,
getting at
you're
is
still
that
going to see them flourish.
Donald Trump's going to lay the foundation for those jobs coming back, but they're not going to come back overnight. So those media people you're talking about are going to be
Not
kicking
overnight.
them away. They're going to be saying, "Oh, look, Donald Trump, he lowered taxes, he did this, but he hasn't produced 10 million jobs a day." Well, of course not. So they'll be bitching and whining the whole way.
Yeah, I can go one.
The unemployment rate will slowly change, and it'll change faster than the slowly we have now. More businesses will be built, but it won't be at the pace that people are hoping for.
Oh, no.
I gotta say something.
I'll put it to you this way. They're still sucking the manufacturing out of the state as we speak. I mean, out of the country. They're still sucking it out as we speak. So it's not going to happen overnight. I'm well aware of that, but I can tell you what, I'm just thankful that the groundwork is going to be laid for them to come back.
So I got a question for you, buddy.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
You said that you don't trust the mainstream media, and you said earlier that they were putting out wrong numbers for the real unemployment rate, not just the people who are in the unemployment line.
No, I said that was a fake politician number.
Okay. But the mainstream media is reporting it. So technically they're reporting false news. And
absolutely.
That's what me and him were talking about earlier. Richard and I were talking about, should they be allowed to do that? Should they be allowed to lie?
Hell no, they should not be able to do that. That's my opinion on that. Hell no.
They're the ones that
And
run it
that's
all. I mean,
not-
what are they allowed to do?
And I wouldn't agree with that, Hank. That's like saying the general inflation rate takes out food and energy. So it's lower than with food and energy. And I guess Buddy would call that the fake politician number because it is lower, just like the U3 unemployment rate is lower than the U6 unemployment rate.
I think that's a different
They're lying. They're just giving a number. They're giving a real number that they're not lying and saying, well, the U6 rate is 4.6. They're saying the U3 rate is 4.6, and it takes out these. And if you knew what the U3 rate is, they're not lying. They're deceiving a little
What
bit.
about the national debt? 19 trillion. Sorry, was it
Just say
19
this one
trillion?
last thing, and then I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
fix coffee, okay? And then y'all can talk. I'll mic out here for a few minutes. I just want to say this, Richard. That is a lying, fake number. You know why? Now, hold on. Let me be specific. On the unemployment rate, they know for a fact before the corrupt media even reports this stuff without fact checking it, that the fucking politicians know. For example, here's an example. Being as the Democratic Party is mostly in there now, they know for a fact that the unemployment rate is 4 times higher than what they are telling the American people that it is. The corrupt media is just a subsidiary of those fake facts, but they still should have to fact check before they report it.
That's the problem. It's not a fake fact. The U3
It is a
rate
fake number that they designed themselves to send
No,
out.
it's not.
So they make themselves. No, listen,
We have
Richard.
2 different
They send
measures.
that fake politician number out so they don't have to answer to America. Obama wants everybody to think he's created all these fucking jobs when he has not. And if he has, they're fucking curb market jobs. There are no decent jobs out here anymore. Trust me, I know for a fact it's not. And that is a lying number. The unemployment rate, and all of that stuff. Now, the other numbers that we discussed earlier is actually more corrupt than that.
What is lying about the U3 rate number? Why is it not telling what the U3
keep going back
actually
to the U3 number. I can't relate to you on that because I don't even know what that is.
So you don't even know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Do you know the difference? You don't even know the difference between the U6 and the U3 unemployment rate number. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, no, here's what I'm talking about. How many illegals did you say we had in this country?
I only use the number 20 million because I figured you would like it. I don't know is the answer.
Well, they lie and say it's only 11 million.
How do you know they're lying? Have you counted them?
They're lying on purpose. They don't want us to know how many they've let over here.
That's not an answer to my question. I asked you, you made a claim that they're lying. How do you know there are more than 11 million?
Because I've done my own research.
Where?
Multiple places.
How do you know there are more than 11 million people?
Well, let's leave it like this. And that way we won't debate on that any longer. I believe that there's more than 11 million here, and you said 20 million, so you must believe it too.
I know. The answer is I don't know. I said 20 million because I didn't want to get into an argument about how many there actually were.
How many do you think is here? Do you really believe the thousands that come in here every day over a period of all these years that there's only 11 million here? It don't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out.
And how do you know? How do you know that?
It's simple math. I don't even have to do research on that number. I can just add it up in my head.
How do you know how many illegals are coming across each day?
Well, that's a pretty known fact by the Border Patrol.
And how many is it?
Well, I mean, I haven't kept up with that lately.
You don't know. Exactly. You don't know.
I'm saying there's well over 11 million. I believe it to be 35 to 40.
What I'm trying to get across is you make a lot of claims.
But that's a whole different story. That's not the fake politician.
You make a lot of claims about government lies, but you don't have any way to demonstrate what the truth is. That's my point.
Do you have anything to demonstrate that it's not correct, what I'm saying?
You don't demonstrate things are not true. You demonstrate.
Do you have anything that proves that what I'm saying is not correct?
Boogie, come on the panel. You can hear me.
You don't prove things incorrect. You prove things to be correct. You're making the claim.
That's what I'm saying. All right. You said 20 million. I say there's more. I mean, do you have any facts behind that?
I'm saying I don't believe your claim because you're not demonstrating it to be true. I don't need evidence it's not true.
Back when I was calculating,
it is true.
Several years back, when I calculated what I found out that the Border Patrol was saying, and I cannot remember those numbers now, I calculated in my own mind over a period of years how many people that would be, and it's a hell of a lot more than 11 million.
And how many have gone back?
And they don't even fucking know now. It's so out of control. They don't even have a fucking clue.
That's my point. Nobody knows. Making claims is
Well,
silly.
yeah, but it's more than 11 million.
All he's saying is that it's not what it claims to be.
Right. I'm just saying it's a lot more than what they're saying. Okay.
Why
But
isn't
even
it a
let's
lot
just
less?
say this: if it's 11 million, it's 11 million too fucking many here illegal. They should be here legally.
There you go. I can go with that. So I want to go back to what I asked you, Jay. And that is what secret societies and what evidence do you have that they're doing whatever you think they're doing?
I'll be right back.
Thanks, buddy. So you're asking, yeah.
You said secret societies are running the country. I want to know which secret society it is and what evidence you have of whatever it is you think they're
There's
doing.
no way to prove it.
Huh?
There's no way to prove it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a secret. But
I didn't ask you to prove it. I asked you if you had even one single piece of evidence.
well, there's many things that would add up. But if you want to talk about who's actually running things, it's
I
not.
want to talk about your claim that secret societies are running things. I want to know the name of this secret society and
Well,
what
you already
they're
know the
doing.
name of one of the most prominent ones anyway.
And what's your evidence and what are they doing?
Well, the Jesuits do have control of the Roman Catholic Church. That's pretty obvious. That's a known fact. Apparently, they're running something.
We're talking about the Roman Catholic Church. We're talking about
No,
America.
we're talking about the Jesuits, a society of
Well, there's
secret.
many. That's why I said secret societies, not just one.
Okay, so give me some evidence of what they're running and which society it is.
Well, this whole
Are
country.
the Skull and Bones running the oil and the Jesuits running the
No,
farm?
Skull and Bones is simply a fraternity, a Masonic fraternity.
Okay, so which secret society is running what, and what's your evidence? I mean, it's easy
I'd
to
say
say.
the most prominent ones would be probably the most prominent would be the Freemasons.
And what is your evidence for them running what?
Well,
NASA. All the astronauts are Masons.
let's say you look at anyone in any place of prominence, and you're going to find Freemasons. And why is that exactly? You look at our founding fathers; many of them were Freemasons. This entire
because
country
it's a very
was
popular club. So your evidence for them running
it's a very
things-
popular club.
It is. It's on every corner. You can find one in every single small town and city in America.
Wow.
You know that, right?
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
It's not like the Skull and Bones that only takes a few members a year. It's an open door organization that has a huge number.
Not open door. They don't invite everybody.
Yes, they do. You're out of your fucking mind. Have no idea what you're talking about. Anybody who wants to say they believe in a god of any sort can be a Mason. That's
You
really
have to
all
be
it takes.
invited.
No, you don't. That's absolute bullshit and not
I
true.
can't just go become a Freemason just because I want.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
You're
You
making
should
a
know that,
nonsense
Richard.
claim. So what is it about the Freemason webpage that's lying? You're saying that the Freemasons that say you can come in there and join their club, they're lying, and when you get to the front door, they're going to turn you away?
I'm saying I've
Have you ever
interacted.
tried to go into a Freemason club and see if you can join?
If you don't pay, you don't play.
That's true. What is your evidence for your claim? Because I have evidence that you're wrong.
Well, let's hear your counter evidence first of all.
Well, my counter evidence would be every single site you can come up on the internet about Freemasonry, for one. It would be the Freemasonry sites themselves. It would be the fact that you can walk into any Freemason building and ask them, and I have done it. I'm not a Freemason, just simply because I didn't feel like joining, but you can. You're making this claim that it's a secret society where you have to be invited. That is simply not true.
But it is, and you do have to be invited.
So you're saying that Freemasons are running what exactly? I mean, I guess Hank thinks they're running NASA.
Well, they've got their hands in pretty much every major aspect of international infrastructure. I mean, what don't they have their hands in would be a better question.
No, you're saying Freemason members. That's like saying that cigarette smokers are running the world because there's a lot of cigarette smokers in government.
No, not the individuals. It's the ideology itself and the ones.
Right. And what's your evidence that the Masonry ideology is running what? The governments of the world, the infrastructure. They're not running the train system, are they? Or are they? I mean, I'm asking. You don't have an answer for me. You just have a lot of nonsense.
Lads, I'm going off this shock, all right? Good luck.
What was that, sir? Does anybody know what he just said?
Uncle May, that's true, but the interview is not some big deal. You have to fit the parameters of what it takes to be a member. Like I said, you have to say you believe in a God. So yeah, there's an interview, but anybody that wants to join can join as long as they believe in a God is their main rule.
Well, not anyone, any man, not women. The women have their own branch. I forget what it's called, but
that's true.
Late.
But anyway, I'm waiting for you to explain what's your evidence for Freemason ideology running whatever it is you think they're running, which you still have. You said government infrastructure, whatever that.
Just government, corporations, everything, religion, politics, military.
Well, I hear your claim. I'm asking for evidence for your claim. I heard the claim 20 times.
Are you a Freemason by chance, Richard?
Am I what?
Are you a Freemason?
You're deflecting the conversation. No. What is your evidence for your claim?
Like I said, they're secret societies. There's not a whole lot of evidence that can really pin them down. I just tell you what I believe. And
so you believe you believe things with no evidence. That's what you're saying?
No, the reason why I believe it is because you look at any. What's
your evidence? You said no, so you have evidence. I asked you, do you believe it with no evidence? You said no. So what is your evidence?
George Washington was a Freemason first, if you want to get real.
That's your evidence that Freemason ideology
Franklin
running the world today is because George Washington in 1789 or so, when it was the first president was a Freemason. That's your fucking evidence?
No,
wasn't he the 8th president or the 9th president? Sorry, Tudor. He was actually not the first president. He was the first Freemason president. So calling him the first president is like saying this Pope, the first Jesuit Pope, he's the first Pope ever.
He's the first fucking president, dumbass. Fuck me.
Well, he was the 9th president.
9th president of what?
The United States or the colonies, whatever you want to call them back then.
No, it's not. I'm asking you, you made the claim that he was the 9th president. 9th president of what?
I guess whatever they called the United States back then.
You guess. You don't know what your claim is?
Okay, I don't know if they were called colonies or if they were called states. You know, things were a lot different back then to what they are now. But I know that he was not the first president. There was 8 before him.
The first president came along when we made the Constitution. Prior to the Constitution, there were not presidents. George Washington was the first president of the United States of America because we did not have presidents prior to the Constitution.
So why is it that I've heard that there were 8 presidents before him?
Because you're listening to dumbasses. But Jay, what is your evidence? Because you said no when I asked you, do you believe things with no evidence? You said no, that the opposite of no is yes. So what is your evidence? I've given you 10 minutes now, and you beating around the bush. George Washington was a Freemason, so they're running the Federal Reserve apparently. That's your evidence? I mean, what the fuck, dude? Ridiculous.
If you look at any of the private shareholders that they actually list, that own and operate the central banking system.
Where do you think there's a list of the shareholders of the Federal Reserve?
There is no compiled list. There are very few of them are even known who they are.
So what you started your claim off with, if you look at a list of the Federal Reserve.
Just the knowns. There are certain people known to be shareholders in the Federal Reserve. Obviously, not all of them, but you could do a simple.
Such as?
Well, let's do a simple Google search.
Okay. So you're making a claim. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You have to Google it now.
So most of them are unknown. They're private shareholders. There's reason it's private.
That's exactly right. That's what private means. They're undisclosed, they're unnamed, and we don't know who they are.
Right.
That's why I interrupted you, because you started your nonsense off with, if you look at a list of the central bankers. Show me this list you're fucking talking about. It doesn't exist.
Just a second.
Yeah, good luck finding that list. You can go ahead and come back. Why don't you stop talking until you find a list?
Hey, Richard, my argument would be a lot of them are Harvard alums as well. So why isn't the Harvard alums being crucified?
Exactly. That's
why is it that the Freemasons, when you find
secret societies are the best universities in the world, are running things, because that's where all the people come from. Sure.
Yeah. So when you claim a cult is running something because you know of a few cult members that are higher ups, well, why is it that cult is running things when they weren't initially part of that cult? They joined at some point. So yeah, I just don't get it. Like, just because you spot a few people in the higher ups that are part of some sort of society, which isn't all that secret, by the way, you could find out a lot about them, but you can go deeper than that. And like I said, and you can say, well, a lot of them are Harvard, a lot of them went to Yale. So why are Harvard and Yale alums the secret societies of the world? Why isn't Harvard being called?
Here's a question for you today. Can you name 10 Freemason members in high office in America without assuming? Do you know for a fact that there's any members of the Freemason on the board of the Federal Reserve? You don't know any of that shit. You're just making up shit.
Hey,
you have no fucking idea.
Can I interject here with one question, because it's been so long since I studied this? It kind of indirectly ties into this stuff. Who was the evil guy Crowley that went all over the world?
Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man in the world.
Yeah, I need to get back and study that. I know that he was involved with a lot of the corrupt politics, wasn't he?
I know that he was involved with Jack Parsons, the founder of JPL, which would be NASA stuff.
I was studying that guy because when I stopped studying the guy, because my mind got so fucked up with all his evil, I had to kind of get out of it for a while. When I was a little younger, I got off into that, and I started thinking, man, this fucker here. And the more and more I traced that guy and where he went and what his real motives were, he was involved with all the top people with politics and everything too, right?
It's also rumored that Barbara Bush's mom had sex with him and could possibly be the father of Barbara Bush.
Exactly. I remember that part too, Hank. So I just wanted to throw that in the mix when you talk about which I consider the shadow government and all the evil. I don't know how, much that has infiltrated into what we have now, and all of that. I just know
to name some of the prominent ones. We're talking about Rockefellers, Rothschild.
Exactly. Ford. Yeah. All those people. I think he was involved with all of that stuff. So I don't know how much of all of that has bled off, but I when I heard y'all talking just now, I thought I kind of relate to it as a shadow government.
It's all bullshit. This whole country is just founded on bullshit. The whole purpose of this country was to basically establish, consolidate, and spread westernized global infrastructure.
Hey man, we can agree on that. The phrase I like comes from Alexander Hamilton, that said, when he said We want to create a country that can dictate the terms of the new world to the old world. And you are exactly right.
That is
And I
what
would
this
go
is.
further. Excuse me?
I say that's the whole purpose of this country.
That's right. And they came right. And Alexander Hamilton, who, of course, wanted a lifetime appointed president, a Congress and a Senate that had no power and all that. He was a crazy fucker. But the Constitution, people say that the Constitution is being misused, which is why we have so many problems. That is a complete
it's being
load
used
of
exactly
shit.
the way it was designed to be used.
That's right. And at least we can agree on that, Jay. And if you look at the way it's worded,
I think that's being tried to be challenged all the time and slightly altered.
They can amend it however they want to.
Let me explain why and what they did and how they fucked the people they didn't care about. Number one, they wanted to dictate to the entire world. Naturally, their country's going to come last. They need us to get the job done. And once the job is done, they really don't care about the people that are left over, obviously. But what they did is they incorporated this idea of reasonableness. And what they said, they didn't say that you can't, search and seizure people because it's unreasonable and you need a warrant. What they said is unless we, the government, say this is reasonable, then it's unreasonable and you need a warrant. Just as an example. But every single thing they did through the Constitution is the same way. And what they knew was that if you beat at the door often enough, long enough, whatever the government ends up wanting, eventually the Supreme Court or the people are going to say, okay, fine, it's reasonable. It's not reasonable to take your fucking shoes off at the airport until it finally is. It's not reasonable to search people just because they turn in the opposite direction to walk away from a police officer, but now it is.
That's an interesting subject, and I know that has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and I don't, in an idealistic way, I don't agree with that. However, I have to say this. It goes back to what I was talking about earlier. This is my opinion only. And what I look at, not through media, but what I see happening in my neighborhood, in my state, in my country, I have to say, now look, I don't have the Constitution in front of me. I don't know how much it's really, I'm not a constitutionalist. I don't stay that keyed in on that part of it like I should, because I don't have time, actually. If it wasn't for what's going on in the morning, I couldn't even be on the computer right now. But I do believe that as this evil manifests itself into different shades, forms, and fashions, that we do have to be smart and vigilant and change things to protect, change things to now. I don't want that taken out of context, what I'm saying. In other words, I don't think it should be manipulated. I don't think it you try not to take the people's rights away, but take the terrorist, for example. Man, if we don't vet, we're going to have problems.
It's too late, man. It's already all been predetermined anyway.
And the thing that I think Jay and I are trying to say, and I don't want to speak for him, but you're missing, is that it was all that the evil hasn't come along recently. It was all set up this way. It's all set up this way by some nefarious fuckheads. Hamilton being the #1 guy right from the very beginning.
If we get off into that, I'm going to get off.
Let me finish. The only way to change it would be with a constitutional convention to change the entire structure of the way our government works.
I think you're going to see the safety factor get better now, whether the rights are a kind of, in other words, I heard what you said about the stop, search, and seizure.
And that was just an example.
I just believe this. I'd rather, man, and I really don't want to make this statement because I already know I don't feel good about having to do it, but if I can stop some of that, stuff from coming here. In other words, I don't care if the big shadow government and Mr. Crowley, had this plan back in 1940 and now it's all taken place and all of that stuff. I understand it if you really get that deep into it, but I kind of like to stay on the good side of evil. I like to say, okay, here's the evil. Let's look it in the eye and do what we have to do. It's kind of like fighting a war. Whether that was intentional or not to go over there in the Middle East and fuck it all up and now it's coming over here.
Yes, it was intentional.
I understand where you're going with that too, Tudor. And I'm more aware of that than you think I am. It's just that I'm smart enough tonight not to get into that because that can go.
I'm not even being cynical here. Like the whole thing is
in so many different directions. I'm just saying this, regardless of who was behind running into the World Trade Centers, and regardless of
we were behind that.
Well, there's a little bit more to it than that, but yes, we were involved. But before we get off into that, that's why I don't want to get off into that right now. I do believe, getting back to what Richard said, I do believe that we have to get vigilant on what exists here now, and I think Trump is going to be the best candidate that I know of in this country right now that's available to basically say it like it is, put it out there, and do something about it.
So who is we? Are you saying the Freemasons that run everything did the World Trade Center, Jay? When you said we, did you mean the Freemasons?
I still can't hear you, man.
I meant the American government, but yeah, if you want to get real, I meant.
You want to talk? What's the story?
So why is it that sometimes it's the American government and other times it's the secret societies running the American government?
Because they're both intertwined with each other.
So what evidence do you have that it wasn't the secret societies that
Oh, no, it was.
Oh, it was now. Oh, okay. So it wasn't the American government. What evidence do you have, and which secret society was it?
Don't know.
So you're just making it up in your mind with no evidence at all again.
Yeah, that particular
makes sense to you.
is way out there for a lot of.
Have a one-on-one here with him. That'd be good.
Sure, go ahead.
No, the reason why I believe that is
because I'm going to ask the same question. I'm going to ask you, what is your evidence? So if you don't have any evidence, don't even bring a conversation my way, because that's all I'm going to ask you, because you make these ridiculous claims.
Not ridiculous.
That are only ridiculous without evidence, by the way. I'm saying they're ridiculous because so far, over the course of the 2 hours that I've talked to you, you haven't provided one piece of evidence except George Washington in 1789 was a Mason.
Federal Reserve Act. I mean, why would we go back on the gold standard? Why would we try and consolidate all of our monetary resources?
Federal reserves have we had?
The entire global monetary system.
Whoa, back up. When did the Federal Reserve come into existence?
1913.
No, the Federal Reserve System was called the First Bank of the United States. It was started by Alexander Hamilton with the Bank of New York and a bunch of other private banks, just like the Federal Reserve we have now. We've had four different central banking systems. When we stopped them, the country failed, and the Federal Reserve was made permanent in 1913, but that exact same system has existed since George Washington.
But you do realize in 1913, they tried it in the late 1800s, and finally in 1913, they waited until the people were not in Congress to fight it, and they waited until they were absent, and then they got it passed with the people that were for it.
It's absolutely factually incorrect. They made a Senate resolution 5 years.
There were a lot of people
Hold on. Don't.
No, boogeyman. Can't fucking hear ya.
They made a Senate resolution 5 years before they passed the Federal Reserve to give them 5 years to study it, debate it, and talking about it. You're making it sound like they all disappeared for 5 years and nobody knew about it.
I didn't say 5 years. I said 1 day.
I'm telling you that they made everybody knew about it 5 years prior to it being finished to make sure they got it as right as they could. It's not some secret act. It's not a new system.
And the people that did not want it, they made sure that they weren't there that fucking day. It's all in history. You can read about it.
Dude, I know all about it. This guy here, you said when I asked the question very clearly, I didn't ask the Federal Reserve itself. I said the Federal Reserve type system. You thought it came about in 1913. It came about in 1789.
Okay, I misunderstood.
No,
I'm sorry.
It was established in 1913. I don't know why that's being argued.
Because you're an idiot and you don't realize that the central banking system.
No, we're not. No, there's a difference between the Federal Reserve and the central banking system. The Federal Reserve is just a facet of the central banking system, which was already around.
Right. What do you think is so
Nobody
different?
argued that, Richard.
Hold on. What do you think is so different? What do you think is so different from the Federal Reserve from the first bank of the United States that was established?
Well, you want to get technical. There was an actual gold-backed standard as opposed to being backed by nothing.
Slán go fóil agus pog my tongue streetbuck.
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
What was that?
That's a currency issue. That's not a central bank issue.
Oh, yes, it is, because when
you're saying in 1913. Whoa! You're saying in 1913 when they established the Federal Reserve, we had no gold standard?
I'm saying the whole purpose of abolishing the gold standard was to enact the Federal Reserve System. Yes.
When did we go off the gold standard?
Well, I'd have to see gold standard.
Yeah, that's all debatable stuff, but I don't know that I believe I have a lot of faith in the Federal Reserve.
No.
When did we go off the gold standard?
Well, the Gold Standard Act was passed in 1900. When did we actually get off the gold standard? Was 1933 is when we officially abandoned it. So from 1913 to 19.
So back up. What you said was.
Well, no, that was
the Federal Reserve was established because we went off the gold standard. The Federal Reserve, when the Federal Reserve was created, we were on the gold standard, and
yes, we were at the time.
And what you claimed, my question was, what is different about the Federal Reserve than the first bank of the United States? Your answer was we were not on the gold standard, and you were wrong. So my question remains, what do you think is different about Alexander Hamilton's system that came from the Bank of England, by the way, than the Federal Reserve? You realize that Alexander Hamilton's bank was the Bank of New York that is in charge of the Federal Reserve. It's been the same fucking banking system the whole time, and you don't seem to understand that.
No, yeah, only in pretense was it ever different. I understand that. I'm saying, really, truth of the matter is it was all pre-planned anyway.
So you completely fucking changed your story, and what I was trying to point out is that the Federal Reserve is, in fact, not any substantially different than any of the other Federal Reserve type systems we've had, except for the fact that we actually got a better deal with the Federal Reserve System because they're limited. The stockholders are limited to only 6%. Now they make a lot more money because the world is bigger, but the old deals actually gave the shareholders much more of a percentage of what the Federal Reserve manages to make.
In my layman way of looking at it, without getting too critical, I just feel like the Federal Reserve is a middleman.
Probably, I can agree with that. I don't, I mean, the Federal Reserve is just a bunch of banks with a bunch of bankers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree with that. I think what I'm trying to get to, especially with this Tudor guy, is he makes a lot of fucking claims, but you don't have no evidence for your claims. And when pressed on questions, you really don't know what you're talking about. So you should reassess your beliefs. If your belief is the Federal Reserve System is some evil system that was put into effect for this, that, or the other thing, and you find out later that it's the exact same system we started with in 1789, maybe you might want to change your opinion about what happened and blame it on the right people. The
I
reason
got
we
a
went off
question,
the gold
Richard.
standard, the reason we went off the gold standard is because the government stole the money to fund the Vietnam War and a bunch of other things.
I got a question. If it was the exact same system, then why did they try to pass the Federal Reserve Act in 1913? What was it, 2 or 3 times, and it failed, and then they finally got it to pass in 13? If it was the same system.
Well, let me answer that for you. The reason.
Can I interject with one statement,
Boogie,
please?
you're the content, dirty
Should
garbage.
I answer my question and then you can interject?
Fucking
The
mom.
reason, Hank,
Yeah,
is
but I think you
because-
said the key there, Richard.
The reason, Hank, is because, first of all, that's not much different than the other times when the other central banks, they had 20-year charters. When they ended, people had difficulty passing it again. So that's not remarkably different than the other 3 times. But the main reason is because those other central banks were given 20-year charters. So people were more willing to vote for a 20-year charter because it would end in 20 years and they could argue about it again. The substantial difference between the Federal Reserve is not in the way it works, but in the fact that it's permanent and takes more, rather than it just running out, it takes an act of Congress, the Senate, the President. I'm not even sure if you need an amendment or not. I'm not exactly sure how you would end it, but it doesn't end automatically. So the answer to your question of why it was more difficult to pass is because it was made permanent rather than being temporary.
Hey, Richard, when you said that the government stole the money because they needed to fight a war or whatever, and that's why we don't have gold backing anymore.
I said they stole the gold, which is why Nixon couldn't pay back France. And they used the gold to fund the Vietnam War.
I think that's the golden statement. So I think for the most part of most of the disputes I hear about the Federal Reserve, I think that's the key statement. I think most people feel that it should go back to before that happened.
Yeah, the problem is the Federal Reserve had nothing to do with stealing that gold. They weren't guarding it. They weren't responsible for the gold. They didn't even own the fucking gold. That is all on the United States government. The Federal Reserve had absolutely nothing to fucking do with that. The Federal Reserve, the only thing they had to do was take us from $1 to a Federal Reserve note because that was the only fucking solution left.
Yeah, I think they stepped in on a real bad situation and said, look, we'll put all our monies up and we'll do this and we'll do that. And here's the way we're going to do it.
Absolutely. And blaming that on the Federal Reserve or even suggesting that it was a scam, a planned scam on the part of the Federal Reserve is nonsense. It came from the government, not from that group of 10 private banks. They didn't steal the gold. They didn't spend the gold. That wasn't done by them.
They kind of took advantage of a bad situation because they're big money and power people, and they said, we'll help you. We'll help the government out, but here's what we're going to do. Right? So to speak.
Yeah, people are opportunists, so yeah, I'm sure they're taking every advantage they can. Absolutely, just like everybody else doing everything else in the world. Sure, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
what I remember that it wasn't a plan made up by the Bank of New York and the Bank of Philadelphia and the Bank of San Francisco. Those people didn't sit down and say, let's figure out how we can trick the government into stealing all the gold, start a Vietnam War so they spend it all. That wasn't done by the Federal Reserve. That was done by the idiots in Washington. They are the problem, not the fact that bankers make loans. That's what bothers me, is people want to use the Federal Reserve as a scapegoat when even if you got rid of the Federal Reserve, nothing would change. We've gotten rid of the Federal Reserve 3 times. The economy in the country collapsed worse than the Depression, the Great Depression of 1929 once. The other 2 times were horrific. When you don't have a central bank, you have nothing to really backstop any kind of recession.
From what I've gathered with this and my layman outlook on it, I would like to go back to something backing that money instead of printing it all the time like the bankers do to bail everything out all the time, and then they charge us to print the money and all of that stuff. I would like to go back to that, and I'd be willing to say with not my facts behind me. This is just an opinion at this point with no facts behind it.
Well,
but
what backs
with
gold?
the studying I did on the Federal Reserve when I was studying the Federal Reserve at one time, when I had more time, I would like to see it. I would like to kind of get the middleman out, go back to something. You see, I don't know if it can go back to where you really have something backing anything or not. I'm sure there's a high order way to do that.
Well, my question would be, why would you want to if nobody else is? Because what you're really saying is that you want the American taxpayers to pony up, you know, $40 trillion to buy gold to back the currency. Because we don't have it. We have to get the gold somewhere. It's going to come from the taxpayer.
Yeah.
So the fucking Swiss franc isn't even backed by gold anymore. No currency on the planet is backed by gold.
Boogie, come in here and
Why
talk
do
to him.
we
I can
want
talk
to
to Shaggy
warehouse
Text, man.
trillions of dollars?
I know you can
Our
understand me like
currency is doing just fine.
fucking fool.
Yeah, long story short, I think there's a lot of factors that would determine how to do it, and it's way beyond my ability to even elaborate on something.
But in principle, my question is, why do you want to tie up $40 trillion if it's unnecessary? That's the point.
I can't answer that one. I just don't like money being printed out of thin air when there's nothing behind it.
And what makes you think that if you got $40 trillion worth of gold, the government wouldn't steal it again? I mean, the track record and the evidence shows.
I think that's the answer to. That's the best statement I've heard.
That's one of my main
we
reasons
need to correct
for not
the wrong.
wanting a gold-backed currency.
Yeah,
all that's going to happen is the taxpayers are going to buy trillions of dollars worth of gold, and the government's going to steal it.
Well, but that but see, that's the beauty of history. You can go back and make corrections. I don't think with the proper things in place to prevent it, as opposed to back then when there was nothing in place to prevent it, I think history could teach us how to protect it.
How many gold-backed currencies have been successful?
None.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
None.
The answer
what
is
backs
zero.
gold? What gives gold value?
Every single gold-backed currency that's ever been created is no longer in existence.
Yeah, I like the saying on the dollar bill, you know, in God we trust, because I damn sure don't trust anybody up there.
The same thing that gives gold value gives paper money value. It's a theoretical liability.
They trust the system. That's the only thing that gives any value.
Exactly.
But I would like to see, you know, these bailouts and everything that go on due to the economy. Okay. Do you, I tell you what, let's slightly twist this just a hair with and to try to keep it simple, the auto manufacturers that are leaving America, and then all the bailouts that they got from just printing money that they didn't have to pay back. I don't believe in that.
Whoa, wait a minute. What you realize that the auto companies actually did pay back the bailout.
Oh, I'm
right?
sorry. They sure did. The GM and everything. I think they did. I'm sorry.
Yes,
but here's
did.
what I'm saying. None of that would have, in other words, if you fix the border, no more drugs, no more illegals coming through. You understand? If we fix the economy, you know why they were doing so bad? Because of what our not Mexico, not China, not any other country, what this country did to make it impossible for them to, now there was a lot of corrupt stuff going on with CEOs and everything too.
Whoa, back up. Yes, I know why the economy collapsed. The economy collapsed because the banks leveraged themselves so high that a 3% loss in their loans rendered them insolvent, and we got a 3% loan loss rate, which is why Lehman Brothers went insolvent, because the loaning of money got out of control. It had nothing to do with illegal aliens. It had nothing to do with.
You're on to something there, Richard. I agree with that statement totally.
I mean,
but
illegal aliens had nothing to do.
Let's go back before that. Wait just a second. Before the banks got loose, they were making loans that they even knew people couldn't pay back. It's kind of what you're saying, right?
That's right.
If we go back before that, once again, and we fix what's broken.
Who is it that made that possible? Which party?
Well, here's what I'm saying. I can remember in the
Who wants to
40s.
make it happen again?
Yeah,
you
let
realize,
me make
you
this
realize
point.
it was the Republicans who made that used to be
Well,
illegal. What led to that? The
Yeah,
Republicans.
I don't want to get off
deregulated
into
that.
the Democrat and Republican thing.
Well, okay, but my point is what happened used to be illegal. The Republican, whoever, they happen to be Republicans, doesn't matter. They made it legal and it happened again. Now Trump wants to try to make the same thing that caused the housing bubble that was illegal once, that they made legal. We made it illegal again. Now Trump's talking about making it legal again. What do you think is going to happen with that?
But you're forgetting one important factor, because I didn't finish my statement a minute ago, which also ties into the statement you just made. Do you know why everything got so bad in all of those categories?
Yes.
Why?
Well, you have to be a little more specific. Do I know why?
Well, I'm making a blanket statement, really. I guess you could say, for a blanket answer.
I mean, well, the blanket answer would be because the mortgage rating agencies.
No, stop right there. That's after
derivatives.
the fact. That's after the fact of what I'm going to say. All of those banking
the reason
situations.
it happened was because of fraud. The Ninja type loan mortgages that were junk were rated as AAA. They were all
agree.
boxed up into a AAA basket.
That's
and
another
the bankers did not realize they were buying junk, so they took a 3% loss because they trusted the rating agencies with their AAA rating, when in fact it was BBB minus.
Yeah. Do you know why all those numbers were changed and why all those bankers did what they did?
Greed.
I'm getting ready to get to a very good point here, in my opinion only. I think as you start taking out of this country, I'm echoing now for some reason. When you start taking out of this country the revenue that was being generated here, meaning sucking our factories out, sucking all this stuff out when we came out of farming into manufacturing, which is what built America and the economy, your banks, everything that revolves around the economy, and that includes all the banks and all of these number changing, trickery, manipulation of numbers. They're doing that because the revenue's no longer here and they don't want to be on the losing end. We need our manufacturing back, what generated all this in the beginning.
I guess what I would say to that is that I kind of agree, because I would just put it a little differently. I think what I would say is that the idea of creating this derivative strategy nobody would have cared to think about it had they been rolling in the money to begin with. So
yes,
I kind of agree with what you're saying, and it kind of goes to the same thing with crime. As the economy flourishes, crime goes down. People drink less, they beat their wife less. There's a lot of good things that happen when the economy is good, and one of those good things that happens is people don't come up with ridiculous scams to try to make money, and that's essentially what the credit derivative bubble was
exactly, Richard. I have to agree with that, and my whole. So where my mind always takes me is back to ground zero, so to speak. We came out of farming. Everything was flourishing here for 40 years. And then when they started selling out this country to foreign interest first, in a very layman blanket statement, there's so many things that go into that. But when we started selling this country out in many different ways, and not making America first for the economy here. In other words, fair trade deals, blah, 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 NAFTA, you name it, yeah, over and over. Then you've got all the things that surround that, the banks, everybody, everything starts saying, wait, this is falling, change those numbers over there, go ahead and make those loans over there, because I've got to make a profit here, I've got to do this, but nothing's in the pot.
Yeah,
So-
it's really hard to know, because being, you know, as I told you before, I'm a trader and a financial person, and these cyclical events, it really is hard to determine. You know, it goes back to whether people are stupid or nefarious, and it's really difficult to tell.
Yeah.
But we really do live, and I think people actually prefer it. I don't think it's better for them, but I think people prefer these big bubble economies where the money's rolling, the shoe shine guy's telling you what stock to buy, and then it collapses, rather than a slow. I mean, look at how everybody's been complaining about the Obama numbers, when in fact, if you had 2.5% growth and you could count on it, it would probably be better and more stable for people's lives. But what people really want is Donald Trump to come along, create a huge bubble so they can go out and get a bunch of loans and live up high off the hog, go to the restaurants, buy all this shit, get their credit card debt up, and then go bankrupt.
I don't think I agree with that.
People, people want that. They want the money rolling in, and then they want to say, "Fuck you, I'm not paying you back because the economy."
There are people out there that want that, but I have to say, in the America that I remembered before all of this started,
This ain't the America you remembered, bro.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm making a statement. There are people out there that want what you just said, but
yes, there are.
But the ideals that have been sold this election year, I believe, and all the people that I'm speaking from my life now. I'm not speaking from propaganda, media, banking system. I just want to say that I think most blue collar people, Americans, not rich and not real poor, I think most Americans just want to be able to supply for their family with a good job. I don't think they get off into all this bubble banking system and all of those things. I think rich people do. But I think the normal Americana thing is to have a good paying job, get your skills up under your belt buckle, and do well in life. I think.
Right. What I would say is, if you ask them verbally if that's what they want, they'll say yes. But actions speak louder than words. And when it comes to the actions,
I don't think your normal Americana person has the financial back, the mind like you have, Richard, to even think along those lines.
no way, dude. That when the internet bubble started and the internet and internet came along, a huge, massive number of average people started buying stocks and getting involved in the financial markets in a small way.
Yeah.
And those people want to see a bubble market, and it's the highest number of people we've ever had. What I'm trying to say,
those people,
their actions are inconsistent with what they would say. I would agree. They would say, I just want to have a good job and raise my family. I'm not greedy. I don't really want this, that, or the other thing. But when the money's flowing and the bank's offering up zero down on the new fucking mud bogging pickup truck and the new house, they're signing the fucking papers. They're inconsistent.
Now I kind of agree that if they want to buy their first home or their second home, that they will go to the banks for a loan. I agree with that.
I'm saying they're greedier than they think they are. Maybe they get tricked into it.
I don't consider the American dream greed. I don't consider the American dream greed.
Neither do I. I consider greed to be living outside of your financial means, which is essentially what banks are created to entice people to do.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people have a problem with living beyond their means, and I do agree with that. But I don't think in the financial world that people really understand bubbles.
No, that's right. They think the bubble's going to go on. They think the bubble's going to go on forever. So they dump all their money into internet stocks, or they start buying houses and flipping them because they think it's going to go on forever. You're right. They don't understand it, but they want to profit from it above and beyond that good job that they said is all they wanted when you asked them. When push comes to shove, they start getting really fucking greedy in good economies.
I look at that as business there. I don't look at that as greedy. I look at if you're not living beyond your means and you go to a bank for a loan, you say, hey, I think I can handle this with my income. I think I could get that house, make money. And you know, in other words, entrepreneurship, I think should always be a good thing. I don't think people that are trying to flip those homes and stuff. I'm not saying all of them, Richard. I'm saying there's a lot of people that go to, you know, business school and financial schools and all of those things to study those bubbles and stuff and to, you know, put their monies where, you know, and all of that stock stuff and all. But I'm saying in general, the American dream is to have that house, have that second coastal home. Matter of fact, I'm living proof of that. But I don't know that I look at that as greed.
And once again, I'm not saying that that's not what I'm calling greedy anyway. What I'm calling greedy, I'm not even, it doesn't really even matter if it's greedy. What I'm saying is that when you ask people, the blue collar people you're talking about, what it is they want, what it is they'll be satisfied with, they say one thing. When you get near the middle of the bubble economy and the money starts flowing, their behavior becomes inconsistent with what they said before. And that's why you have a lot of bankruptcies and collapses and blue collar people getting fucked because they change, their mindset changes once the money is really easy to sign for.
And I do remember the other side of that story that you were talking about a minute ago. So I think there's really two subjects here. The banks were giving loans to people they knew couldn't pay it back. I do agree with that. And all of those things that go along with that world. But I think in general, the regular American person just hopes and prays for getting skills under their belt buckles and going out and making a good living and in hopes they can acquire 2 or 3 homes and, you know, do well in life. But I don't know.
Do you think they put enough effort? Do you think they put in effort consistent with what they want and they don't get it? Let me finish the question. My question is, do you think they put in the reasonable required effort for what they want? And if they fail at getting what they want, is it because they didn't put in enough effort, or is it, you know, because our country is really so fucked up you can't do it? I would say most of these people just didn't put in enough effort.
I don't know if I would use the term effort. I think they had good intentions. Most have good intentions to do what they set out to do. And I think life and things get in the way and they get in trouble. I don't think it's an intentional state of mind, I guess is what I would say.
No, what I'm asking is, whose fault is it?
Well, I know that I was a 16, 18 an hour a day guy. And so I know I put in the effort. Did the brain power follow that along with the finances? Not all the time.
Well, you're kind of avoiding the question, but obviously you understand.
Well, no, that's the reality of it. If I work 16 hours a day, I'm exhausted.
I'm not asking about you. I'm asking what you think about people who fail in America. I'm saying it's their fault.
I can't run with that one.
I don't credit the government for my success, and I don't blame the government for my failure.
Okay, here's
the
an
government has nothing to do with my success or failure.
Okay.
All they have to do with is taking a few more bucks if I am successful.
Well, I'll wrap it up with this. Forget the job for a minute. Let's say I'm an entrepreneur, even though I'm sticking behind what I said about your, the economy doing well and people trying to, flourish with it. But let's say I'm an entrepreneur and I finally see I never could get the capital up to do what I really feel I could do. And I've studied it. I've lived it. I know it like the back of my hand. Let's say I know the automotive industry like the back of my hand, or the industry, but I can't control what the economy does.
Right.
And I go to get a grant. Well, a grant you don't have to pay back most of the time. But let's say I go get a loan, and that'll keep it more to what we're talking about. And I qualify for that loan, and I go open up that automotive shop, and I know all the right things to do. But and there's a natural 4 times a year that economy drops down anyway. Christmas time, when the kids start back to school, and there's 2 other times during the year that the automotive industry is always slack, no matter, even if it's a corporate chain.
Your point?
My point is this. I can't control the economy. My entrepreneurship was there. My effort was there. My knowledge was there. I did my homework. I was doing all the things right. But sometimes it's things beyond your control.
That's right. Too much taxes. The economy has to do with, what minimum wage is set at compared to the purchasing power. I think it was Ford that said that you want to pay your employees enough to buy your product. And a lot of people aren't doing that today because they can't afford it because of tax laws.
This election year is the regulations and the taxes have gone so high. That's why all these companies have left and the economy's gone to shit, because they can't function here anymore, and they're going to where the cheaper labor is so they can still stay alive.
So I can certainly go with the situation beyond your control. We have things like hurricanes and tornadoes that might blow your fucking house down. That's obviously not your fault. But the question remains:
regulations, taxes, all of those.
Let's change the question a little bit. If it's situations beyond your control, are those situations that you're going to blame on the government for other people's lack of success? I'm going back to the government is not the fucking problem.
I don't even know that I would ever figure out.
There are situations beyond people's control that are also beyond the government control. The government is not trying to make people poor.
Maybe people are the problem.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think those son of a bitch and corrupt politicians up there have sold us out knowing exactly what the fuck they were doing to us. I totally disagree with that. I think
whose fault is it if you're not successful? There are lots of successful people. Why is it that some people are not successful? It's their own fucking fault. The fact that we could all be much more successful if the government did a better job is irrelevant.
Yeah, but but the subject was, do I think that everybody's greedy? I don't think that's really true with the American dream. I think more so, I'm going to rate it at a 70%. It's an honest entrepreneurship with all of the homework done and all the knowledge there and everything they tell you got to have in business, 3 years capital, the whole ball of wax. And if the country's economy falls and you get regulations and taxes, those are things what I consider beyond your control. In other words, I don't want to get in detail about it. I ran a business for 9 years. I did very, very well, but just matching the taxes each week on my employees was a motherfucker, boy.
So the businesses around you that were not successful, was that you were in the same country with the same government, maybe not in the exact same business,
but it's forever changing. They're sucking our economy.
What is it about those people that makes them unsuccessful? I'm saying since they're in the same overall system, it is a personal fucking problem.
Oh, well, that's a real wide, some areas do better than others. For example, there's certain states that have managed.
Right. So within those areas, why is it that some people are very successful and others fail? It is personal problem.
Well, we were talking about the country. If you're going to talk about within a state structure and that state's doing well, I can speak for myself. I would do well.
Or a country structure, I don't care. Within that system, some people are successful and some people are not.
Hold on a minute.
The people who are not are in the same system as the people that are.
Hold on a minute.
The difference is some people do a good job and try hard, and other people fail. Sure, there's a tornado and a hurricane. It's not their fault. Once in a while, most of the time, it is their fault.
You keep going back to Mother Nature. I'm on natural acts of what's going on in the country without those things. What I'm saying is, if Indiana's doing good and I'm in North Carolina with an automotive business, those fucking people in Indiana that have lower taxes and the ability to run that business 10 times better there is not where I'm at. They're not going to travel from Indiana to North Carolina to get their fucking car worked on.
That's very true. But within North Carolina, there are going to be successful people and unsuccessful people. The people who are unsuccessful, it is their own fault.
No, I can't run with that one. In other words, with what I've experienced without, my own life.
So why are some people successful and why are others not successful if it's not their own fault?
Well, what is success? Are we talking about monetary success?
There's probably 20 different answers for that question, but back to the original.
What percentage of that is it's all the government's fault, even though all those people are working under the same government?
Are we talking about monetary success or just personal?
Yes. We're talking about business success.
I didn't blame the government when I closed one of my businesses. I did not blame the government. I lost my building because the owners died.
Yeah, and that couldn't be helped,
Okay, that was beyond my control. Now, let me tell you this. I started that business with no capital and against all odds, and I had one of the top businesses in this area for 9 years.
And had you wanted to continue, you probably could have.
I had learned a lot that I didn't know from being in the business, even though I had all the background things, and even went against a lot more odds than what they tell you have to have.
Why are you so unwilling to place personal responsibility on people's failures?
I'm not saying there's not failures in people. I'm saying
I know you're not, but you are unwilling.
Well, that's a new subject.
Embrace that as a general concept. You've been fighting it for 15 years.
No. You started this topic off with greed. I made the statement.
And then I moved it to whose fault is it when people fail in America, and you have every reason in the world except for my reason of their personal responsibility. Every time I mention
20 different
your own
answers
fault
for that
and personal
question.
Responsibility, you're coming up with another answer saying I'm wrong. Why are you so unwilling to recognize that with
you've carried me in a new dimension now.
Failures, the failures mostly come from people's personal failure because they're in the same system with the other people.
Or I think what he's saying
drown in a pool with 100 people, it's because you can't swim. If the other people can swim, they're not drowning. You're in the same fucking pool. It's not for some other reason. If you are not a success in America,
well, you just took an absolute to an economy, man. You just took an absolute of a body of water, and you're telling me that the 20 people in there, the 15 people that know how to swim, the other 5 are going to sink. That's not an economy.
There's always going to be outliers in it.
Right. There are always outliers. What I'm saying is, why are you so willing to embrace the outliers as the general principle? Where I'm saying that's what you're doing. You're essentially fighting me the whole way, saying that people's failure being their own fault is the outlier.
Well, let me ask you this question with that blanket statement, even though I think we kind of got sidetracked from a little bit. Let me ask you this. Forget the individual greedy Americana people that always go beyond their means. Why can't the fucking corporations make it here anymore?
You mean corporations like Google, Apple? I mean, Apple's the largest corporation in the whole world. They're making.
We're talking multi-million and billion-dollar investors can't make it in America. So why are you even going down to the because of the fucking economy? And
I said such as. You said multi-billionaire investors can't make it in America, and I said such as who? Which one?
Such as all the fucking manufacturing that's left.
Well, no, you said that multi-billionaires can't make it in America. Which one are you talking about?
I'm saying, no, that's not exactly what I said. I said, why can't the multi-million or billion-dollar investors make it here in America? Why are they leaving?
And I'm asking you, such as who?
All the industries that have left.
As Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and Icahn, all these people move?
You're going to people now that have fucking investments all over the fucking world. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about organizations and corporations in America only. On this economy in America, they can't make it. So why would we go to the individual entrepreneur and wonder why the fuck they can't make it?
And I'm asking you, such as, are you talking about Caterpillar, Microsoft, Google, all
of them? Yes, sir. Caterpillar too. And as a matter of fact, speaking of Caterpillar, I worked at 2 corporations that highly depended upon.
Where's the Caterpillar corporate office?
Hold on a second. I worked for 2 companies that manufactured their parts for all of them.
Which one has left America? You're saying they've all left America. Name 5.
Name 5?
Yeah.
It's 50% in every state in America. All corporations.
Name 5.
Textiles, tobacco, furniture. How many more can I come up with? There's millions. There's hundreds.
You're saying R.J. Reynolds has left America?
R.J. Reynolds has now fucking merged with fucking P. Lorillard because they can't fucking make it.
You mean outsourcing, basically taking jobs out of America?
Yeah, man. You're talking about billion-dollar people can't fucking make it here.
Who? What billion-dollar people can't make it?
All the investors and all the corporations that have left America.
The Walton family apparently cannot make it. Hold on. I've been quiet. Apparently, the Walton family can't make it here in America. They got to send all their factories overseas or build them overseas because apparently there's not enough money to be made here in America. So that would be one.
Okay, I'm missing his question then. Okay,
and they can't make the money because of the things that we can't control that the government is doing. It has nothing to do with fucking tornadoes.
Now, see, I don't know. I would fight back against that because I don't think it's that people can't make it in America. I actually believe that the main reason most of those corporations don't tell me the cheaper let me finish. Don't make it in America is because the way the law is structured. Any public company is required to maximize profits. If they didn't move their factories to where they would make the most profits, the shareholders could sue them. Plus, it is a stupid idea. So the reason that the Walmart and these other people are leaving is because the law requires public companies to maximize profits.
I'm saying because of those factors designed by our own government, taxes, regulations, and all the things that have been implemented on these businesses, it has squished them to the point of no profit, and they've got to go outboard if they want to stay alive. To cheap labor is their last chance.
It's ridiculous. We have like $50 trillion of so much profit from all these companies overseas. We don't even know what the fuck to do with it. They don't bring it back because it's going to be overtaxed. That's true. But to suggest that Wall Street is lacking profits is ridiculous.
Man, you're into Wall Street and stuff now. We started out with the entrepreneur, the greedy American, and now we're off into a whole new ball game, man. Let's go back to where we started.
You said millionaire and billionaire corporations. That's what Wall Street is.
Well, let me attack this differently then. Why are the corporations leaving America?
First of all, the corporations are not leaving America.
Jobs are simply manufacturing is leaving America.
Right.
Okay, I'm not saying. I'm sorry.
Your question is, why do the corporations have their products made somewhere other than America? And we agree on that.
Hold on. Why aren't they keeping them here?
Not as cost effective.
Right. Exactly.
Now, why?
Because it's cheaper to pay some Chinese labor like a
No,
fraction.
labor is the very last thing on the list for the company to make a profit. Why can't they exist here when they've been operating here 40 years? Labor is the first thing that I started hearing after NAFTA was signed in. That is not the fucking reason. That they're going for that cheaper labor and those cheap taxes and everything in those foreign countries, because that's the way it used to be here until we squeeze them to death where they can't function here anymore.
That's part of it, but it's not that they can't function. And
the labor is the last thing.
Whoa, calm down, buddy. You know, you talk a lot.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just saying.
I mean, calm down and let me talk. I know you're not angry.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. One of the things that people are going to find, and I know you disputed this earlier about the number of manufacturing jobs that are going to come back. One of the reasons that they're
I didn't dispute it. I said it had to happen over a period of time. I agreed with you.
Right. One of the reasons it's not going to happen as much as people think is that when you want to sell, say, Nike sneakers to an area that's not in America, you're going to sell more Nike sneakers if you employ people at the Nike factory and you get that goodwill around that company. We'll just use China as an example, right? If you want to sell Nike sneakers to Chinese people, you're going to be better off giving them jobs making the Nike sneakers than making the Nike sneakers in America and shipping them over to China and asking them to buy them. The logistics of that, the shipping, the transportation, the buying of the goods and all that is also reduced. So you're going to have a lot of these factories that in some people's minds, they think all these things are going to come back and we're going to start exporting all of our products to these other countries.
That's not me.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I've got your answer. Here's my answer to that. All of them will not come back the way that they once were.
Right.
A lot of them will come back here now over a long period of time because they started to leave around 92. It's going to take a long time to get them all back. Now, all of them won't come back because the industries have changed and technology has taken over. But the fantastic thing that I heard this year was, along with getting it taxes down, regulations down, where they can function and make money and we can start making product in America again, we're also going to get this energy shit. They've squeezed it out and they're trying to take all of the energy out of this fucking country too. They're going to open those sanctions back up.
What are you talking about? Fracking.
I'm talking about all the
did it drop the price of oil in half? What are you talking about there?
Hold on, now let me finish, Richard. Now let me finish. All of these energies that we have here can put a lot of people back to work at the same time that we are bringing back new energy plans too, as opposed to the old days.
Who do you think's going to buy any energy? We come up, the world is flush with
We're going to be more self-sufficient. That's going to put people back to work. It's going to open up many, many, many thousands of jobs, along with bringing these manufacturing back over a period of time. It's all gonna, in other words, it's not, here's my statement.
That's what they thought would happen when they started fracking. What actually happened is they dropped the price of oil in half and shut down half the fracking industry.
Let's change it up a little bit.
You can't flood the market with more energy when oil is at $50 a barrel. You're just wrong.
I hear you. I disagree with some of your philosophies, but let me just ask you this. If you were elected tomorrow, hypothetically, what would you do to put all these Americans back to work?
Wow, that's give me just. I'm gonna run downstairs, think about it, and get a cup of coffee. I'll be back in like 45 seconds with an answer. What would I do?
Okay, it's not easy, brother.
Give me a
but
second. That's a big question, dude. Give me a second.
Well, I think we're on the right track to getting America back to work. That's what I'm gonna say.
Let me say what I would do. This is what I would do. I would make it
Okay.
very easy for people to get an education. There would be no more $300 books with a security code that you can only use once. That
Hey,
kind
can
of
I
shit.
say one statement to that? One
Go.
statement without interrupting you, and I want you to finish.
Go.
I think that whole system has been manipulated, and I totally agree with you. I totally agree with that.
Back in the 1960s, if you take inflation and all the variables and consider it, minimum wage would have been equivalent to today's $21 an hour. That's what European countries have. Now, if we are the land of the plenty, like the Native Americans said, why is it that our minimum wage is only $7.25 an hour? Now, it's not the problem that the minimum wage is not high enough. It's the fact that inflation or deflation keeps happening and minimum wage hasn't kept up with it. So it's not that people that work at McDonald's should be making $15 an hour. It's that $7.25 should be enough to pay for a one-bedroom apartment.
The answer to your question I come up with is I would do what Donald Trump is doing, but I wouldn't have been as antagonistic on the way to doing it. But I got to do some work around the house. But, you know, it didn't take me much more than 15 seconds to realize that kind of the correct answer as to what should be done is just what Donald Trump's doing. Whether he gets it done or not remains to be seen, but that's what I would do.
That is a great statement. I totally agree with that. I don't think there's any easy answers for all of this, but I am totally convinced we've been sold out. Regulation, taxes high, impossible for them to operate here. And I think he's going to make it to where whatever ones do come back will come running back because they're going to make more money here now. And I think that along with the energy plans and other ideas and other entrepreneurship, with all of this stuff being freed up, where other people and million-dollar investors will take off on other businesses also. See, so it's like an all-win situation for the economy as far as the way I see it.
Yeah, if we could quit regulating the fuck out of the small businessman, you know, the middle class, and give them a little more freedom, maybe they would want to pay the skilled employees more than what they're paying now.
Exactly. And, you know, I guess that's my big thing. I don't really, you know, like to say Republican or Democrat. But I have to elaborate in my sentence so you understand what I'm saying. It seems as though the Democrats just believe in this higher taxes and all of these other things that, to me, stifles any businesses from being able to, you know, if you keep all that way down where they can make profits, they're going to invest that money in other places. The economy's going to be booming. The people are making good money. They're spending money at the grocery store. They are going to the banks for loans because they can afford to pay the loan. All of these things take off. But if you stifle them to death with all these high regulations, and in the meantime, they're sucking all of our manufacturing out of here with all their corrupt sell-off lobbyist special interest bullshit. And, you know, but anyway, man, I hope I hadn't ratted anybody's ear too much, but that's the way I see it all. But you are right as far as the high taxes, especially on small businesses. It's crazy. And then if you have over 3 employees, you're really fucked. After you get over 3 employees, your taxes go unbelievable. Is anybody still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Uh-oh.
I'm still here.
Okay. Tudor, are you there?
I stepped away. Sorry. Just came back, actually.
Way, man, I can't believe I've talked this long, actually. But I guess, you know, with the subject matter that was here is really it's been heavy on my mind for about 2 2 to 4 years, and I was hoping and praying, man, for somebody like him to come along, because I'm gonna tell you something. Contrary to what anybody else may think, I really don't care. I don't care about the media. I don't care about anything else. I have been in a lot of
The reason you talk so long is because the king is so fucking fantastic to talk to. I just wanted to interject that.
Hey, man, I totally agree. You got good subject matter. You got great subject matter. And I do, man. Look, I'm not one of these guys that are so closed-minded. It's just that I have to always remind myself what really is existing around me in real life and apply that to what facts I know happening in other states and America. And I really don't listen to media or anybody else, man. I go by my own life experiences and what I know to be true. And that's why even during the election, you know, they thought they had it in the bag. I knew better. Everybody I knew in my 3 surrounding states right here, I'll say something they haven't even said in the media. Everybody I knew here swore they weren't gonna, because it was so freaky to me. Most people that I talked to about when they were going to vote, and most of them were going for Trump, they didn't want anybody to know, and they were going to wait till the voting day. They were not going to vote early or nothing because of all the voter fraud. Everybody was kind of freaky about the voter fraud and all that stuff, whether it exists or not. They were freaky about it because they've experienced things in their life. They waited until that last minute to go elect, and then they made sure on a paper ballot their vote. So they even got tricked and fooled. They thought, you know, they were, when it all first started, oh, you know, Hillary's going to win. She's got it in the bag. And then Trump just kicked their ass. That's because the American people finally came out of the clouds, man. I'm going to make one more statement, and I know I'm going to regret this. I never would vote because I didn't believe in all the corruption that I was voting for. But I fucking did this year, buddy, because I knew it was real.
I hope you're right.
I know I'm right, but that's just me, and that's only one asshole and one opinion on the planet. But I know for a fact, and if I told you where I've been in my life, I know I'm right. And I know who that man is too. I've been knowing him a long time, and his family. Not directly, but indirectly. And he's got all the proof I need of who he is. He may not say shit right, but I do know he's for this country. I do know that. And I don't feel like any of these other politicians. I don't even feel that these extremely important subject matter, the real problems in America, would have came to the forefront if he didn't run for office. These politicians, you think Hillary Clinton would have ever talked to you about immigration problem? Fuck no, because she wants it. She wants to overthrow the American voter. She's a globalist. She's never going to talk to you about immigration. They only brought these subjects up because Donald Trump ran and brought them to the people. The real subjects of NAFTA and all of our manufacturing leaving and the immigration problem, the terrorist problem, all these things, you wouldn't have heard a word about it if he didn't run for office. They would have lied this year just like they lied to us all through the years about every damn thing. That's why I don't believe in either party. I think they're all in bed with each other, selling us out, along with the natural things that are happening. I'm not saying that the whole world's corrupt or anything. I'm not paranoid about it. But anyway, you still there, Richard? Or are you working on the house, man? Tudor? Armando? Christy? Irish? Uh-oh.
Oh, we're here, man. I'm here.
I just looked at Christy Krebs' YouTube page, and she's got the tree from Norse mythology, and as above, so below. But it's the globe. It's cool. It's kind of like my wife's tattoo.
Well, man, I feel like this has been very enlightening for me. I've enjoyed listening to everybody's opinion and subject matter.
Yeah, sometimes you have some really good days on here, and you can learn a lot and have nice conversations. And some days it's
As long as we don't threaten to go cut each other. I think Adam goes Adam goes a little too far.
Fox in the hen house.
But hey, I can always agree to disagree and let you know. But I don't know, man. This is, in my opinion, in my lifetime anyway, this has been the most serious year of all, because I really honestly believe with everything that I am, if this would not have gone this way this year, I really feel, matter of fact, I actually know it, that we would have lost this country completely forever. It would have never came back. It wouldn't have mattered what the American voter wanted, because it would be overthrown anyway with all the amnesty things they had in place. And if you think the foreigners that are here illegal know a fucking thing about running this economy here, you got another thing coming. They would have voted for whoever gave them amnesty. End of story.
You know, I asked the Mexican girls that I work with, I said, if you could vote away our guns, would you? And they all said, yeah, all but 2. Only 2 said that you could keep your guns if I could vote them away.
Exactly, man. See, there's a lot of corrupt stuff that's been going on a long, long time, man. It didn't just happen in the last few years or anything. And the Clintons didn't cause it all, or I'm not that paranoid about it. It's been from a lot of different facets. And I'll tell you what, man, I was seriously contemplating moving to another country somewhere, and that's no lie.
I was too.
And I don't know how deep I want to get into everything, but I can tell you what, it was my wife can't even believe, you know, how, I mean, she understands it now, but man, I mean, I feared for the people that I, you know, immediately loved, my family members and everything. I mean, I was like, man, if this happens, and I know I you know, you go to the store, you go to work, you realize, or to me anyway, and I've never gotten deep conversations, you don't talk about those things at work, but I feel like most of the people that I came in contact with every day are out of touch completely with what's even going on.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of those people are believing all this biased shit through the media. And I was like, man, if we don't get control of this now, it's over. So it was a real serious year for me.
By the way, Boogie, the Irish are Vikings, basically, descendants of Vikings. And Vikings were obviously known to be really big dudes. So when he tells you that he's 6'7", he's probably not lying.
Yeah, I see that in there.
I know, because I'm part Irish. But I'm only 6'3", 6'2", somewhere there.
That's still pretty big. We might have, everybody else might have gone to sleep on us, man.
What's that time of night where things calm down?
I was listening.
Are you still there, Armando?
Yeah, I'm over listening. I'm about to go to sleep though.
Wow, man. But anyway, wow, what an interesting, it's pretty good. And, you know, hey, that guy, Richard, he does bring up good subject matter. I didn't agree on some of the things he said, but hey, we all have our walk of life and the way we determine things. That's what makes it America, man.
If you did agree with everything he said, I would think that he was the only one doing the thinking.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what makes this country great, man. I mean, we get together and we figure out things, and that's most countries, with dictatorship, your opinion doesn't mean squat.
Right. Yeah, let's get some people up in here. Looks like we got some avid chatters. Boogie, Christy, and Irish. Get on up in here, guys. I'll be quiet. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about women or something.
I like redheads.
I like them all.
I got one more question on the old topic for you there, buddy.
Damn it, I was just starting to get ready to fat, man, but go ahead.
My question is, what is it, if you were like the advisor to Donald Trump, what is it that you would tell him to be careful not to do? And my big thing right now would be not to start an economic trade war is probably my number one thing, but
I got a good answer for that one. We're already in a trade war. We've been in one since the 90s.
Well, what would you advise him not to do? Because sometimes what you don't do ends up making you just as successful as what it is you do, right?
I've heard that argument that we're afraid that Donald Trump's going to start a trade war. Hey, I got news for you, man. The trade war started in the 90s.
So what is it that you would advise him
what
not
would I tell him not to do? That's an interesting question because I agree with most things he's doing. Let me think about that a minute.
Yeah, it's not even, I'm not saying to not do something he's even talked about. I'm just saying as his advisor, I mean, not stupid stuff.
Don't let Mitt Romney on the cabinet.
Don't what?
Do not let Mitt Romney on his cabinet.
Yeah, that might be a good thing, good piece of advice, I think. If nothing else, it's just an unpopular way to get going. I mean, I like I said before, when you asked me what I would do, and I said the same thing as Donald Trump, except being less antagonistic.
You
if
mean
I was
his personality, you mean?
Yeah, and I would tell him to try to buddy up a little bit more.
You know what, man? I'm going to tell you the way that I see that. When you're fighting what that man was fighting to get elected, whether you agreed with, Hillary or Trump, I'm just saying, I knew of, I'm going to say 70% of the corruption that he was faced with. And when this all started out, I was like, they're going to kill him, man. They're going to kill him.
Well, the problem is his antagonistic stuff wasn't directed towards corrupt people necessarily, but it's directed to people like newscasters and Mexicans and women and all this other stuff. That's what I'd say. And in fact, he's actually stopped doing that now that he's won anyway.
He had to bring the subjects to the table, man.
Yes,
he had to do it. He had to fight this corruption in a very aggressive way. And sometimes it meant saying things that was way out there. Between you and me, you asked me what I'd tell him not to do.
Mm-hmm.
If he was still running this campaign, I would have told him to keep doing what he was doing because I knew, or I felt that I knew, what
better way to put it.
No, I kind of, hey man, I kind of like that somebody is actually up there being real, whether they say it and act right all the time, because these fake politicians, man.
I think we all do. I mean, I think that probably, just as a wild guess, I would say 75% of the people that thought they weren't going to like Donald Trump, but were kind of on the fence and didn't really care, like him now. Since he's won the nomination.
Well, running the campaign
turned out quite differently than anybody expected. I mean, the world is calling him up and being friendly. The stock market's at all-time highs.
You know, he saved some jobs at Carrier before he's even president. I mean, it couldn't be going better already. You know what I mean?
And you know why? Because for once we actually have somebody that's not fucking lying their ass off to us.
Well, that remains to be seen. I would say the reason why is the same reason the dollar stays at highs. It's simply confidence and perspective, and that can change on a fucking dime, dude. That's one of the hallmarks of the Trump 8 years will be the bringing back of the regular 3 or 4 time a year 10 to 20% corrections in the stock market, because Donald Trump inevitably 4 times a year is going to say something that scares people, and that will cause the markets to go down. They'll bounce back up, but people will also forget that that's normal stock market behavior really until Obama came along. He sort of stopped those corrections because it's such a slow, boring economy. You don't need really expect those kind of corrections, but you don't normally have 8 years of slow and boring. That's the unusual part. But some people are going to get sort of fucked up with their retirement savings because they're going to be in the middle of this really good bull market, but they've forgotten that in bull markets you have 20% downside corrections, and they'll sell at the bottom and buy at the highs like they always do and fuck themselves up. But that'll be probably one of the biggest hallmarks of the Trump years, will be the wild ride of the stock market. I've said before, it's going to be a day trader's godsend. The Trump presidency, day traders are going to be his favorite group of people. You know?
Yeah. In your world, you understand a little bit more in that world than I do. I'm more of a, I'll put it to you this way. I've never done well enough to be a big stock. I don't know that I'm a real big stock market guy. I'd rather have my money in more real things like real estate, you know.
Things you can drop, things that hurt when you drop them on your foot.
Yeah, but I'm going to make a prediction to everybody here. And hey, who knows? I've been wrong before, but I don't think I'm wrong. So I'm going to make the prediction. I'm going to say that our 45th president, Donald J. Trump, is going to be the most phenomenal president that ever in American history.
All I can say is I hope you're fucking right, dude. I hope I'm wrong.
I think you're going to be amazed each month that goes by of his presidency.
Now,
without the distortion of the biased media.
Let me ask you something, buddy, and think about this kind of carefully before you answer. Do you think if you really analyze Trump versus all the other presidents, I will agree that he's going to come out smelling like a rose. But if you analyzed it really fairly and correctly, will that be because he really did such a phenomenal job better than the other presidents, or will it be because he started with such a fucked up country that he doesn't have all that, you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of truth in that statement. There is a hell of a lot of truth in that statement. Okay, so that was like a 2-part question in my mind. Well, the first part, I was leaning towards, times have changed. I'm going to say in today's times, but things were different back in the 40s and then the 20s and all of that stuff. But kind of the trickle down economic thing has always kind of been there. And so wow.
Trickle down economics is not going to work ever, because what you're relying on is humans not to be greedy. Good luck with that.
No,
I'm not going that.
Trickle down economics works if you.
No, I'm saying
if the rich people don't have money and then all of a sudden they do, it works. But at this point, what the fuck is Charles Icahn going to do with another $10 million? Nothing. The rich people,
these are different categories.
Are so rich now that and that's one thing Donald Trump understands. He understands that giving the very wealthiest people a tax break is going to accomplish shit. They're not going to buy another Ferrari. They already have 100 Ferraris more than they need.
They're going to invest.
They are no. That's the whole point. Is even Trump understands that the wealthy getting a tax break is not the answer.
It's not about the Ferrari. It's about what are they going to do with their monies if they get it freed up.
No. That's why business is getting a tax break. Wealthy individuals are not getting a tax break because it will not accomplish anything.
They're getting a tax break.
No, they are not. No, they are not. Every tax break that Donald Trump is going to give the wealthy is going to be countered with taking away a deduction. So no, they are not getting any tax breaks. Of course, that's his latest statement.
If I'm not mistaken of what I heard, or maybe I misinterpreted that one little portion of it, but if I'm not mistaken, they're going to get a better tax break also so they can invest.
No, that he has come out recently and pointed out, well, they might get a one or some meaningless kind of thing, but what he's really trying to do is he's trying to reform the tax code by taking away all the deductions and making it simple. And in order to accomplish that through the Congress and the Senate, he's taking away the deductions because he doesn't even believe that the Republicans themselves are going to just are going to take deductions away unless you give tax cuts. What he's really doing is reforming the tax code, and raising those taxes, but then he's going to give a tax break so it doesn't cost anymore. The end result being the tax code is fixed, not the end result being rich people get a tax break. You see what I mean? So that will roll on forever. Now, maybe down the road someday, you want to give rich people a tax break.
I don't claim to know those things like you're talking about as well as you may, as well as you may. I just know.
Fuck Craig's Boogie.
It sounded like to me he said, fuck Craig down Boogie.
Something like that. I don't know.
But anyway, I don't know.
No, my headset's going all fucked up, lads.
What is?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, the fucking microphone's fucked up.
No, we can hear you just fine. It's just you're speaking a little fast. It's the Irish guy I was talking about. Bronach, how do you say your name?
Bronach.
Bronach. Very sorry.
Bronach, man. Nice to meet you, dude.
What's up, boys? Sorry, Chief.
But anyway, Richard, great points you're bringing up. Some of it I can't elaborate on because I don't know.
You don't find you fucker.
I don't know the banking and the stock market world probably as well as you. I just know that if you get the economy booming, there's going to be money flying around in all different directions.
Well, let me tell you what, when there's money flying in all different directions, the stock market goes nuts, dude. That's the whole point.
Okay, so, I mean, but I think I made my prediction. I think in all categories, he's going to be the most phenomenal president.
You didn't really answer my question. So is that because he's starting at such a low fucked up point, or because he's really going to be so much better than everybody else?
Well, either way you want to see that, I'll take both of those angles. I say it's completely whacked now with what they've done. Right. And I think he's going to not only fix it, I think he's going to make it actually better than it ever was. That's my opinion.
You know, Obama, he's kind of had this excuse this whole time that he inherited a mess from George Bush. But I kind of feel like, that's an excuse the first term. But the second term, it's no longer an excuse.
Yeah, I don't know that I ever fully trusted the Bushes.
I don't know about that. I think to some extent I agree, Hank. But at the same time, virtually every large bank in America was insolvent. People don't really recognize the humongous amount of damage that we were in during the Great Recession, or whatever you want to call it. And most of that money, bankers aren't stupid. They were basically handing it off to every banker down the road. And a lot of that money ended up overseas. So not only do we have all the bailouts of our own country that we had to try to take care of, but you can be absolutely sure that all these countries that got fucked with these lying banksters and the fraudulently rated mortgages had to get kickbacks of some kind, or there would have been hell to pay, especially with our allied countries like England. England, just says, look, you guys fucked our bankers. This is what we want. And okay, fine. There you go. So, the truth is that I'm not sure, quite frankly, we're out of the problem of the Great Recession yet. We might think we are.
No, we're not.
It's true. We owe what, 15, 20, some unknown number of trillions of dollars nobody's taking care of, and Donald Trump is going to add to it even more.
No, I disagree with that.
No, he has stated he's going to do huge Keynesian infrastructure spending in
He is, and how he's going to do it?
What don't you understand, Boogie?
He's going to get the economy booming again. You're going to see.
No, he's not. No, he's going to do what Reagan did. He's going to borrow a lot of money to get the jobs going, the infrastructure jobs. Once that money's flowing, he is relying on the economy to work.
No. You haven't listened to him. A lot of this money he's talking about, Richard. Do you realize that he's going to get a lot of this money from all of these fucked up fraudulent investments and all the fraud going on? Do you realize how many billions and billions and billions of dollars that is?
I don't believe that. Well, we will see. But what the point I'm trying to make is that we're standing on thin ice because we owe so much money. We have so much debt. And Donald Trump hasn't done anything yet. Obama didn't do anything.
Yeah, in 2 months, I'm going to say that I'll go ice skating and I'll feel like the ice is thicker.
I agree, but my point is, I'm trying to address Hank's point that he thinks that we're out of the Great Recession 8 years into the Obama administration. And I'm disagreeing. I am saying that we have not solved that problem until we at least have a reasonable amount of debt. The interest rate is up near 3.5%, and we have low unemployment. None of those things are going on right now.
Yeah, and I'll even go one step further in my way of looking at it with the population that's in America now versus 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and back when the Great Depression started in my parents' lifetime. I'm going to say that this is worse in some ways than the Great Depression with the population that we have now and everybody that's out of work.
In what way?
I think they've been hiding it to not scare the American people. I think it's a hell of a lot worse than we even know about.
I think to some degree.
Not in the banking industry and the way they finagle numbers. I'm not saying that because I don't know that I really trust all that anyway. You see all the bailouts happening. There's reasons for that too.
It's hard to really, for me to judge that because, the main reason it's hard for me to judge something from 1929 to the way we live today is that as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if you're rich in 1929, your life sucks compared to computers and nice cars. And, I can't look at the movies from
I can understand that. I kind of made a blanket
rich people and think they were doing well.
Yeah, I kind of made a blanket statement just at the economic times versus the population of now. But back then, remember in the Great Depression, we were not into manufacturing yet. We were still in farming.
That's right.
We were just coming out of that world into the manufacturing, which is what built America.
But people
Matter of fact,
in my opinion, have electricity. People walking around with no shoes, dirt floors in their house. I can't. I can't judge who's. There are people on welfare today that never had a job in their life, living 1,000 times better than a hardworking fucker from just the years before the Depression started. As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, if you look at it in that way, I was comparing it to the population versus, you know, the economic times of the Great Depression.
Right. I just can't, I can't look at that and make some kind of intelligent judgment.
Yeah.
About
Well,
the
I agree
standard
with
of
that.
living.
I
You know,
agree with
the
that.
standard of living is so fucked up that I just can't make a comparison. It's like comparing, you know,
We
what
got
a
a
good
cannibal
slave
in the
ship
YouTube
was
chat,
or
an
something.
actual
I don't know.
cannibal.
I agree with that. But what was I going to say?
What you say there, Hank?
There's a cannibal fresh in the YouTube chat.
A what? A cannibal?
Cannibal,
I see
yeah.
that. Cannibal Fresh.
Human
Hello,
eater.
Yummy.
What the fuck you talking about, man?
That's another thing when people make comparisons financially, they kind of forget. Like I have a comparison I write out when I talk to people about inflation, and the amount of months that you would need to work as an E5 in the military is exactly the same today as it was when I was in 1978 to buy a Honda Civic. Okay, it's actually a month or 6 weeks or so less. You could, you know, the same number of ounces of gold will buy the Civic, on and on and on. And fuck, I lost my train of thought as to what I was going to
need coffee.
Oh,
Man.
what I was going to say is that the comparisons that people forget about is that even though even if it took more months to buy that Honda Civic, it just doesn't happen to for whatever reason. But the Honda Civic that I bought in 1981, you know, it didn't have a CD player. It didn't have airlock brakes. It didn't have airbags. You know, it didn't have a 150,000 watt stereo in it, right? So people forget sometimes when they compare things, if they're really comparing, are they really comparing just a plain old ounce of gold, or are they comparing two cars of the same name, like a Mustang, that are completely fucking different?
Right.
You know?
I didn't mean to carry us off in la la land with that. I just meant to say that economic times, I think, in a lot of ways are almost that bad. But when you talk about, you know, your car not having a CD player and all, kind of ties into that subject also that we were talking about earlier about technology, the manufacturing coming back, technology. Trust me, there's going to be a lot of other jobs that open up because of the technology also. It's not going to be, it's not the world that people are thinking it's robots to take everybody's place. We're not to that point yet.
You know why I think
we're a long way from that.
One of the reasons that the computer age was so successful financially, in my opinion, is, you know, not all the obvious things are true. You know, you buy the computer, it saves you money on your business and all that. We know all that stuff. But one thing that I think most people don't really think about that hit me right off the bat when I was sort of analyzing that era was the size of the box. If a computer had fit in your hand, and you could bring, you know, 50 of them in a shopping basket, right, is one thing. But when it takes one delivery guy for each box to carry it up to your house, or to, you know, think of the size of the box.
Think about how many people it took to make that computer on the production line.
Well, but what I'm trying to get across is that the size of the box, first of all, the box was big, but the box was not all that heavy. So it took up a lot of room in shipping, but didn't cost that much. It took a lot of people to deliver the computers because you can't hold, you know, 8 of those big boxes in your hand. So when you have an office building the size of the World Trade Center, where every room wants one of those boxes, it keeps people busy bringing those things up and down the fucking elevators, right? So one of the greatest benefits of the computer was actually the size of it. And if we can find another product that's about that size, I don't give a fuck what it is, but if it's about that size, it is going to be much better than something the size of a shoebox or a jewelry box or something like that. The size of that box made just as much of an impact on the jobs as the product itself. In my, and that's an exaggeration, of course, but it made a tremendous difference.
I understand where you're going with that, and I agree with that.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know as I would encourage businesses to put, you know, shoes in a 4-foot tall box, right? But to some extent, that styrofoam and the air and all that shit in the box, you know, kind of put people to work, even though it's completely fucking useless and has no productivity value whatsoever. It helped. It really did. It was not a
I'm magnifying that philosophy 50-fold on my.
Water.
Yeah, when I make the statement about technology replacing people, no, man, we're a long way from that. There's going to be so many jobs opened up with bringing this stuff back to today's era. It's going to be crazy.
Today was a good day. If I could just interrupt, today was a very good day. It's good to know that when your real information is revealed, that you're going to be held accountable. So the person that I'm referring to, just watch out, all right, and don't be a smart ass anymore. Don't be a smart ass anymore, or Tyler's going to get it. All right, you can block and fucking deactivate your Facebook all you want, but I screenshotted your fucking boyfriend, your mother. All right, I know you fucking got a kid now, so hold yourself fucking appropriately, or Tyler and your mother will know exactly what you do on here, and I'll tag them in some filthy fucking posts. It's about time you fucking laid it up.
What are you talking about him?
She knows. She knows exactly who I'm talking about. Her fucking boyfriend's name's Tyler. Your fucking child's got 2 teeth. It just come out. Did they? Oh, poor Diddums.
He's talking about Izzy. He's threatening Izzy.
She's not in the room, Adam. Is she?
She's kicking off on isn't it?
I don't. That tripped me out, man.
Yeah, she struck me. I have to talk to her more.
Big glass of water,
Buddy
mind
struck
you, right?
me as kind of a wanker, but you're a good guy.
Remind me not to put my face on the internet.
Yeah.
Or your real name.
Oh, come on, buddy. Do you when you go to the grocery store and some stranger asks you your name, do you say, "Oh, my name is fucking dipshit 672"?
Yeah, I know, but now that I've met Poncho Pete, man, he can put a face on anybody. Hell no.
Yeah, Poncho's a fucking nut, dude.
He's
God,
a trip, man. That guy is talented, man.
He's funny as fuck when he gets on a roll, man. I mean,
the way he deals with what word am I looking for? In other words, instead of an argument, that guy he knows how to deal with a lot of incoming, so to speak.
Well, if you were a flat earther, you know, you'd get a lot of practice.
Is that what Poncho is?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, as flat earthers, we know how to take it in shroud.
He's really arrogant and condescending about it too. He's like, "Oh, you're on a spinning ball going 1,000 miles an hour, going 1,000,000 miles around the sun. How stupid are you? You know,
Well,
gravity. What the fuck are you talking about?" You know?
Times that I watched him when he wasn't speaking of that and he was just dealing with other conversations, I thought he was a man. It was an all new thing to me. I was like, man, that guy's.
Yeah, you wait till you see him talking about the flat earth, dude. He goes crazy. I mean, it's just unreal. It really is. It's funny as fuck, man. I mean, what cracks me up is somebody who is really fucking nasty, arrogant, and condescending about the fact that you're an idiot because you think the world is round. I mean, that just cracks me the fuck up. I can't get mad at a person like that. I can't. It's just so fucking ridiculous. I just have to laugh, you know.
I can go one step further. I can't even relate to it. I mean, I can't even really elaborate on it.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous, man. I don't know. What do you do?
If it is, I don't know. Okay, I'm not a rocket scientist or anything, but all my life I've figured it to be another way.
Well, what I'd like to know, and I came up with this question. Maybe you can answer it, Hank. You know some of these flat earthers. If the earth is flat and gravity doesn't exist, they say shit falls to the earth like from the sky just because there's kind of nothing in the way, not because of gravity.
So my question is, if the earth is flat and I get to the edge and I hold, say, a brick over the edge of the flat earth and I drop the brick, what happens?
Well, you're
I challenge somebody to go to the cliff. I challenge somebody to go to the end of the flat earth.
Oh, dude, they got pictures of Antarctica with the big, ice wall saying that's the edge and stuff. Believe me, they got bullshit a mile long. But
well,
anyway, what do you think? What do you think?
I can't elaborate.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say you're begging the question that there is an edge. You wouldn't say you can't go to the edge of the universe and drop a brick.
Why wouldn't I say that? Why wouldn't I say that? Yes, I would. But anyway.
Well, the universe is constantly expanding. So as soon as you get to the edge moves away from you. So you're begging the question, which is a fallacy, that there is an edge of the earth. But if you drop a brick anywhere on the flat earth, if the brick is more dense than the atmosphere around it, which we're assuming it is, then the brick will fall because of density. It will sink, just like it will do in water. And if you drop a hot air balloon...
So your version of the flat earth, that it is infinitely large and goes on forever?
I don't know. I have no idea. How could I know such things? How could
That's what you just said. You just said there's no edge to the flat earth.
No, I said you're making a fallacy on begging the question that there is an edge.
I'm not making a fallacy and begging the question.
It's begging the question fallacy.
No, it's not. I'm not trying to prove anything. Fallacies and begging the question is when you're trying to prove something. Asking a question about what would happen if you have this situation is not begging the question, because I'm not trying to prove anything. You don't understand the fallacy of what begging the question means. What it means is you're saying that this is true, and that's a fallacious argument because you're begging the question. I'm not saying anything is true. I'm only asking a question, what would happen if you were standing at the edge of the earth? I'm not saying that there is an edge to the flat earth because if you dropped something, this would happen. That would be begging the question.
Hey, can I make one statement on both of those opinions? Whether it's flat or whether it's round, isn't God one smart son of a bitch?
That's right.
Not really. Why do you find the creation of the earth and the universe and the whole history of the Bible to be smart? What has God done that's been smart?
We're here, ain't we?
Was the anus a smart idea?
Yeah. Imagine if we didn't have one.
Was cow manure a smart idea?
I think
it's fertilizer for fields to feed the multitudes.
Are billions of stars we can't even see for no particular reason smart?
In my mind, everything that I've ever noticed in my life has never ceased to amaze me.
Was the laryngeal nerve a smart idea?
I'm not familiar with that.
I think even my dog shit out in the yard is amazing.
Well, I was going to just skip to the end and say, do you find anything at all about the earth or the universe to be not smart? And I guess your answer is no, because you like dog shit. So whatever.
Hank, the laryngeal nerve is the nerve that connects your larynx, your voice box, to your brain. And instead of going from your voice box to your brain, it loops around your heart and then up to your brain.
That's very interesting. So I guess when they say speak from your heart.
Yeah, it's kind of like what the giraffes. The giraffe has something that's incredibly stupid too, or kind of misrouted. I feel.
Yeah, it's a 15-foot laryngeal nerve.
Right.
When the brain and the larynx is separated by a foot in a giraffe, but yet the nerve goes 15 feet down the giraffe's neck, loops around the giraffe's heart, and then travels back up to the, well, it's a total of 15 feet.
But the truth is that if you can't find anything that's not smart about the earth or the universe, you're intellectually dishonest and not and disingenuous. You're basically saying, I just don't want to answer the question. I'm just going to claim that God is perfect with an excuse. Because if you really can't find anything wrong with the earth, you're being dishonest. You're not stupid. You're lying.
No, I didn't say that. My statement was that all of the creation of everything, not that there's not bad stuff here.
Right. And I wasn't referring to anybody in particular. I was just saying that anybody that would say that is just not being honest. They don't want to answer. They don't want to look for something bad. They want to say, oh, God is real and every single thing he's done is perfect. And, I can't possibly, criticize God, so I can't find anything bad with anything. And that's just a bunch of intellectually dishonest nonsense as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I just want to say that here's a fun fact. The woodpecker's tongue wraps around its brain to cushion the blow for, I guess, the pile driving. And without this feature, the woodpecker would not exist. Or it would have brain damage and be the dodo bird of.
Do you think that the woodpecker exists because it evolved to have that trait, or do you think that the woodpecker was created as it is?
It was created as is.
And that's absolutely false.
There is another thing I think that's
100% false.
Yeah, and that's Mary's vocal and her sexy voice. I would love for Mary to come in here.
And by the way, that would fall into the category of your microevolution that you started off saying was true and then said false later, Hank.
Well, I didn't say it was false. I just said that it was created like that. It had to be.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, what was the first woodpecker like?
The first woodpecker would be like the descendant it came from, nothing at all like today's woodpecker. Over a long period of time, it turned into the woodpecker of today. You realize that if you want to find what is the easiest transitional fossil to see, do you know, Hank?
The easiest transitional fossil? No, I do not know.
Go look in the mirror. Now, I know you're not a fossil, but the point is that everything that's alive is a transitional form. I should have used the word transitional form, not fossil. But everything that's living is the transitional form that Ken Ham can't find. All he has to do is look in the mirror.
Hey, on that woodpecker thing, answer this one. This is interesting. This is what I thought about when y'all said that. Why are the woodpeckers so freaking big in Montana and they're so small where I am in this state?
The people are I came from Montana. I used to go back there about 4 months a year. The people are pretty big in Montana too. So I don't know. I'm not sure it applies just to woodpeckers.
Yeah, I was just, y'all were talking about, it flipped me out the first time I actually saw like a red-headed woodpecker in Montana compared to here. 5 times the size of what they are.
Joel, jump on the panel, gringo. Mexican fuck it on. Talking shite in the text.
Buddy, that would be an example of speciation. And if you take them same woodpeckers, they can't breed with the woodpeckers that you find in certain other places. That's called speciation or ring species.
I just know they were huge, man. Boy, when they were, they'll get on the side of a log cabin, and man, you'll think, you'll think a machine's pounding something.
Like you can see the same thing in the Grand Canyon with squirrels. Squirrels at the northern end of the Grand Canyon are dark brown, and squirrels at the southern end of the Grand Canyon are red. And these two squirrels, although they're the same species, cannot breed with each other.
Well,
For
then they're
some
not
weird reason. They cannot breed with each other.
Then how are
Joel,
then
the
how
only
are they
messing with you,
the
lad. Don't take it serious. When he's
How are they
slagging.
the same species then?
You
Because
gringo
that's what
fuck.
defines a species is being able to mate with itself.
Well, it's called ring species. It's called speciation, where they are isolated from each other for a certain period of time, to where the mutations in their evolution.
Oh, speciation means you have different species. You just said that the squirrels are not different species, but they can't mate with each other.
They can't mate with each other,
Then
but
they're
they're
different
from the
species.
same species, though.
No, they were originally from the
Yeah,
same.
well, yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe I worded it wrong.
Right. Okay. All right. We're on the same page then. That's fine. Yeah, I just don't understand people who are still. One of the interesting things in our lifetime, and you might want to get on this, buddy, but I like to hear what Flamingo has to say too. One of the more interesting things going on in the world, aside from the shit we all see every day with terrorism and all, is the evolution of Christianity. What we're seeing, there's a whole new group of Christians now. Some of them call themselves evolutionary Christians, some scientific Christians. The Pope, of course, believes and tells his people evolution is true. But what you have is what I call this new religion of Jesusism evolving from old-time Christianity. Old-time Christianity, you believe the Old Testament, you believe the New Testament. This whole new evolution of Jesusism, which is what Christianity is turning into, basically says that the Old Testament has been all pretty much disproved by science, and it's all just a big myth, but Jesus is true, so all of that stuff is true. But what we're seeing is this really bizarre transformation of Christianity right in front of our eyes, but nobody really seems to notice. People don't find it bizarre that Christians will come out and say, well, I believe in evolution, but I somehow believe in the Bible at the same time, is nonsense. That's an incoherent, ignorant-ass thing to say, that the Bible is 100% correct and, you know, the word of God, but it's wrong, and I believe in evolution, but I still believe in the Bible.
Yeah, that's a real controversial subject. I got a better question. So are those women that live around your gated community, Richard, are they hot?
Yeah, you know, they're middle class women with teenage kids, so not so much, you know. I mean, most gated communities are filled with, you know, the hot girls are working down at Nana Plaza and they're in Pattaya. They're not in my neighborhood. No, their kids are hot. Put it that way, you know.
Yeah,
Ronan was around a couple hours ago. I think he went to bed.
Yeah, that flips me out, man. They don't seem to age like America.
You know, I guess that's true until you live here and it becomes like where you live and everything sort of becomes normal. Then you start to be,
yeah, I can see that.
You know, like my neighbor, you know, she's like my best looking middle-aged lady neighbor, kind of looked like she aged a lot better until I started to just live here and look at understand the aging process. Maybe, I don't know, but you know. But anyway, I think that this transformation and this shift of a completely new religion is right in front of everybody's face, but nobody notices and nobody cares, and everybody is so afraid to say, you know, I just can't imagine what the Pope of the Catholic Church of 100 years ago would say to the Pope who says that evolution is true.
Well, the Pope is a Jesuit, and the Jesuits have always been what I would call the way. What, in my opinion, is true Christianity. The Jesuit means the order of Jesus, and it's kind of a slanderous remark. In my opinion, the Jesuits is a direct response or reaction from the Catholic Church, from Martin Luther, the Reformer. And the Jesuit order, if you read their oath, it's actually in the, I think it's in the Library of Congress. It's on YouTube. You just type in Jesuit oath. When you actually think about what that means, smashing babies' heads against rocks and being like a cadaver, always taking orders and fulfilling them regardless, you know, of moral responsibility. I mean, these guys are evil. And this Jesuit Pope, he's the first Jesuit Pope. So, and here's the thing that, number one red flag. He's a German from Argentina. Whew, red flag. Can we say red flag? Red flag.
That's the point. My question wasn't so much about the Catholic Church. My question is, if you had told people 100 years ago that evolution is consistent with the Bible, and that you could both believe that the ancestor of an ape evolved into human beings and the Bible is true, they would say that's ridiculous and that will never happen. The only reason it has happened is because of the complete evolution and change of the religion. You can't look at evolution and the Bible coexisting as both being true and say that's not a bizarre evolution of the religion itself. And naturally, not everybody agrees that's true, but you have this huge contingent of these, new science-y Christians that have no problem at all saying that science is correct right up until Jesus, where then magical resurrections are true, because they realize that so much of the Bible has been disproven and they don't care. People of 100 years ago would say, if you disprove the Bible, I will not believe it anymore, thinking that they're being honest, when in fact they were probably simply being intellectually dishonest. And the truth is that had it been proven in their time, they'd do the same thing as people in this time, which is they don't really care if the Bible's true or not. They just want to believe it. And they don't care if it's disproven. They're going to believe in the magical power, no matter how much of the Bible is disproven, and they agree. That's the bizarre part, is they agree that the Bible has been disproven, but they want to believe it anyway. That's the bizarre part.
Actually, I don't agree, because I don't believe in scientism. Scientism is the religious belief. Well, hold on, I'll let you talk for a long time. I didn't interrupt. The religious belief that, this evolution and Big Bang cosmology and, monkey man science is all true and the Bible is wrong. These theories have not been proven in my eyes. I know that a lot of people disagree with me, but
right.
it's my
completely
opinion
irrelevant.
I'm almost done.
The topic is the people who do believe, not you and the people that don't believe. We understand there are still those people. That's not the topic. The topic are the people who think that the Bible and evolution are both true and can coexist together, not the people that don't. It's just off topic.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's bizarre. They call them non-fundamentalist, and I guess that would make me a fundamentalist.
Right.
Yeah, I think they believe that the Big Bang is the hand of God, and the Bible is just a historical record of humans.
Right, and the bizarre part is what they're essentially saying is they're agreeing that science has disproven everything in the Bible up to Jesus. But think about how bizarre that is. What they're saying is that you have a story about Adam and Eve. And Adam and Eve had children with specific names, who did specific things, who had other people. You follow us all the way down to Noah and his family with specific names. They're saying that all that is a big, humongous ass lie, but they're going to still believe in the religion. That is the most bizarro world nonsense in the history of bullshit, and nobody notices and cares. It's just bizarre.
I actually pointed it out not too long ago, and someone said that you can have both evolution and Genesis belief at the same time. And I was like, no, they're contradicting. And that's what the Pope says. It's okay to believe in the Big Bang and evolution. And I'm like, okay, the Pope hasn't read his Bible.
Well, but, what those people are, what the more serious people are really saying, Hank, is they're saying that you can't dispute reality, and the reality is that science is true, therefore it's not that the Bible and evolution really go together. It's that, oh, all science really found out was that those stories in the Bible are just fables. They're not meant to be perfectly true. They're just stories with a meaning, you know, and a lesson to be learned. They're not actual events. And that's the evolution of the religion. The evolution of the religion is it used to be believed that they were actual events that were true, and it was the word of God, and all these things actually happened. But science proved that's not true, and people don't care.
I don't know if they proved that it's not true. I mean,
Absolutely, they have. Look at the Tower of Babel story. The Tower of Babel story says that every single civilization and every language, except for the one in Babel, was created on the exact same day. That is a complete load of bullshit when you look at archaeology and the way humans moved around the planet and all that.
I got some evidence to refute that. There was a pyramid, I think it was Blackstone Pyramid, with writing on the bottom, and there is archaeological evidence of a one-world language in the prehistoric past.
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I said. What I said was,
Tower of Babel, one language.
I didn't say that science disproved one world language. I would agree the world started off with one world language. People talking, the first two people to communicate were using the first language, and there was only one. What I'm saying is that the Tower of Babel story says that every single civilization and all of the new languages were created on the same day. And we know that is not true. We know that the languages and the people of China did not show up in China at the same time the people in Alaska showed up in Alaska. It just didn't work that way.
How do you know something if you weren't there to observe it not happening? I mean,
we know it for a fact. Your ignorance of archaeology, your denial of the facts makes no difference. We know that is not true. It's a fact that story is false.
How could you possibly know such a thing unless you were there to observe it not happening?
I'm not explaining scientific things to science deniers. There's no point to that. You don't accept the scientific explanation for a rainbow. Obviously, I'm not going to teach you archaeology.
You know, archaeology supports the Bible a lot, and you can't deny that.
No, archaeology supports certain stories of the Bible. That's like saying the Bible is true because a city named Jerusalem exists. It doesn't matter.
Well, there's way more stuff.
I don't care about the few things that are true. I care about the numerous things that are false. That's the problem.
So you're saying you can prove the Bible wrong with science? Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. That's why you have this evolution of the Christian religion where so many Christians are admitting that the Old Testament is not actual events that happened. They're just nice little stories.
So they're just nice little stories. Do you have any actual science to disprove the Bible?
No.
I do.
We haven't heard of evolution yet or microbiology.
Yeah, evolution.
We don't know anything about these things. Well, I think we're coming up with something called anthropology and archaeology soon, but not really yet. We have this thing. Somebody talked about the mathematics and physics, and I think they're working on that, and maybe they'll prove something later. We have things called geology, and maybe they'll go ahead and find out there wasn't a world flood someday, but we haven't quite figured that out yet.
Yeah, you're going to have trouble disproving that world flood. Those seashells on top of the mountains, and I guess you would say that, the mountains used to be below the water.
A moron knows that mountains come from going upwards from a low level. It's not that fucking hard to figure out why.
Or it could also be the water was way up high and came down low.
It's called plate tectonics.
Yeah, I agree. The plates move around.
Yeah. But evolution absolutely debunks the whole God created animals. Now, whether you believe that we came from monkeys or not, there's plenty of proof to show that animals evolved. Now, they might be missing the link between ape and man exactly. That's why it's still a theory, the theory of evolution, the scientific theory of evolution, to where it's widely accepted to be true. But
no, it's a theory because theories explain observations. There will never be the law of evolution. It's ever going to be a scientific law. A theory explains facts.
Yeah, explains what we see.
Evolution is a fact. It is a fact that things evolve. The theory of evolution explains the fact of evolution.
And Hank, the fact that we can dig down certain depths and find certain primitive fossils in that same depth, you will never find a bunny rabbit. Never, ever, 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 ever. So it's, it's logical to think that bunny rabbits didn't exist at that point in time.
It could also be logical to think that the sedimental layers caused by the flood would be sorted out by density. And of course, there's not going to be any bunny rabbits hanging out with the very dense crocodiles.
Yeah, and the problem with that is the Grand Canyon layers are not like that.
Well, you're assuming that the Grand Canyon was formed over thousands of years of erosion and not
overnight.
A whole shitload of water.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that if the Grand Canyon was formed the way Christians would like it to have been formed, you would not have the layering that you have. That's what I'm saying.
But how do you know how it was formed? You weren't there.
There are both light layers and heavy layers sandwiched between each other in a manner that would not happen in a flood.
I'm just saying, you don't know how it was formed. Obviously, water or something.
No. We've been through this before, Hank. You don't know how it's formed. Your ignorance of science does not mean other people don't know things. Your ignorance and your unwillingness to understand how a rainbow is formed does not mean other people don't know.
Let's not change the goalposts. We're talking about, the canyon. So
that's right. Your ignorance of the Grand Canyon does not mean other people don't know how it was formed. That's right. We're talking about the Grand Canyon.
And any other explanation is absolutely false. That sounds like bigotry to me.
What explanation do you have that fits the facts that might be better? I'll listen to it.
Well, the Grand Canyon could have been carved out with a shitload of water over a small period of time.
That's not true. The evidence shows that's not true because the layers of sediment have light layers sandwiched between heavy layers that would not be that way if it was laid down in a short period of time. Your theory does not fit the evidence. Do you have a different theory that might fit the evidence? I'll be happy to listen to it.
So we're talking about water. Hold on just a second. We're talking about water cutting through rock. And because the layers don't match up the way that you think they were, then my water over a short period of time is incorrect? I mean, that doesn't make sense.
What I'm saying is that sedimentary layers in a short period of time with a lot of water, what you get is heavy things falling to the bottom. You have some light things, you have lighter things going up. What you don't have is a layer of heavy rock perfectly sandwiched between layers of really light stuff. That does not happen in your scenario. That is an impossibility because you cannot get a heavy, imagine really light, dusty stuff in one layer, really heavy rocks on top of the dusty stuff with now another layer of dusty stuff on top of that. That does not happen in a flood. That's how the Grand Canyon layers are laid out. It cannot happen in a short period of time flood. unless you want to explain how it can. You can't just say, well, it could have happened that way. No, there is no situation where you can create an experiment that ends up with really heavy shit sandwiched between two light layers in a short period of time flood. There's no way you can make that happen. So anyway, your accusation was that I was being bigoted and not accepting an alternate explanation because I don't like a Christian explanation or something, and that's not true. What I'm saying is that your explanation doesn't fit the facts, is why I'm rejecting it, not because I'm bigoted against any facts you might bring along or any theory that fits the facts. You know.
I don't know if you heard what I said. I got cut off a second ago. What was the last thing you heard?
No, just say it again. You've been off for quite a while, so whatever it was, just say it again.
Okay, I was going to say that I don't see how the layers of rocks being dense and non-dense and dense on top of that has anything to do with the two variables that I'm talking about here, which is a lot of water over a short period of time or a little water over a long period of time. It's just two variables. It has nothing to do with the rock that the water is cutting through.
Right, because so what you're saying is that the layers of the, because you're trying to make two things happen in the same way. What you're saying is that Noah's flood created the Grand Canyon.
Okay, that's where you're confused. I'm not talking about Noah's flood. I'm just talking about the Grand Canyon.
Right. The Grand Canyon was not formed with a short burst of water. I mean,
But you can't say that for sure because there's variables and you weren't there to observe it.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. What you're saying is that I guess the problem is those layers are formed over time, and your idea that this big rush of water came through and created this Grand Canyon, even if that were true, the layers in the Grand Canyon itself show that the age of the canyon. So I guess I kind of agree with your statement that you could have had those layers laid into the canyon in the way scientists tell you they were laid, and some big cutting water thing coming through it, and the way the layers are laid does not prove a big thing of water didn't come through and cut it. That I guess I can agree with what you're saying there.
Well, no, because we've seen massive floods flood entire cities, and they don't carve out canyons.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, flood. That's another really good point.
Really do very little damage to
that
the
way.
ground.
Number one, and number two, I don't know when you think that would have happened, but the land of the flood, the land of the Grand Canyon, has shifted in elevation. That's one of the dumb things Christians ask is, well, you know, how can the water flow uphill? You know, it's just one of those stupid things you might see on a Christian site because they're, you know, they just sort of ignore the fact that the land itself has shifted in height.
Yeah, but to say that all the mountains of the world used to be below the ocean and they all just happen to rise up.
Nobody says that. There aren't seashells on every mountaintop. Nobody's suggesting that all the mountains.
Stand corrected.
Nobody's saying all the mountains were below the ocean. Where I don't know where you're getting that from.
And nobody's saying they just happened to rise up.
Exactly.
So there is not seashells on all the
things just happen.
I don't know if there are or are not. I can say that we haven't found them on all mountaintops. So your claim that we have is unsubstantiated, or that they are there is unsubstantiated. Nobody is suggesting that except you, put it that way.
It's a never-ending debate.
Where do you think the water went from the flood?
What we call today the reservoirs. I think they found one in China in the past couple of years that was like, I want to say it was more water than the Great Lakes, but I could be mistaken. But they have these reservoirs underwater, and I guess that, you know, just like a volcanic rock, there's going to be, you know, empty spots, and they probably went there in the cavities of the crust of the earth.
So you think that the water, see, you know, do you know what the problem with that is, Hank? Is that there's not even enough room underneath the surface of the earth. If your sort of biblical theory is correct, that the earth is pretty much the same today as it was, and mountains don't rise. You said, oh yeah, tectonic plates shift, but the mountains don't rise.
Well, no, I never said they don't rise.
Well, they don't rise substantially the way the scientists say, basically. You'll admit they rise a little bit. But if there was water covering Mount Everest, Mount Ararat, all these other mountains of the earth, the amount, because that's from the surface of the earth up, the amount of that water would be so great, there's not enough room if the entire 1 inch below the surface was filled with nothing but water, there still wouldn't be enough room. So where do you think the water went? It couldn't have gone into the center of the earth because there's not even enough room. It's ridiculous.
Well, perhaps the great oceans weren't there in the beginning, and maybe this could explain, you know, the migrations of people that started out in the Garden of Eden but ended up in South America, and you know.
Oh no.
The only way to explain that would be to say that the great oceans weren't there until after the flood.
Right, I got you. I was just actually wondering how perverted Hank was going to bring up the idea that there's water inside of the earth. The fact is that the water on the surface of the earth came from those reservoirs of water that he's talking about that are found inside the earth, along with other ways, is how we got water here. The water inside of the earth moved upwards to create the oceans. The oceans did not go down to create that. There's water inside of rocks, inside the earth. And anyway, I was just wondering how perverted he was going to talk about that aspect of geology, basically.
Well, no, there are aquifers. I mean, that's known, and who knows, you know, how much is down there if we're still discovering aquifers, you know.
Scientists know, Hank. Those would be the people that know that.
We just found some new ones. So they don't know everything all the time.
Nobody's saying they know everything all the time. What I'm saying is they know enough of a percentage of what's going on to know that there is not some amount of water that would have covered the whole earth up to the top of Mount Everest that went from the surface down into the earth. We know that those things actually, that the water came up, it didn't go down.
Well, you keep using that word know, and I don't think you know what it means, because how could they know what's inside all of the crust? Because the crust is allegedly 25 miles thick, and we've only drilled down 8 miles. So there's a lot of room for variable.
Once again, I'm not saying they know exactly in all places. The way they know, of course, is through things like sonar and bouncing waves into the earth. And through, you know, I mean, once again, it doesn't matter how they know it. You don't want to recognize how a rainbow works. So it doesn't make any difference how scientists know anything. You don't care. So I don't know why you keep asking the question, why or how do scientists know this? Because it's a dishonest,
disingenuous question because you don't care.
Actually, I do care. That's why I asked the question. And
No,
if
no,
a
you
preacher
don't.
says,
You
"Hey,
don't
God
care.
told me you're supposed to sell everything you own and give it to me," I'm going to ask,
You
how
don't
does
care.
he know that?
The only
So-
reason you don't care about learning the answer, the only reason you would care what the scientists have to say is so you can say, I comprehend that, but I don't believe it. That's the only reason.
No, man.
Yes.
I do care what the truth is.
No,
That's why
no,
they call
I
us
didn't say you don't
truthers.
care about the truth. What I said is you don't care how science determined things that you just simply want to disregard as not being true because of the Bible. You don't care, or you would already know.
Look, man, there are some things that scientists have said that turned out to be completely wrong. And, these were educated men who knew what they knew, and they were still wrong. I mean, just because they're scientists and they wear lab coats doesn't mean that they can't be wrong.
Well, that's the
And
whole point, though, Hank, is to find out something and then prove it wrong. That's how they learn.
So what's your point?
grow.
I mean, you're right. And how do we know that those scientists were wrong? What you made a claim, you just said that we know scientists were wrong. So what you're saying is that we know certain information from scientists because we know that other scientists were wrong. So that means you're at least, the only reason is you're forced into a box now, because now you're going to try and say, well, we know those other guys were wrong, but we really don't know these guys are telling the truth. So it's a nonsense circular argument that you have, that because some scientist was wrong some time ago, you might as well just not believe science if you don't want to. You don't really need a good reason. It's reason enough that one scientist was wrong once, so why do I care what they say about rainbows? I comprehend it, but I don't want to believe that you could have a curved rainbow from a curved raindrop. I think it should be a straight line. And since you need mirrors to create it inside a room, I'm not going to believe those scientists. I don't understand. I comprehend it, but I don't believe it. And it's not true because sometimes scientist was wrong about something at some point. It's just nonsense.
that's one hell of a straw man. I got to tell you, it's a nice fallacy.
Well,
right
not a straw man, it's what you're saying.
When
No,
scientists are proved wrong, they don't continue to push the ideal.
And my point,
Name
can't
me
say
something that
scientists
science
don't
was wrong
know
about
anything.
that everybody knows they're wrong about, that they're still pushing.
Okay, I don't know the guy's name, but I'm sure you've all seen the drawings of the embryos. And the drawings of the embryos was said that because all these embryos look the same from all these different species, then obviously evolution is true. Well, his own college proved him wrong, but it's still being taught in the science books today. His own college convicted him of fraud.
And what does that mean?
That means that somebody's fucking lying. Either that or it takes 150 years to update the science books.
No, what that means is that a picture of an embryo in a science book is inaccurate. That's what it means.
Then why is it in the science book? Science means knowledge.
What it means
know.
is a picture of an embryo, according to you anyway, in a science book is inaccurate. That's what it means. The why could be a number of reasons. It could be financial. There could be an addendum to the book that the teacher gets to say, oh, this picture's been proven wrong, but we haven't bothered to change it, so tell the students. I don't know. You come up with the most ignorant ass bullshit that doesn't even matter.
Well, you guys asked me to do something and I did it, and now you're claiming it's bullshit.
A picture, an incorrect picture of an embryo does nothing except to show there's an incorrect picture of an embryo. It means nothing.
But it's being taught as proof of evolution. This was
No,
an
it's
argument
not.
that I had with a coworker like a
not.
couple years
It's
ago.
being taught as a picture of an embryo. Evolution is a fact. An incorrect picture, that's exactly the point, Hank. An incorrect picture of an embryo does not make evolution not a fact. An incorrect fact about evolution
does not make evolution not a fact.
What about Piltdown Man?
What about it? We know that it was.
Why do you have to lie to prove something that's true?
Well, he was politically driven.
Ah, so there we go.
You
Okay,
don't
so scientists do have
lie.
motives, and they do have, financial gain from special interest groups who pay them to do certain things. So we can't
So
admit that,
your
they're just as
explanation-
corruptible as politicians, correct?
Why do you think that a known fraud proves all the other facts to be incorrect? What you're
I don't
saying
think that. That's a straw man. It's another
because
fallacy. You're
of-
full of fallacies tonight, Richard.
so why do you bring up Pitdown Man? What is okay?
Because
We all
you
know
don't
about
need to
Pitdown
lie
Man.
to
What
prove
does that
something true that's true. You
What
don't
does
need
that
to.
mean to you?
Yeah, but
in
they still don't
relation to
push the
evolution?
ideal.
What does it mean?
But they
in
did.
Why did you even bring it up? Yes, it was a fraud. Why do you bring that up? What does that add evidence for?
And as far as your that guy what's his name Heschel, his embryo picture wasn't far off. By the way, it wasn't like some very, very inaccurate drawing of an embryo.
But my question remains, why do you bring up these small little mistakes in science as though that means we haven't figured out how to cure some cancers using science, or we haven't figured out how a rainbow works because of Pitdown Man or something? Why? I'm not trying to use it as a straw man argument. I'm asking you why. First of all, the reason we know those things are wrong is because of science. So why do you think that? Why do you even bring that nonsense up? That's like saying that some guy in NASCAR cheated once, therefore all NASCAR races are cheaters or have cheaters in them or something. It's a crazy nonsense thing to bring up that makes you look stupid. And I don't know why he does it. I mean, he'll be back, I guess. He left the room for a second, but it's just ignorant nonsense. It's like saying that some, that all Catholic priests molest children or something. It's just a ridiculous. So anyway, Hank, why do you bring these known mistakes of science up, except to annoy people and troll? What do you think it
This is a legitimate thing, and it's not a mistake when you're convicted of fraud by your own college.
Right. Or fraud, mistake or fraud. What
Mistake.
do you think that shows?
It shows that you should not have to lie to present evidence for something that is true. If something is true, evidence will present itself and it will defend itself.
Right. And we have a million pieces of evidence that do that. So why do you bring up those things as though that means anything? We know that. That's why we have a huge mountain of microbiology evidence, because the fraud of Pitman was wrong and not enough. So what is your point?
My point is, if you have a million things, you don't need Piltdown Man. You don't need to make a fraud. You just
That's right. It was a stupid, unnecessary thing to do. We understand that. We agree on that. So what?
And Piltdown Man wasn't a fraud to prove men come from apes. It was a fraud to prove that the first man was from Europe.
Come on, dude. It was a jawbone from an ape and a human.
Hank, Piltdown Man was a fraud to prove that the first humans came from Europe.
Why do they?
Where else? That was the whole point of Piltdown.
What is your point? Is your point because of Pitdown Man, evolution is false? Is that your point?
No, my point is, I'll say it again. If something is true, use the evidence that is natural to prove it. You don't need to.
Why do you bring up Pitdown Man in the context of evolution, as though Pitdown Man is somehow the only evidence and there isn't a mountain of true evidence to go with evolution? Why would you bring up that ridiculous fraud when your question has been answered? You're saying if something is true, there should be a mountain of evidence to prove it's true. There is that mountain of evidence to prove evolution is a fact. Why would you bring up Pitdown Man? Because the facts and the truth of evolution that you're asking about exist. So why would you bring up some silly fraud, some clown made as though it matters when that mountain of evidence proving the truth that you talked about exists?
Because Piltdown Man was paraded all across the country for almost 50 years, and people saw it, died before it was ever proven to be false. So, like
when did Piltdown Man come? Almost 50 years?
You don't need to fake
So fine,
something
I'll
that's
just
true.
go with that. So it was paraded around for 50 years, and some people died not knowing it was a fraud. How does that relate to what? What does that mean? That's probably true. I'll say that's fine. That's true. And
That means that people were lied to on purpose to further an agenda. And
Right.
my point is, you wouldn't need to lie if it was true, like grass is green. I just go
right.
get
If Piltdown Man was true, you wouldn't have needed to lie. That's very true. We know that. What's your point?
My point is, if I say grass is purple, I'm gonna have to fucking spray paint some grass. But if it
What
really
is
is
your point as it relates to the subject of evolution?
I'm making an analogy here.
No, what is your point? You're bringing up Piltdown Man in the context of evolution. What you're saying is that if evolution was true, you would not need to bring up Piltdown Man. That's not true. You're making it sound as though there's no evidence for evolution except Piltdown Man.
The fact that a human can turn into a fucking horse, but then you complain about what made the Grand Canyon. Clearly, fucking water made the fucking Grand Canyon with the fucking rocks. What are you gonna start complaining about now? Come on, don't just kick me out.
Answer the question, will you please?
I'm sorry.
Come on,
I
give
have-
It doesn't matter.
Now that is pretty fucking funny. Shut up, Richard. That's fucking funny. All right.
Took the time and effort to put a fucking costume on for it.
Yeah,
You've been dribbling shit all day, Richard. Have a fucking break for a while.
All right, calm down.
I like to
Look at the fucking horse, mate. Look, when I turn my camera off, right? I'm a fucking just like, let me get this shit here. I'm funky. When I turn it off, when I turn it back on, I'm a fucking horse. Fucking magic. That's what it's fucking called.
That is fucking cool.
I can't really understand this guy. That's why I guess I interrupted him. I can't really hear you. But anyway, Hank, you're using Piltdown Man as an argument for evolution's not being true, and then you backtrack and say, oh, that's not what I'm really saying. You're saying if evolution was true, you wouldn't need Piltdown Man, and it's just a nonsense statement on your part.
No, actually, it's not. And if
Yes,
you'll let me
it
finish this time, I'll say why it's not. Because if I make the claim that grass is purple in Texas, and then someone says I need evidence,
It can never be purple unless you dye it. You can't have purple grass. You can have purple carrots, but you can't have grass unless you want to fucking paint that shit.
right? I would have to paint it. And the reason I would have to paint it is because there is no purple grass. So the only reason to commit fraud is if there is no purple grass, right? Otherwise, I just go grab.
That's absolutely not true. There could absolutely be purple grass, but not in your area. You could really believe that eventually someday they're going to find the purple grass. They just haven't found it yet. So you painted some grass purple and you were wrong and you were lying, but it turns out there really is purple grass anyway. So
Don't scientists say that like humans actually see the opposite color to what something really is? So grass isn't really green; it's the opposite color to green.
So if grass can be purple, like human can have a horse head. There we go.
Richard,
Simple,
Dana,
right?
you know something about that? Isn't that somewhat true? I don't know the exact.
I don't know a lot about light refraction and colors and stuff like that. I don't. I think you have something a little mixed up there. I know the eyes are a really bizarre kind of thing. I mean,
I don't know exactly. I remember reading into it, and there was a long article and whatnot. But I remember that part about it was something about humans don't see the actual color that something is. They see the complete opposite color to what it is.
You know, there's a big hole kind of like if you look at the very center and the very front, you can't see that. Your brain just fills that shit in based on what's around you.
Purple grass. You look at purple grass, you come up with a fucking plant. It's not really grass. I've got this shit in my fucking backyard right now, but yeah, that's not really purple. It's called purple fountain grass.
I'll give you a better analogy, Hank. What you're saying, a better analogy for what you're saying is that if somebody painted grass green,
artificial grass, it's fake. Well, that's how it's not fucking real.
A better analogy, Hank, would be if somebody painted grass green to create a frog, that grass couldn't possibly ever be proven green. And that's just nonsense. That's what you're really saying.
That doesn't look purple to me at all. Well, they gave it a different name here. Fountain grass. Go up here. But where's the other picture here? Now that's a different colour. They compare the purple ornament. Let's try to get something here. Purple fountain grass.
Back to the same question. How does Sit Down Man being a fraud relate to evolution being false? And the answer is it doesn't.
Adam, you're right though. Our eyes are wired backwards, saying that the rods that recognize the colors are in the back of our eyes, and that the light has to travel through our retina to get to the sensors that detect light. So the sensors that detect light aren't at the forefront of our eye; they're at the back of our eye, and the light has to come through the retina, which distorts it before it reaches the rods that detect the colors.
All right. So is it the complete opposite color, or did I get that wrong?
I'm not sure about all that. What it does, it's like a spectrum where the light scatters and certain light remains and some light scatters, because it has to travel through the thickness of your retina, like a filter. Okay. It travels through like the light traveling through the atmosphere.
Yeah, because I remember looking into it, and I remember them making a statement about like it was a complete opposite color to what you're actually seeing. So, but then you'd have to determine what the opposite color is to a certain color.
Well, we have that on the color.
Opposite color to blue. Is that red?
You can you can go to the paint store and buy
or would the opposite color to blue be like yellow? Like I'm just trying to put it into perspective. Is what is the opposite to another color?
Right, Adam. You can go to a paint store and buy a color wheel, and on that color wheel, it's like a circle, and it shows the difference. It doesn't show the opposite color.
Why if blue and yellow mix together, you get purple. It's not opposite. You just mix the color to make a different color. It's a color wheel.
There are opposites. It starts with black. It starts with black at 12 o'clock and white at 6 o'clock. Then it goes.
Black and white are the opposite colors to each other. So that's what we're going to determine it as. If we start off at that concept, black and white being opposites, then right. We're using bias though. Really. That's how I'd see it.
White is the absence of all colors, and black is the presence of all colors. That's why they're opposite.
I'm not sure if it's
I can understand it in that concept. Then I can understand it in that concept. Then.
I'm not sure it's the opposite. Perhaps everything is gray, and the light is what gives it color.
Okay.
No, white is the absence of color. I mean, you have to use.
No, he said light. He didn't say white. He said light.
White is not a color. White is.
No, he said light. Yeah, he said light. He didn't say white. He said light.
Right, light doesn't create color. I mean, what did you say again?
It'll create contrast to an object.
You misheard him. That's why you misheard him. He said light instead of white.
Oh,
he said so everything would be gray, and then the light gives it the color. And you thought he said white.
Nice.
So does that mean that the sun is actually projecting a black light, and we're just interpreting it as white light?
No, the sun is
yellowish light.
White. The sun is white. It looks yellow to us.
But NASA says it's white because they say the dome that we're living on affects the color rays of it, and we see it as yellow. But then they say it's actually white.
Yeah. Exactly.
So why would they say that's completely different? Is orange white or white orange? That must be the first clue then.
Well, do you notice the sun changes color as it sets? Is because it has to
You
go.
can't say it's further and further away because the atmosphere connect together, which make a different type of array of colors. You get a rainbow. Where do you get a rainbow from? From rainfall. It's the rays of colors going through the water, multiplying, multiplying, going through cell by cell the water, multiples, or whatever you call them.
Right,
Really.
and the sun changes color more in the sunset because
It's got
more
water in the atmosphere, which making more rays. It's fucking simple maths. Making more rays. You can explain the sunset like a fucking rainbow.
I think that's the light is all colors, and that our atmosphere scatters all the light except for the red and orange is what we see the most. But the reason why our sky is blue, for instance, is because the blue light that hits our atmosphere scatters, and that's what we see in the sky. We see it scatter.
Is that why the water blue is water, or water is blue? Because when water, they say water is blue, but when you go to the sink and grab a tap of water, it's clear. Why is that? Because of the atmosphere of the rays connect to the atmosphere to the sun. Because the atmosphere isn't blue. Oh, it is. It's dark blue during the night and light blue during the day. But then that connects to the atmosphere, to the ocean, to the sunrise, which makes it look blue, but it isn't really blue. It's see-through. So why do they say it's not really? So why lie about a different color when it isn't really?
Well, it's the light that makes it look that way.
Of the ocean.
Lying, I think what they're saying is that the ocean looks blue, not that it necessarily is blue. I don't think anybody's lying. It's not some conspiracy.
If you look up right now, what color is the ocean? I bet you it'll come up blue. But why when you get a tap of water, where's it clear? It's because of the ocean. The rays from the atmosphere, the sun connected to
a cup of water is not the ocean. If you look up what happens when you take a cup of water out of the ocean and is it clear, you're going to get yes. You're assuming that the color of the ocean on a glass of water should be the same, and that's not true.
Then why is the ocean blue then? Why is the ocean blue? Come and explain that. It's because of the rays.
You explained it because of the light rays. You just explained it.
Like that, but then why is it in the glass? Because you can still have rays, even if you take it out of the ocean, it still have it like that, but it's still clear because it doesn't have enough. Because it needs that big thing, what it's on basically to make it look that color. So if you take a little bit,
the ocean is not blue, or are you saying a glass of water is clear?
The glass of water is clear because it doesn't have a lot of water with it.
Does that mean the ocean is not blue?
No. It looks blue, but it's not. It's clear. If you take one cup of water out of the ocean, of course it's not going to look blue, but when you put it back, it's going to look...
about a cup of water. I asked you, does the ocean look blue when you're scuba diving?
Yes.
So what's your problem? Why would you say it's a lie for people to say the ocean looks blue?
You're saying looks. When someone says it looks blue, it could look a different color to another person. Looks compared to each and every person differently. So when you say looks, not really a word, you're comparing it to something else. Someone can say it looks like that, looks like this.
The ocean is blue. I just asked you if the ocean looks blue when you're scuba diving, and you said yes. Why do you say it's a lie to say the ocean is blue if it appears blue to everyone?
Blue. Water is not blue.
No, I didn't ask you about water. I asked you about the ocean.
Take a cup, put it in the ocean, take it out. It looks clear, but when you put it back, it's automatic.
I'm not asking you about a cup of water. I'm asking you about your claim that saying the ocean is blue is a lie. That has absolutely nothing to do with a cup of water.
Well, you can take a cup. You said you were talking about a cup of water before, so you can take a cup of water, take it to the ocean.
Water has nothing to do with your claim. Your claim that people are lying about the color of the ocean. I'm not disputing that a cup of water is clear.
Then why do you say the ocean's blue then? The ocean ain't blue, it's clear.
Well, because it absorbs the blue light from the sun.
No, here's look at it exactly.
It reflects it back, and that's the color that our eyes see.
What color do you think the ocean is when you look at it?
Wait, think. You just said think. So I think it's blue because the government told me because of the sunrise. Like, fuck.
Why would it be a lie if everybody looking at the ocean sees it to be blue? Why would it be a lie if in a book they said the ocean is blue? What evidence do you have that it's not blue and it's a lie?
The sunrise makes it look blue because of the atmosphere connection to the light. Fuck, mate.
So why is it a lie to say the ocean looks blue?
Oldie, how the fuck old are you, mate? You're gonna complain to a fucking 16-year-old and say it's fucking blue when I know it's not fucking blue.
What color is it?
It's fucking clear. It's not fucking blue. It's blue because of the rays.
Right. You just said it was blue. Is it clear or is it blue? You said it's blue because of the rays. Is it blue or not?
Because of the rays, it looks blue. If the rays weren't
why
there,
are people lying when they say it looks blue?
it would look completely dark. So we can't have clear water in the ocean because it's a big, massive water. But if you take away all the light, it would look dark. But if you put light there, it would look blue. So you can't have clear water. It's physically impossible.
Nobody's saying that the ocean looks blue if you take the light away. They're saying the ocean looks blue the way it is. Why is that a lie? And what color is it?
The atmosphere. It's blue because of that.
That's right. So it is blue. Now you're saying it is blue. So why is it a lie? You just said it's blue. You said it's blue 5 times. Is it a lie or is it true?
I said because of the atmospheric rays connected to the sunlight. Cause, listen to that fucking word. Open up your fucking ears. Like, cause. I never said what. I said cause of it.
Monkey, you're right, and that's the color we identify with. So that's why we call it blue.
Right. So you're explaining what causes it to be blue. Why is it not blue? If you can explain why it's blue, why do you think it's not blue?
Because it's not blue. It's blue because of the atmospheric rays. I don't believe it's fucking blue, but yeah, I say it's blue. I live right next to the
fucking said. You said because it's not blue, but it's blue because of the rays. Which is it? You contradicted yourself in the same sentence.
I'm not contradicting myself. It's only blue because of the atmospheric rays. I live right next to the fucking beach. You want me to walk out to the beach right now? Want me to do that?
Okay, so you just said it's blue because. Is it blue or is it not blue?
Cause and because have a completely different meaning. I says it's blue because of the rays, not because of the rays.
It's blue what?
Oh, hey, mate. I'm just gonna fucking shut up right now because you can't understand fucking shit. Yeah, what fucking Rob? What do you want?
So you're saying the ocean is blue or is not blue? Just to clear it up.
Well, I'll jump in there. The ocean wouldn't be blue based on what I've read by scientific facts. Apparently, we want to call it scientific facts, and you believe in science. So that means that the ocean would not be blue. That's just what our eyes are perceiving it as. Did you hear me? Richard?
Well, the short answer to that would be there is no color without light in our eyes. So if we didn't have eyes and there was no light, then the ocean wouldn't be blue. But since we have eyes and that there is light, then the ocean is blue.
So the ocean, but that's a biased concept. That's a biased thinking process where you are determining that if we didn't have something, that we haven't had that, we aren't able to test that theory. Just like they say that dogs can only see in black and white. That's just our opinion based on what they've given us, limited knowledge.
Well, yeah, I agree with.
Oh, who's rubbing out?
Who's sniping? Who the fuck is sniping? Amanda Vegas removed everyone from her hangout. Amanda Vegas, who's this new person who joined in? Who's that? Come on, tell me who that is. He's got no content on his profile. People in his circles, Honest, Packy, D-Beck, and all that stuff. So why snipe everyone, Amanda? Yeah, why blame it on Adam? Look, Adam, I added you back to the hangout. Amanda Vegas removed me from the hangout. Amanda Vegas removed Adam. Amanda Vegas removed Amanda Vegas. Amanda Vegas removed Richard Garnicci. Amanda Vegas removed Amanda Vegas from the hangout again. Amanda Vegas removed Ronan Canush from the hangout. Amanda Vegas removed Flango Bill. Amanda Vegas removed John Smith from the hangout. I added you back to the hangout, Adam. So look, even I'm Rupert Cow's in the hangout, so he should be able to see. Yeah, there we go. Rupert, if you're in the comments right now, say who's been removing people from a hangout. Don't say someone fucking else, alright? Fuck me. Right, don't blame it on fucking other people who never fucking did it. Because the only people in are Professional X, who's got that fucking thing up now, and Buddy W. So, who's doing it now? Rupert Cow's in the fucking hangout, so he should be able to tell. Right, there we go. Finally.
There we go. Big bug. Yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot of this, so this time they can't fucking say it was me. There, screenshotted. There we go. I've screenshotted it now, so you just want to fucking lie, then it's all on you now. You're going to get caught out big time this time. I've got proof that somebody's using a fake Amando account. In my opinion, that would be Look-a-Pig trying to then now blame myself and Troy for his actions. All right, so that's what happens. Yes, it was. And we've got Flatty playing saying, fuck, what the fuck, man? It was getting good. Exactly when people start having real discussions and Look-a-Pig's not involved, whoever that character is, he snipes the hangout via a clone account and then tries to blame myself and other people. If I sniped you, I would say it. I don't give a fuck if I'm not allowed on the show. All right, I'll just use that Jesus rhetoric against fucking Armando and make him let me back in. Because if you think that you're anything like Jesus, then you've got to act like Jesus. I don't fucking believe in that fucker anyway. So I could sit there and say, that's not very Jesus-like. And then Armando has to let me in. Because if he wants to be like Jesus, you've got to forgive and forget.